and ground-related politics. He was taller than the politics, and I think people of this country, and especially the Uttar Pradesh, will remember him forever, and especially the Karyakartas, the ground workers who were with him. He used to act like a guardian, like a parent. I had a close exposure with him for a long time, and I have seen when he called a worker that what happened to you. The worker said, I had some amount and which I lost during my political election. I lost the election. He called another person who was probably an industrialist and asked him to do help to that worker, that again, khade ho jao dobara se. He was such a person. Even a smaller worker of his party could call him directly that such policeman is troubling me, that I'm in trouble, help me. And he used to help me. He used to respond to his call. He used to pick up his phone even directly also. He was a leader who will be remembered in the coming times. My tribute goes to him, and definitely he was a political leader of his time, which remembrances will be forever in the political career of India.
Absolutely. Mahesh Sharma ji, thank you very much for joining in and remembering a leader like Mulayam Singh Yadav, a tall leader there, cutting across party lines, as he has had very good relations, of course, when it comes to the leaders from the opposition or other political parties as well. There is another tweet that has come across from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he has gone on to share pictures of him along with Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he goes on to remember, and I quote, that I have had many interactions with Mulayam Singh Yadav ji when we served as chief ministers of our respective states. The close association continued, and I always looked forward to hearing his views. His demise pains me. Condolences to his family and lakhs of supporters. Om Shanti, unquote. So that is on part of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Even when it comes to the pictures that he has tweeted, and that goes back to several years when he says that both of them were serving chief ministers of the respective states, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi served the chief minister of Gujarat. But there has been an extreme closeness in the relations when it comes to tall leaders like Mulayam Singh Yadav and other tall leaders in the political aspect that we've been witnessing, Madhav. And that is the close association that is being witnessed today, as many of them are coming out to mourn the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Mulayam Singh Yadav is certainly a figure who commanded respect across the political lines, and certainly, of course, we are seeing that, as you rightly mentioned, not just regional leaders, but several others who have come out to express their condolences at the passing of Mulayam Singh Yadav, somebody who has been a very, very important leader, not just in the politics of Mandal or representation of OBCs that we've seen, in fact, come to the forefront through the 80s and the 90s, but also someone who has pretty much held out on his own. He was part of the larger Janta Parivar, as we were discussing earlier, but despite that, managing to forage on his own through the state of Uttar Pradesh with the formation of the Samajwadi Party, someone who has in fact worked with various political parties, including the BJP and the BSP originally even, although the relationship with the BSP has seen several sharp ups and downs, but clearly, of course, someone who had managed to hold sway over the politics at the central level, despite starting from very, very humble beginnings. Somebody who is associated with the field of wrestling and also teaching later, and then going on to in fact form a very, very important and a very key party which even today holds sway over the politics of Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party may have not been successful in the second consecutive election this time around in Uttar Pradesh, but certainly, of course, is a huge force to reckon with in the state of UP. Of course, Mulayam, as a three-term chief minister, has held sway over the politics of the state and has also had to play a very, very key role here at the center. He has served as defense minister through the United Front government, where both the prime ministers, I.K. Gujral and H.D. Devagowda, he has worked with. And following that as well, various key issues, Mulayam Singh Yadav has played a very key, important role. The issue of Sonia Gandhi's foreign origin, for instance, which was raised, in the late 90s following the United Front government, when there was an attempt to form a government, was one of the issues that Mulayam Singh Yadav himself has raised. Also, the entire issue of the Indo-US nuclear deal. When the left decided to pull out its support from the UPA 1 government after working with them for 4 years, it was Mulayam Singh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party who in a last-minute turnaround managed to save the UPA government by extending support to the then Manmohan Singh-led government. So several such important roles that Mulayam Singh Yadav has played at different times throughout. Of course, several of his decisions have been extremely controversial as well, as far as the Ram Janmabhoomi, ordering of firing against the Karsevaks is concerned. That is one of the issues which the BJP and the DHP raised right until this day. But nevertheless, despite those political differences as far as the administrative role of Mulayam Singh Yadav and his service as the Chief Minister is concerned, still he has managed to have his own way of reaching out to leaders of various political parties, and someone who pretty much was respected and admired around for the role that he has played and for his stellar role in politics, in fact, for the last 4.5 to 5 decades or so, where he has in fact been able to reach out to those across the entire political spectrum. In UP, certainly no leader of his seniority or his level, that in fact would be seen for Samajwadi Party members in particular. This would be an extremely difficult day for them to come to terms with, because for them, Netaji, as he was popularly known, is everything as far as their politics is concerned. Mulayam Singh Yadav also, as I was saying, apart from a key role in terms of the politics of the OBCs, the politics of Yadav, also forging that alliance of Muslim Yadav, which was seen as very, very key to the fortunes of the Samajwadi Party, because these are two vote bases that stood very firmly with the Samajwadi Party. Of course, despite the fact that many other political parties and formations did try to, in fact, make a dent in these
ब्रजेश पाठक जी भी हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पे जुड़े। ब्रजेश पाठक जी, हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पॉलिटिकल लैंडस्केप अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में बदला है तो मुलायम सिंह यादव जी को काफी क्रेडिट जाता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, बट आज नेताजी की खबर आ रही है, दुखद समाचार कि आज वो नहीं रहे।
बहुत ही दुखद समाचार है। मुलायम सिंह का निधन बहुत ही दुखद है और बहुत बड़े सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता थे वो, और उनके निधन से अपूर्णीय क्षति हुई है। और हम लोग ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उन्हें अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दें और परिवार और उनके अनुजनों, उनके परिजनों के साथ साथ उनके अनुयायियों को इस असहनीय पीड़ा को सहने की ताकत दें।
धन्यवाद आपका ब्रजेश पाठक जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सो माधव, दैट इज द पॉइंट दैट इज बीइंग मेड एज फार एज टर्निंग फ्रॉम अ रेसलर टू अ टीचर टू अ पॉलिटिशियन एंड समवन हु हैड चेंज्ड द पॉलिटिकल लैंडस्केप. That turned out to be a history that cleared the turf for a new political owners, and a lot of gains that owes to the rise of wrestler turned socialist politician Mulayam Singh Yadav in the state of Uttar Pradesh itself, because he entered politics after being inspired from the top leaders there. He was inspired and motivated by Dr. Ram Manohar Lohiya's socialist ideas and beliefs as well. And to remember all of that, we have leaders that have been coming in to jointly remember Mulayam Singh Yadav, his ideas, his beliefs, because even as a wrestler, what was being said that Mulayam Singh Yadav also fought elections like a wrestler. Well, he'd been elected to the UP Legislative Assembly for the first time in 1967. In 1989, Mulayam Singh Yadav was elected as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for the very first time, and thereafter he went on to create the Samajwadi Party as it is known today in the year 1992. He also had certain close allies and coalitions that he had built in the three-time Chief Minister that he has served of the state of Uttar Pradesh, where he joined with the BSP to win the UP Assembly elections in 1993 as well. So he has had a close association when it comes to the top parties of Uttar Pradesh, but when it comes to the very identity of Samajwadi Party in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where many of those regional parties that come and go, there has been a certain identity that has remained intact as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned. His 3 stints together amounted to a period of nearly 6 years and 9 months. We'll be playing out more reactions that are coming in, as there had been a regular health bulletin update that was released on part of the hospital, but unfortunately the news that has been confirmed by his son Akhilesh Yadav that Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more.
मुलायम सिंह जी अपने जीवन काल के एक संघर्षशील लीडर रहे, किसानों के लीडर रहे, और वो अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बहुत प्रेम रखते थे। कार्यकर्ता सीधे उनकी पार्टी का जुड़ा हुआ था। एक बेहतर लीडर, अपनी बात कहने वाले, और अपने बलबूते पर एक पार्टी खड़ी की उन्होंने। उनकी आत्मा की शांति के लिए प्रार्थना भी करता हूँ। परिवार के प्रति एक संवेदना कि उनको ये दुख सहन करने की शक्ति भी ईश्वर प्रदान करे।
Well, establishing himself as a socialist leader, Mulayam Singh Yadav also established himself as the OBC stalwart, capturing a swath of political space that was thereafter in the late 1980s, when it was marked as the Congress was moted out, failing to return to power in the state ever since. But if we talk about today's conditions also that prevails in the state of Uttar Pradesh, Mohit, as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned, its identity and its socialist beliefs and ideas is something that has been instilled by Mulayam Singh Yadav himself.
Well, Amita, the identity of the Samajwadi Party, the identity of socialism was clearly associated with Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he was somebody with whom the OBC, the SC, the ST community, they used to connect, and he was said to be the leader of the downtrodden, the people who did not have any representative, was represented by Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he was somebody who had friends across the party lines, and that is why we see that every single leader from every single party is coming out and paying tributes to Mulayam Singh Yadav. He has been a three-time chief minister, he has been the defense minister, and the term Raksha Mantri originated when he was the defense minister. He gave the term Raksha Mantri to the country, and then he has been many a times the MLA from Uttar Pradesh, and he has been the member of the parliament, and then we see that how close he was also with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he was not well from past many days. On 22nd of August, he complained about breathing problem, and then he was admitted to Medanta, and after that we got regular health bulletins from Medanta where it was said that he was regularly kept on the ventilator, he was on life support, and today we got to know the sad news that Mulayam Singh Yadav has passed away. Now with this, with the death, with the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav, an era of Indian politics has also gone away. He was somebody who was a known face and who was said to be the leader of the masses. He started his journey with JP during the emergency. He was with JP, and after that he formed his party, 1992 Samajwadi Party, and after that we saw that how he rose to power in Uttar Pradesh, and then he became the chief minister thrice, and then we also know for a fact that how he became defense minister, and he shared this friendship. He shared this friendship with all the leaders from across the party line, and that is why we see.
Absolutely, because we are looking with his long-standing career there from UP to Delhi, as far as his three-time stints as Chief Minister is also concerned. Right after the 1989 UP elections, Mulayam Singh Yadav took over as a CM as Janata Dal leader with outside support from the BJP. He thereafter became the Chief Minister for the second time in 1993, and as Samajwadi Party leader, when Kashi Ram headed the BSP, he became his ally. He was sworn in as the Chief Minister for the third time in the year 2003, and even as the leader of the Samajwadi Party-led coalition, that was his three stints together that amounted for a period of nearly 6 years and 9 months that he had stayed as a Chief Minister representing the Samajwadi Party and the state of Uttar Pradesh. But there has been a long-standing political legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav, who has also been called as a grassroots leader, from a wrestler to a teacher to a politician, to his socialist beliefs and ideas, which he had instilled right after the formation of the Samajwadi Party, because he's someone who also served 3 times as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. He served as the Union Minister of Defence in the United Front government. He's also a 6-time member of Parliament in Lok Sabha and a 3-time member of the Legislative Assembly in Uttar Pradesh as well, because he rose in politics in the state of Uttar Pradesh when there was a period of intense social and political ferment after the 1970s. And as far as the most populous state is concerned, that is the state of Uttar Pradesh, bringing together, as far as that time undivided Uttar Pradesh is concerned, witnessing polarization, and when it comes to several other issues there, how exactly was the command was taken up by Mulayam Singh Yadav, emerging as a socialist leader, because he also established himself as a OBC stalwart. And when it comes to taking oath as the Chief Minister, that happened for the first time right after the 1989 UP elections, when Mulayam Singh Yadav took over as the Chief Minister as the Janata Dal leader with the outside support of the BJP at that point in time. But how today he is being remembered for his contribution, for his ideas and its beliefs. There are leaders across political lines today who are remembering Netaji, also known as Mulayam Singh Yadav.
I went there to meet the hospital also to see him. मैं जिंदगी में बहुत सीखा इनसे. ये बहुत ही मजबूत किस्म के इंसान थे. लोग इनको पहलवान कहते हैं, मैं कहता हूँ नहीं, पहलवान नहीं थे. ये सिर्फ शारीरिक पहलवान नहीं थे, ये एक मजबूत ज़हनियत का आदमी था. जो सोचते थे वो करते थे और उसमें बहुत लोगों को इंस्पायर करते थे.
So that is coming across from many other leaders as well who are remembering Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav, because they had been also visiting the hospital as he was admitted in the month of August itself to a private hospital in Gurugram itself, and there had been leaders including Prime Minister Narendra Modi who took regular updates on part of his family as well. Madhav, coming back to you on that, we know that as far as his family members are concerned, they were there around him when he took his last breath.
Well, yes, that is the information that we have, and Akhilesh Yadav has tweeted about the passing of his father just this morning, and of course that official tweet coming in from the party official handle as well. Certainly a very, very difficult moment for the family. Mulayam Singh Yadav, it is not just his son Akhilesh Yadav. His entire family has been pretty much associated with the political arena. His brother Shivpal Yadav is, of course, somebody who had for a while, of course, split from the Samajwadi party, but of course always maintained close ties with his elder brother Mulayam Singh Yadav, his nephew Dharmendra Yadav, even his daughter-in-law Dimple Yadav, all have been associated with politics. So Mulayam Singh Yadav and in fact the Yadav family has in fact played a very key role in the Samajwadi party. His, of course, Mulayam Singh Yadav himself playing a very important role in Akhilesh Yadav becoming the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh under the age of 40, one of the youngest ever Chief Ministers in that sense. So that clearly a very, very important role that Mulayam has played in the political careers, and of course in that sense being seen as a patriarch, as a larger towering figure, as an elder statesman.
All right, Madhav, please do stay on with us. Mr. Kapil Sibal is with us on the phone line. Sir, Mulayam Singh Yadav ji had established a reputation for partnering not just with friends but also with the rivals alike, especially when it comes to his association with the other opposition parties, sir.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is really a national tragedy, a national loss. His contributions to politics in this country is unmatched, will be remembered for years to come, and what he did for the backward classes and how the constitutional provisions were in fact put into effect to give succor to those who were backward is something that is historic. And of course he's a very live political animal. He knew what to do at what point in time, what to say at what point in time. And he could actually collaborate with anybody who ultimately would serve the purpose of the country. So his loss is a terrible national loss. We will remember him. We will remember the legacy that he left. The nation will remember that.
Absolutely, because Mr. Sibal, along with emerging as a major political force in the state of Uttar Pradesh, as far as Mulayam Singh Yadav ji's brush with power at the centre is also concerned, that too has been also been eventful.
Absolutely, without any doubt. He collaborated, as I said, with all sides, depending on where the national interests lay. And he had great interest in defense matters in particular. He was very concerned about our borders. He was very concerned about Chinese intrusion across the borders. And he would raise that in the Lok Sabha many times, and I was there as a member of parliament when he did that. So he was an admirable character. He had, as I said, he was one man who could sense the moment and move forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibal, for joining us here on the broadcast, and the condolences that have also been pouring in as we are getting also the state mourning that has also been announced on part of the government there. Let me go across to Mr. Rajgopalan as well. Mr. Rajgopalan, unfortunately, we're getting the news of the demise of Netaji, as he's been popularly called, and he's been a force to reckon with, especially when it comes to the changing dynamics in the state of undivided Uttar Pradesh as well, also emerging as a major political force in the state of UP, sir.
Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise is a very sad one, and especially it's a loss for Samajwadi party politically, And I would also like to mention, as Mr. Kapil Sibal was narrating very effectively, Kapil Sibal being a Samajwadi Party MP in the Rajya Sabha, my understanding of Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, the long road he travelled in Indian politics, in nuclear deal, when the government of India under Dr. Manmohan Singh was trailing, it is Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav who gave an elbow room, and it is Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav who got that bill passed, nuclear deal 1, 2, 3. And moreover, as Mr. Kapil Sibal said, the Chinese intrusion was his main pain in Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's mindset politically. Apart from that, Mulayam Singh Yadav being a true follower of Ram Manohar Lohia, he said Lohia Log karke ek sangathan bhi rakha tha. Janeshwar Mishra, Brijbhushan Tiwari and Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav used to be there in opposite Shastri Bhavan. It was his house at that time. I have been visiting in Delhi Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav several times. As defense minister, he was able to understand the defense system because he succeeded Mr. Sharad Pawar. Therefore, all the official briefings, Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's understanding of international defense policies, international relations were also with aplomb. And especially Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, also who studied in Australia for several years, also knows that, the nuances of defense deals. Once, according to my understanding, in Central Hall of Parliament, Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav was the person to call all the journalists in Central Hall and said, I am going to support 1, 2, 3 nuclear deal bill, and it is not going to affect the Indian Muslims. There was a bogey created by one section of the community, one section of the politicians, that nuclear deal of Dr. Manmohan Singh in the UPA regime was against Muslim, but it is Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav who neutralized it. Apart from that, Mulayam Singh Yadav's association with Karpuri Thakur and also with some socialist parties is all memorable days. And I have been reporting as a young reporter in Indian Express. I have written a lot of stories about Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav as a chief minister. Even during the demolition of Ram and the Babri Masjid, he was the chief minister. Those days were very, very, very political hot days. Mulayam Singh Yadav did not lose his control, and he was able to control the administration and the police mechanism. The only simple point is, it is a loss to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. We pray for this, the soul rest in peace. They must give strength to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav because he is now orphaned politically. The Satpal Yadav, his brother, and the Ram Gopal Yadav, his cousin, they will all now being a question mark of Mr. Akhilesh Yadav's future. I see the Samajwadi future is little now without Mulayam Singh Yadav. It's very difficult for Akhilesh Yadav to continue. And this morally, this will also affect Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, who is also having a fragile health. Though they are, Sambandhis, they have got that.
No, of course, there has been a very close relationship on and off as far as political and also personal is concerned between the Samajwadi Party and the RJD. But Ashutosh, I'm just going to quickly read a tweet that is coming in from Mayawati, the former UP Chief Minister as well, because she goes on to say, and I quote, that Samajwadi Party के नेता व यूपी के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के आज निधन हो जाने की खबर से अति दुखद हूं और उनके परिवार के सभी शुभचिंतकों के प्रति मेरी गहरी संवेदना। कुदरत उन सबको इस दुख की घटना से आगे बढ़ने की और सहन करने की शक्ति दे। Ashutosh, this has been also the alignment that Samajwadi Party had during the time of Kashiram ji, because that is the association that Mulayam Singh Yadav and Kashiram had, especially in the time when they were ruling. He became the chief minister.
Unfortunately, Samajwadi Party, the BSP could not remain united. I think that's one of the greatest tragedies of Indian politics and especially of the UP, because if they had been together, the communal forces would not have emerged so powerful in the country. Mulayam Singh Yadav will always be remembered as one of the last socialist leaders this country has produced, along with Lalu Prasad Yadav. And that was the time when politics was done on the lines of ideologies. Mulayam Singh Yadav will also be remembered as one of the practitioners of the old politics in this country. The politics in this country has totally and completely changed, but he remained a practitioner of the old politics. But Mulayam Singh Yadav's contribution will be most remembered in decades and the centuries as somebody who represented the emergence of the OBC politics in this country, and he fought for them, and he was most instrumental in empowering the OBCs and making them realize that only a particular caste has no right to be the ruler. Other castes who were left behind in the history, in the Indian civilization, they also have a right to share power with those who had been in power for centuries or thousands of years.
So when it comes to socialist ideas and beliefs, and he's been a long-standing leader there, leading the state of Uttar Pradesh as a 3-time chief minister, and of course his stint even at the center as well. UP government has now announced a 3-day state mourning on the demise of veteran politician Mulayam Singh Yadav ji. His last rites, we are told, that will be also performed with full state honors.
समाजवादी पार्टी ऐसा समाज बनाना चाहती है जो किसी की कृपा पर न रहे, अपने पैरों पर खड़ा हो, किसी के सामने उसको कभी सर और हाथ न फैलाना पड़े, न सिर झुकाना पड़े। ये समाजवादी पार्टी है।
Twice he came close to realize his prime ministerial ambitions. On both occasions, the last mile proved too long. Walking with his rustic swagger, Netaji betraying no sign of his disappointment.
हम लोग राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलके आए हैं और अपना दावा पेश कर दिया है और सभी लीडर से दावा पेश कर दिया है और देवे गौड़ा हमारे लीडर हैं। बीजेपी को समर्थन नहीं कर सकते या बीजेपी द्वारा जो भी समर्थन होगा दल उसको नहीं करेंगे और सेकुलर फोर्सेस जो गवर्नमेंट बने उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
The master politician playing in master class, even as H.D. Deve Gowda nudged past him to become the Prime Minister of the United Front government in 1996.
To all manners of people, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister.
But in just 10 months, Gowda was out.
The United Front has resolved once again not to lend support either to the Congress or to the BJP in forming the government.
Once again, Mulayam fancied his chances for the top prize.
Who will form the government is the big question. It depends if the leader, the United Front nominates, is acceptable to the Congress.
Yet again, another rank outsider, I.K. Gujral, stole a march over Mulayam.
Or shall become known to me as Prime Minister of the Union, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister.
Three years later, in 1999, it was Mulayam's turn to scuttle Sonia Gandhi's plans.
I have given the President the list of my supporters, which numbers 233. Since the number does not add up to the requisite figure, I will continue to discuss the matter with those who voted in the motion of confidence.
इसके लिए कांग्रेस को यूनिलैटरली कोई डिसीजन सरकार बनाने के लिए नहीं लेना चाहिए। समाजवादी पार्टी से कांग्रेस ने कोई बात ही नहीं की।
Not just Sonia, it was a lesson for all not to ever take the Samajwadi Party founder for granted. The wrestler turned politician grew up worshipping the ideas of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia. Very clearly, he hitched his electoral fortunes with Chaudhry Charan Singh's party. In the late 1980s, he was with Janata Dal when VP Singh rode to power in Delhi.
Congratulations.
And in Lucknow, the man from Saifai landed in the chief minister's chair. But history repeated itself. Like the earlier non-Congress government of 1977, the National Front government didn't take long to collapse. By 1992, Mulayam had gone solo to form the Samajwadi Party. Ironically, the Babri demolition bolstered Mulayam. And in 1993, he was back as Chief Minister with Mayawati's support. The BSP-SP partnership soured in 18 months. Things turned very ugly when Mayawati was attacked inside the state guest house in Lucknow. Mulayam's government fell, and the very next day, Mayawati was sworn in as Chief Minister with BJP's backing. The bitter fallout made them sworn enemies for over 2 decades. It took the unstoppable march of this man to bring them together in 2019.
खासकर 2 जून 1995 के घटित हुए लखनऊ गेस्ट हाउस कांड से भी ऊपर रखते हुए, यानी कि देश व जनहित को इस कांड से भी ऊपर रखते हुए एक बार फिर हमने आपस में चुनावी समझौता करने का फैसला लिया है.
When he was turfed out in Lucknow, Mulayam moved to the national stage in 1996. He was the defense minister in the ragtag United Front government.
Well, that of course is a small tribute to Mulayam Singh Yadav, who is unfortunately no more. Full state honours are going to be given to him as he gets buried. Of course, state mourning has also been announced. Let me go across to poet turned politician Kumar Vishwas, who's joining us on the phone. Mr. Vishwas, what are your lasting impression ki unki legacy kis tarah ki rahegi Mulayam Singh Yadav ki, not just his own political legacy but unki party ki bhi legacy?
देखिए, पार्टी तो अब उनके बेटे के हाथ में है, वो ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से आगे चलाएंगे, क्या करेंगे, लेकिन जमीनी रूप में नेताजी की परंपरा भारत में और उत्तर प्रदेश में तो ये है कि एक भी आदमी अगर प्रधानों की राजनीति करेगा, गांव की राजनीति करेगा, अगर ब्लॉकों की राजनीति करेगा, तो वो मुलायम सिंह यादव से प्रेरित होगा, क्योंकि वो इस उत्तर प्रदेश के आखिरी जमीनी नेताओं में थे. आज हमारे जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं बहुत लोकप्रिय हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने इतना ट्रैवल नहीं किया है. उनके बेटे भी बहुत लोकप्रिय हैं, उन्होंने इतना ट्रैवल नहीं किया है. नेताजी ने गांव गए थे नेताजी, और एक एक व्यक्ति को पहचानते थे. मेरे पास तो ऐसे अनगिनत संस्मरण है जो मेरे प्रति बड़ा स्नेह का भाव उनके मन में था. बहुत समय पर हमने उनकी आलोचना की कविताएं लिखी, मंच से उनके बारे में आलोचनात्मक बातें कही, हंसी मजाक में, कवि सम्मेलनों में, लेकिन कभी भी नेताजी जब आमने सामने मिले तो उनका हाथ सदा पीठ पर रहा या मेरे सिर पर रहा, और कैसे हो और क्या चल रहा है, ये जो डायलॉग है विपक्षियों से भी करना, विरोधियों से भी करना, आलोचकों से भी करना, समर्थकों से भी करना, पत्रकारों से भी करना, ये बहुत कम नेता करते हैं. और ये पद पे रहते हुए भी किया और पद से नीचे रहते हुए भी किया. तो इस समय जब पैराशूटर्स की राजनीति है, जब दूसरे प्रकार के लोगों की राजनीति है, प्रबंधकों को नेता बनाया जा रहा है, जो प्रबंधन करते हैं, चुनाव का करते हैं, पैसे का करते हैं, ऐसे समय में जमीनी लोगों को राजनीति में लाना और उन्हें आगे ले जाना, ये नेताजी ही करा सकते थे. और आप देखिए ध्यान से उनके पॉलिटिकल कैरियर पे, जिन लोगों ने उनके खिलाफ काम किया, जिन लोगों ने उनके खिलाफ बहुत काम किया, उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी में उन्हें भी ज्वाइन कराया कभी कभी, और अप्रत्याशित राजनीतिक फैसलों के लिए जाने जाते थे, जिससे सामने वाला चौंक जाता था. क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि अखाड़े के पहलवान थे, अखाड़े में लड़कर आए थे, तो उनको आखिरी वक्त पर नेताजी कौन सा ताव मारेंगे ये पूरा भारत नहीं जान सकता था. और 2 दशक तो ऐसे थे जिसमें नेताजी की पॉलिटिकल इंपॉर्टेंस इतनी ज्यादा थी कि उनके माध्यम से ही देश में चीजें तय होती थी कि देश कैसे चलेगा और देश में नेतृत्व क्या रहेगा.
ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग आपने बात की कि उनका जो पूरा जर्नी था अखाड़ा से लेके दिल्ली दरबार तक रहा है. डू यू थिंक द फैक्ट दैट उनका जो ओरिजिन्स है वो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे, आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि हर बार जब मिलते थे पीठ पे हाथ उनका जरूर रहता है, वो जो एक ग्रास रूट कनेक्ट जो वो कर पाते थे वो आजकल बहुत कम ही लोग शायद कर पाए.
मैं एक व्यक्ति को उनसे मिलवाने ले गया जो उनकी पार्टी में ही काम करते थे. जब उन्हें पता चला कि नेताजी का मेरे प्रति स्नेह है तो मुझसे बोले कि मुझे मिलवा दीजिए. वो हमारे यहाँ के सजपा के नेता थे, समाजवादी जनता पार्टी जो चंद्रशेखर जी ने बनाई थी. तो मैं उन्हें ले गया, मैंने कहा नेताजी ये मेरे पिताजी के शिष्य हैं और आपकी पार्टी के लीडर हैं और बड़े मेहनती हैं और हमारे बड़े भाई जैसे हैं, इनसे मिलिएगा. तो बोले कहाँ रहते हो, तो उन्होंने अपना गाँव बताया कि मैं उस गाँव का रहने वाला हूँ जी फला. बोले तुम्हारे गाँव तो हम गए हैं. तो उसने कहा साहब मेरे गांव कैसे गए? बोले एक बार चंद्रशेखर जी गए थे. तो बोले वो तो माँ के श्राद्ध में आए थे. बोले हाँ तो उन्हीं के साथ गया था. तो मतलब वो व्यक्ति कहने में शर्मा रहा था, लेकिन नेताजी ने कहा. तो एक एक गांव जानना, एक एक रास्ता जानना. जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे सड़क पर, वो अचानक अपने कैबिनेट से कहते थे कि यार वो फला चाय वाला वहां हमारा एक व्यक्ति है, वो चाय बनाता है, वहां रोक लेना गाड़ी, या फला गाँव में से घुमा लेना, फला आदमी रहता है. ये जो आज पारंपरिक घर मिले हुए हैं इस विपक्ष की आंधी, मतलब विपक्ष के समय में भी अखिलेश यादव जी को जो पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में जगह जगह फुटप्रिंट्स मिले हुए हैं, ये फुटप्रिंट नेताजी ने पैदल चल के बनाए हैं. ये उनकी कमाई है एक्चुअली. तो समाजवादी आंदोलन इस समय जैसा भी खड़ा हुआ है उसमें जिन लोगों का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है, उसमें लोहिया की पाठशाला में पढ़े हुए और जनेश्वर मिश्र जैसे अध्यापक के द्वारा गढ़े हुए मुलायम सिंह यादव जैसे नेता का जाना भारतीय पॉलिटिक्स में, भारतीय राजनीति में बहुत बड़ा शून्य है। और हम उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों के लिए, तो मैंने पहले भी कई बार कहा है कि आप नेताजी के निर्णयों से सहमत असहमत रहे हो सकते हैं, हम भी उसके निर्णयों से असहमत रहे हैं, लेकिन हम यूपी के लोगों के लिए नेताजी एक मनुष्य नहीं थे।
कुमार विश्वास जी, जब आपने कुछ बोला हो उनके अगेंस्ट या मंच पे कुछ बोला हो, मगर फिर भी उनका जो नेचर है, उनका जो व्यवहार था आपके साथ वैसा ही रहा?
इटावा में ही, वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, 2007 की बात है, कवि सम्मेलन चल रहा था और मैं संचालन कर रहा था। एक राजस्थान के कवि ने कोई कविता पढ़ दी जिससे वो असहमत थे और उन्होंने पीछे से थोड़ा रिएक्शन दे दिया कि भाई ये बात तो गलत है, आप ऐसा ठीक से बोलिए। उन्होंने अटल जी के लिए सम्मानजनक शब्द नहीं लगाया, उन्होंने कहा भाई अटल मत बोलिए, अटल जी तो बोलिए। वो कवि उखड़ गया हत्थे से और वो बेचारा बड़ा शर्मा के बैठ गया। मैं माइक पर खड़ा हुआ, मैंने कहा नेताजी ये ठीक बात नहीं है, आप मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं इसी लोकतंत्र के कारण जहां व्यक्ति को बोलने की आजादी है और आपने कवि को रोक दिया। उनकी जनता थी, उनके लोग थे, फिर भी वो खड़े हुए मेरे कंधे पे हाथ रखा और कहा देखो वो बात नहीं है, सब बोलो, कोई बात नहीं है, पर भाई जरा सभ्यता से बोलो, भाई देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। अब माहौल गर्म हो गया तो मैंने कविता पढ़ी और मैंने उन्हें बड़ा प्रसन्न किया, लेकिन उन्होंने ध्यान रखा कि दोनों कवियों को उनके कार्यकर्ता कुछ ना कहें। उन्होंने उदय प्रताप जी से कहा पुलिस वालों से कहना इन दोनों कवियों को ट्रेन में बिठा के आए, ट्रेन जब चल जाए तब लौट के आए ये। और फिर मुझे 2 दिन बाद फोन कराया और मुझे कहा भाई वो थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हो गया था, हमको भी रिएक्ट करना चाहिए था, वो कवि जी ठीक है, नेताजी नेताजी ठीक है, उन्हें मेरी ओर से बोल देना कभी आओ लखनऊ तो लेके आना। ये कितनी बड़ी बात है कि एक नेता एक कवि से असहमत होने के बाद भी कह रहा है कि मैं उन्हें कभी लेके आना। तो मेरे साथ ऐसे बहुत संस्मरण है। 82 वर्ष आयु कोई ऐसी नहीं थी कि वो चाहते, उनका स्वास्थ्य, उन्होंने मेहनत बहुत की थी, जीवन में श्रम बहुत किया था, तो उनका स्वास्थ्य थोड़ा खराब रहता था, लेकिन मैं उन्हें अपनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं और मैं आशा करता हूं कि भारत के राजनेता उनकी जमीनी पकड़ से निर्णय लेंगे और जनता के सरोकार के साथ जुड़ेंगे।
कुमार विश्वास जी, थैंक यू so much श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए, because this is Netaji, a man that everyone has loved, but more importantly a man who has canvassed his entire life working for the poor, from his journey as a socialist to becoming the OBC stalwart. Let me also go across to Mahendra Nath Pandey, who's joining us, a union minister. Mahendra Nath Pandey जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि मुलायम जी, जो नेताजी जो उनको प्यार से बोला जाता है, उनकी जो लास्टिंग लेगेसी है, ही मे बी नो मोर, मगर उनकी क्या लेगेसी रहेगी, उनके जाने के बाद भी लोग उनको कैसे याद करेंगे?
निश्चित तौर से एक ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि के सामान्य जनजीवन से निकल करके देश के सबसे बड़े राज्य उत्तर प्रदेश में एक लंबे समय तक अपना प्रभाव रखने वाले, देश भारतवर्ष में अपना एक महत्वपूर्ण राजनीतिक स्थान रखने वाले मुलायम सिंह यादव जी को लोग बड़े लंबे कालखंड तक हमेशा याद करेंगे। और उन्होंने लोहिया जी के साथ, चौधरी चरण सिंह जी के साथ अपनी राजनीतिक प्रारंभिक जिंदगी शुरू कर और उसे निरंतर स्थापित किया और वो समाज में जमीनी जुड़ाव के एक सबसे प्रभावी नेता के रूप में देश में माने जाते रहे हैं और इस रूप में हमेशा उन्हें याद किया जाए।
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू सो मच पांडे जी हमारे साथ बनने के लिए। लेट मी ऑल्सो गो अक्रॉस टू अनदर पर्सन हु हैज for very long seen the kind of work that Netaji has done on the ground. Joining us on our show, Swami Prasad Maurya ji, also Prahlad Patel ji is also there with us. Swami Prasad Maurya ji, if I can come to you first. Ideologically, उनका आइडियोलॉजी, आपके पार्टी का आइडियोलॉजी दोनों साइड पे रहे हैं. You have been rivals, political rivals, मगर आज भी उनकी रिस्पेक्ट बरकरार है.
देखिए, स्वाभाविक रूप से नेताजी श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी समाजवादी आंदोलन और चौधरी चरण सिंह जी के किसान आंदोलन से जुड़े हुए एक ऐसे बड़े नेता थे जिन्होंने संघर्ष के बलबूते उत्तर प्रदेश में 3 बार मुख्यमंत्री और केंद्र में रक्षा मंत्री होते हुए आम लोगों के लिए राजनीति किया। गरीब, मजदूर, किसान और गरीब तथा पिछड़े कमजोर तबके के लोगों की लड़ाई हमेशा लड़ते रहे और यही कारण है कि मुलायम सिंह जी के आज करोड़ों चाहने वाले लोग हैं। आज एक लंबी बीमारी के बाद हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे। स्वाभाविक रूप से आज पूरा देश दुखी है। एक ऐसा बड़ा नेता खोया है जिसकी भरपाई नहीं हो सकती है। मुझे भी सौभाग्य मिला श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव के साथ भी राजनीति करने का। जब श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव लोक दल के सदस्य थे तो उसके साथ मुझे प्रदेश महामंत्री भी बनने का मौका मिला। उसके पहले मैं लोक दल के प्रदेश महासचिव के रूप में राजनीति की शुरुआत की थी और अंत में मुझे मुलायम सिंह मुख्यमंत्री थे तो उनके पक्ष में भी बैठने का मौका मिला, लेकिन मैंने देखा एक ऐसा बड़ा व्यक्तित्व जिसने राजनीति को आम लोगों के लिए करने का काम किया
जी।
उसने अपना स्वार्थ कभी नहीं देखा, लेकिन गरीब मजदूर के हित उनके सर्वोपरि रहे। और यहाँ तक कि एक ऐसा भी वाकया आया जब रायबरेली में किसान आंदोलन को लेकर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था, मैं घायल हुआ था, अस्पताल में भर्ती था, लोकल में था, उसमें नेताजी अखबार की खबर पकड़ के मुझको देखने अस्पताल पहुंच गए थे। यानी वो कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए अंतिम हद तक
जी
सुख और दुख दोनों में साथ खड़े होते थे। यही कारण है कि मुलायम सिंह अन्य नेताओं से बहुत ऊपर थे और यही कारण है कि आज उनके न रहने पर पूरा उत्तर प्रदेश और पूरा देश दुखी है।
आपसे जब मिलते थे एक पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के जैसे, एक नेता के जैसे, वो कैसे मिलते थे?
बहुत मिलनसार थे, बहुत मृदुल स्वभाव के थे, कार्यकर्ताओं के दिलों में राज करते थे और कार्यकर्ताओं के दुख सुख में हमेशा सम्मिलित होते थे। कहीं किसी कार्यकर्ता पर कोई आफत आई या उसके यहाँ कोई खुशखबरी आई तो दोनों वक्त में उसके यहाँ मौजूद दिखाई पड़ते थे। ये मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का एक ऐसा गुण था जो अन्य नेताओं में कभी दिखाई नहीं पड़ता है।
Let me also go across to other voices which are coming in. स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी, आप ये बताइए कि पार्टी का क्या होगा, समाजवादी पार्टी का क्या होगा विदाउट इट्स मार्गदर्शक?
देखिए, एक चीज सुनिए, समाजवादी एक आंदोलन है। डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया, आचार्य नरेंद्र देव जी के बाद श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी एक ऐसे बड़े नेता थे जिन्होंने उसको लंबा अपने मेहनत से, संघर्ष से, खून पसीने से उसको सींचा, आगे बढ़ाया। आज श्री नेताजी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने उस डॉक्टर को श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के हाथों में सौंपी है। स्वाभाविक रूप से अखिलेश यादव जी के साथ उनका आशीर्वाद है और अखिलेश यादव जी के नेतृत्व में ये समाजवादी आंदोलन आगे भी फलता फूलता रहेगा और स्वाभाविक रूप से यही उनके अंतिम श्रद्धांजलि होगी कि हम उनके इस आंदोलन को आगे बढ़ाएं और गरीबों की लड़ाई को आगे लड़ते रहें, उनके सम्मान स्वाभिमान को लड़ते रहें। यही सही मायने में सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के लिए होगी।
Bilkul. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Let me also get you a voice coming in from one of his alliance partners of the JDU. The KC Tyagi has this to say. Listen in to the voices coming in mourning the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav. In fact, KC Tyagi says that he was a fearless leader and he will always be remembered for that. We'll be getting you what his exact words are, but today it is the kind of legacy that has been left behind by Mulayam Singh Yadav that not just his party members, his alliance partners, but even his political rivals have mourned his demise. Listen in to KC Tyagi.
Joining me at the moment is Mr. KC Tyagi. Sir, he leaves behind a legacy. How do you look at his legacies?
मैं मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ लगभग 40 साल तक साथ रहा हूँ और राजनीति की है। वो जब सपा के अध्यक्ष बने थे तो मैं उनके साथ महामंत्री था। कई चुनाव हम लोगों ने साथ लड़े और जितनी लड़ाइयाँ उन्होंने अपने जीवन काल में लड़ी हैं, चाहे वो बराबरी की हो, चाहे वो आरक्षण की हो, चाहे वो बाबरी मस्जिद राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन की हो, उन सब लड़ाइयों में मैं साथ रहा हूँ। वो जोखिम भरे व्यक्तित्व के मालिक थे। उत्तर प्रदेश के गरीब गुरबा लोगों को, जो वीकर सेक्शन के लोग हैं, उनको उन्होंने जीना लड़ना सिखाया और उनके निधन से समाजवादी जो आंदोलन है उसने अपना आज सबसे बड़ा नेता खो दिया। डॉक्टर लोहिया और चरण सिंह के बाद वो कमेरी लोगों की, मेहनतकश लोगों की, वीकर सेक्शन के लोगों की, जिनको जस्टिस की जरूरत है, उन लोगों की लड़ाई लड़ते थे। आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है तो एक अध्याय भी समाप्त होगा। ना उनके जैसा कोई है, ना उनके जैसा कोई होगा।
सर, आपने कहा आप 40 साल तक उनके साथ थे, आपका ऑफ कोर्स बहुत सारा इंटरैक्शन रहा होगा। सबसे यादगार चीज़ें आपके लिए क्या रही हैं मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के बारे में?
नहीं, वो बहुत एक सहृदय इंसान थे, कम लोगों की जानकारी में है। पॉलिटिकली उनको एक विलेन के रूप में पेश किया गया। राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन के बाद वो पार्टी के छोटे से छोटे, बड़े से बड़े कार्यकर्ता के लिए मोहब्बत से भरे रहते, उनकी ब्याह शादी में जाते थे, उनकी ब्याह शादी कराते थे और जो आखिरी पंक्ति के लोग हैं उनके परिवार को वो आगे बढ़ाने का काम करते थे। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को मौका देते थे जिन्हें कभी मौका नहीं मिला। उन्होंने लंबी यहाँ से रथ यात्रा एक बार शुरू की थी, 1996 में मैं उसके भी साथ था। फिर वो जब मुख्यमंत्री का चुनाव लड़ रहे थे विषम परिस्थितियों में, उस लड़ाई में भी मैं उनके साथ रहा। मैं जनता दल का जब विभाजन हुआ है तो मैं उस समय उनके साथ इसलिए नहीं रह पाया क्योंकि हम लोग वीपी सिंह के साथ थे। लेकिन उसके बाद में जब उन्होंने दोबारा लड़ाई शुरू की तो 93 से लेकर के बाद तक मैं उनके
Well, in fact, let's go across to Amir Haq, our bureau chief, who's joining us. Very shortly, Amir, I believe Amit Shah will be reaching Medanta as well. What are the preparations which are being done on the ground? This is, of course, going to be a moment to remember, a moment for the whole state to mourn.
Well, yes, you see, it's been, I'm right outside the Samajwadi Party office, and Vijay will show you the visuals outside the Samajwadi Party office here. You know, on such an occasion, ideally a large number of party workers would have congregated here, large number of leaders would have come here, but so far, you know, mostly media persons, media teams seen outside the Samajwadi Party office. Mulayam Singh Yadav's house is just a few paces away on the other side of the road, but you know, because it's been raining consistently for the last 2 to 3 days, and even now, you know, it's been raining since early morning. Very few people have been able to turn up here, and perhaps people are waiting to get a word from the party office itself as to what is the program ahead, as to whether the
There seems to be a bit of a problem there. As you can see, the rains too. Many would say the skies are crying for Netaji, the demise, unfortunately, of a man who has been quite a stalwart in Indian politics, the icon of the socialist movement, a giant of Indian politics, but also remember someone who became an OBC stalwart as well.
All right, Ela is also with us right now. Ela, if you can give us the information, we're getting to know that the Union Home Minister shortly will be reaching the Gurugram hospital.
Well, absolutely, it is a sad day for everyone in politics as well as for the people who have known Netaji, the founder of Samajwadi Party, 3 times Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, and in 2012 Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav has passed his legacy to his son Akhilesh Yadav. In morning around 8:15, Medanta has issued a press release saying that he has breathed his last, and right now I am present at Medanta hospital where the workers are gathered here of Samajwadi Party, all with tear eyes and remembering Netaji. क्या नाम है आपका?
विनय।
विनय जी, आप नेताजी को किस तरह से याद करेंगे? आज काफी दुख का दिन होगा आप लोगों पर।
मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता हूँ।
कभी मिले थे, कभी मुलाकात हुई थी नेताजी से, किस तरह से याद करते हैं आप उन्हें?
हम लोग तमाम बार मिलते थे नेताजी से। नेताजी से मिलना बहुत ही सहजता से हम लोगों से मिलते थे। हम लोग छात्र राजनीति से स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स करते थे लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी में। उसी समय हम लोग जेल चले गए। जेल के दरमियान ही नेताजी हम लोगों से मिले और बताया कि कभी डरना नहीं, कभी हिम्मत मत हारना, समाजवादी हो तो जेल तो आना जाना लगा रहेगा। तमाम वाक्य उनके साथ हम लोगों के हैं। नेताजी अभी पिछले दिन बीमार थे। हम लोग नेताजी के लिए दिन रात दुआ करते थे कि नेताजी जैसे भी हैं ठीक रहें, हम लोगों के बीच रहें। मेदांता में जब से नेताजी आए हैं हम लोगों ने तमाम मन्नतें मानी, तमाम भगवानों से प्रार्थना करी, अपने इष्ट देव से प्रार्थना करी, लेकिन आज जब नेताजी के बारे में हम लोगों को ये जानकारी मिली तो ऐसा लग रहा था ये झूठ खबर चल रही है, ये जानकारी झूठ है।
जी बिल्कुल, ये बहुत बड़ी दुख की घड़ी है, लेकिन नेताजी हर अपने कार्यकर्ता को नाम से जानते थे, नाम से संबोधित करते थे, एक एक का नाम उनको याद रहता था।
जी बिल्कुल, नेताजी की स्मरण शक्ति बहुत तेज थी।
प्रत्येक जनपद में उनके लोग चाहने वाले लोग थे, और जिसको एक बार वो मिल लेते थे, जिसको एक बार पहचान लेते थे, तो हमेशा उसका नाम लेकर के, उसके जिले का नाम लेकर के, उसकी विधानसभा का नाम लेकर के पूछते थे क्या हाल चाल है तेरे यहाँ के, क्या चल रहा है तुम्हारे यहाँ। ऐसे तमाम से किस्से नेताजी के साथ हम लोग साथ जुड़े हुए हैं।
जी बिल्कुल। The Samajwadi Party workers are gathered outside the Medanta hospital, as well as the politicians are reaching here. Akhilesh already reached here, and more politicians are expected to come. All the big names could arrive here. Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav was popularly known by this name, and he had created such an image that all the trust was lying. He was the root of Samajwadi Party.
If you could just speak some more to some of the supporters of Netaji, of Samajwadi Party, and what are their lasting impressions of Netaji? How will they always remember him as? It's important for us to understand that Netaji may be no more, but the way he has touched people and their lives is going to forever be part of the legacy that he leaves behind. So, Ila, back to you. Please speak to some of those people behind you.
Well, as you can see, the party workers are right now here gathered. Let's go across them and ask the question. आपका क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम है हरिंदर, मैं लखनऊ से आया हूँ।
एक सवाल है हमारा कि क्या छाप छोड़ी है नेताजी ने, किस तरह से आप उन्हें याद करेंगे और किस तरह से आप हमेशा उनको याद करते रहेंगे, किस तरह की तस्वीरें हैं जो आप हमारे साथ समय
नेताजी एक केवल राजनेता नहीं थे, वो एक विचारधारा थे। वो पूरे प्रदेश के दबे कुचले पिछड़े वंचितों की वो लड़ाई लड़ते थे और सबके हुकूमत के लिए उन्होंने पूरे 50 सालों तक संघर्ष किया और लोगों को वो मुकाम दिलवाया जिसके साथ नेताजी जुड़ते थे। नेताजी उनके हो जाते थे और जो नेताजी के साथ जुड़ता था नेताजी उनका हो जाते थे। नेताजी के लिए पूरा प्रदेश, पूरा देश आज शोक की लहर में डूबा हुआ है। नेताजी की हर यादें सबके जहन में रहेंगी। नेताजी किसी एक के लिए नेताजी नहीं थे, वो एक महान शख्सियत है और वो आजीवन सबके दिलों में रहेंगे।
कोई खास उनकी याद हो जो आप हमारे साथ इस समय शेयर करना चाहें?
जमीनी नेता थे, वो जमीन से जुड़े हुए नेता थे। वो हर जगह उनकी कोई खासियत नहीं है कि वो एक थे जिसके साथ जुड़ते थे वो उनका हो जाता था, चाहे वो मैनपुरी हो, इटावा हो, लखनऊ हो, बलिया हो, आजमगढ़ हो, जहाँ जहाँ से रहे। 8 बार उन्होंने सांसद रहे, 7 बार विधायक रहे, 1 बार MLC रहे। जीवन में सबसे कम उम्र में 22 साल की उम्र में नेताजी ने राजनीति में कदम रखी थी और तब से आज तक लेके वो धरती पुत्र आज तक कभी चुनाव नहीं हारे। लगातार वो चुनाव जीतते रहे। तो 45 साल की राजनीति जीवन में कभी भी कोई चुनाव नहीं और सारे चुनाव ऐतिहासिक मतों से जीतते थे। जनता के बीच में उनकी लोकप्रियता अपार थी। उतना लोकप्रिय नेता देश के हिंदुस्तान में आज तक कोई नहीं हुआ।
आपका क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम बीटू यादव है।
आपके साथ कोई खास याद है किस तरह से उनकी जो आखिरी मेमोरीज है उनको हमेशा आप तहे दिल से संभाल करके रखने वाले?
वो धरती से ज़्यादा चले हैं, धरती से ज़्यादा उठे हैं, इसलिए हम उनको बहुत याद करते हैं।
हम गांव से हैं, करेल से। हमारा वहाँ 2 किलोमीटर का सिर्फ हेरफेर है। एक ही बात है, ये नेताजी जैन इंटर कॉलेज है कस्बा करेल में, वहाँ से इन्होंने पढ़ाई अपनी स्टार्ट की थी।
Supporters, admirers of Netaji who are right there at the Medanta hospital where he had been receiving treatment for more than 50 days now, and there have been regular health bulletins update that has been released on part of the hospital. Unfortunately, the last statement that came in today that Netaji has passed away at around 8:16 a.m. We're getting to know that the Union Home Minister shortly will also be arriving at the private hospital there in Gurugram. Meanwhile, leading to many of those political leaders who have been now joining to pay their condolences and their tributes. There is also the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, who goes on to say that I join my father and all my colleagues in conveying our heartfelt condolences to Akhilesh Yadav and his entire family. Netaji was a towering personality and his contribution to Uttar Pradesh and the rest of the country will not be forgotten. May his soul rest in peace. So not just Omar Abdullah, we are looking at across party lines as top political leaders who have been joining in to pay their tributes to Mulayam Singh Yadav and remembering him as the tall leader, someone who commanded respect respect, especially when it comes to his fiery speeches, but also the relationship that he had also with the opposition party leaders alike. That is something that many of those leaders today, as we've been speaking with, they have been fondly remembering Mulayam Singh Yadav, also known as Netaji. So the founder of Samajwadi Party, three-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. He served also as the Union Minister of Defence. In fact, it was the word that was coined as Raksha Mantri, associated mostly with Mulayam Singh Yadav. And this is coming at a time when he's also served as the six-time member of Parliament in Lok Sabha as well. Let me go across to Aishwarya, who's also joining us live at this point. Aishwarya, we've been speaking to a lot of people who have been coming along and paying their condolences and remembering Netaji.
Well, that's right. In fact, from Prime Minister to the top leaders across the party lines, each and every one is offering their condolences to Mulayam Singh Yadav, who had passed away today. And right now we are standing just outside the Medanta hospital where he passed away. And these are the visuals. Certainly you can see that there are a lot of supporters outside Medanta hospital who have come to offer their last prayers to Mulayam Singh Yadav. In fact, as a founder of Samajwadi Party and three-time Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister who had served as Defence Minister as well, certainly a big leader and who had been respected across the party line. There are several, supporters of Mulayam Singh Yadav that we will go across and speak to them and how they remember and how they have come over here. आप लोगों से जानना चाहूँगा मेदांता हॉस्पिटल क्या आप लोग बाहर आए हैं, मुलायम सिंह जी आज नहीं रहे, सपोर्टर हैं आप उनके, किस तरीके से याद करते हैं आप?
एक समर्थक ही रहे हैं हम उनके और आज बहुत ही दुखद की बात है। 3 बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे और 7-8 बार वो विधायक रहे हैं और एक बार रक्षा मंत्री भी रहे हैं। तो उनका व्यक्तित्व शुरू से ही ऐसा था कि शुरू से ही वो अपने राष्ट्र राजनीति के एक दिग्गज रहे थे। तो आज ये बहुत हमें दुख लग रहा है जिस हिसाब से हमें ये समाचार मिला है कि वो नहीं रहे।
The supporters of Mulayam Singh Yadav have come over here outside Medanta Hospital. आप लोग किस तरीके से याद करते हैं आज मुलायम सिंह जी को? नेताजी कहा करते थे उनको तमाम उनके समर्थक। आप लोग कहाँ से और किस तरीके से याद करते हैं?
सर मैं उत्तर प्रदेश प्रतापगढ़ से हूँ। बेसिकली नेताजी की छवि जो थी, आप सर जानते ही हैं कि वो किसी पार्टी से उतना उनका मतभेद नहीं होता था। एक प्रेम और स्नेह बना के वो सबको साथ लेके चलते थे। सर इससे ज़्यादा सर मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता हूँ क्योंकि बोलने में सर प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है। क्योंकि बहुत
आप किस तरीके से याद करते हैं मुलायम सिंह यादव को? आज हमारे बीच में वो नहीं रहे हैं, एक बड़े नेता हैं जिनका तमाम राजनीतिक दल, तमाम राजनीतिक पार्टियां भी सम्मान करती है और कार्यकर्ताओं के तौर पर आप लोग किस तरीके से?
सर मैं नेताजी को इस तरह से याद करना चाहता हूँ कि नेताजी एक बहुत ही नीचे मिट्टी से जुड़े हुए इंसान थे। सबको एक साथ लेकर उन्होंने चलने का काम किया है हमेशा से और लास्ट तक हमेशा से अभी तक भी चलते चले आ रहे हैं। नेताजी के लिए कोई शब्द नहीं है, उनको हम किस तरह से बयान करें। मन बहुत दुखी है और उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति पहुँची है हमारे नेताजी को खो जाने से। दोबारा
This is not a loss for the state of Uttar Pradesh but a loss for the entire nation as well. As we are reporting just outside from Medanta Hospital, you can clearly see a lot of supporters have gathered outside over here at Medanta Hospital in Gurugram where he today took his last breath. In fact, we've been told that Lalu Prasad Yadav with his family including Tejasvi Yadav can also arrive over here sometime very soon, and it has been also said to us that Union Home Minister Amit Shah can also arrive to pay last tributes to Mulayam Singh Yadav, as Uttar Pradesh government has already decided that there would be a 3-day state mourning in the state, and also with full state honours. Mulayam Singh Yadav will be given last respect as far as state government is concerned. But here, as far as the hospital authorities are concerned, they have issued a statement as well that at around 8:14 he took his last breath, and therefore the reason perhaps now from Prime Minister to all the top individuals, as Prime Minister marked in his tweet that he is a remarkable leader, and certainly there could be also many other leaders from just not Samajwadi Party but also from different party lines who can come over here and can pay last tributes to Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Absolutely. The last couple of days, Aishwarya, his health has remained critical. He was in Medanta hospital in Gurugram, and we were keeping a track on the health bulletins that were being issued day in and out. But he was on life-saving drugs the last couple of days, and just this morning it was Akhilesh Yadav, his son, who confirmed his demise on Twitter. And ever since, it's been non-stop reactions that have been pouring in. The Prime Minister also took to Twitter to share his personal equation, his personal relationship with Mulayam Singh Yadav, and spoke of his contributions to the political scape in the country. What kind of political presence are we currently witnessing at the Medanta hospital? We're being told that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will also be visiting the hospital.
വലിയ തലയെടുപ്പോട് കൂടി ഉയർന്നു നിന്ന ഒരു നേതാവ് ഒരു പൈൽവാനായിരുന്നു നിരവധി രാഷ്ട്രീയ ഗോതകളിലെ ഏറ്റവും
Well, certainly we are being told that from Lalu Prasad Yadav to Amit Shah, these leaders can also arrive to pay the last tribute before the body will be taken to Saifai in Uttar Pradesh for the last rites. But as you can see in the visuals as well, there have been several supporters and party workers who have come over here to pay the last tributes, as we were mentioning that he was respected across the party lines, and therefore the reason perhaps the tweets which have been pouring in from Prime Minister to different other leaders, including Congress leaders, Shashi Tharoor, who has clearly stated that he has been deeply saddened by the news of passing away of Mulayam Singh Yadav. Uttar Pradesh government declaring that there will be a 3-day state mourning and demise of veteran politician Mulayam Singh Yadav. We have also seen that how Mayawati, who was a rivalry to Mulayam Singh Yadav, Samajwadi Party supremo, also tweeted and stated that she also remembers Mulayam Singh Yadav as far as the stature of him is concerned. We will also go across and we'll speak to some of the
Please try and speak to a lot of people there. There are many supporters, Karyakartas and also admirers of Netaji there, because they had been waiting actually for his recovery. But unfortunately the news came in today morning that he is no more. Please try and speak to more people.
Well, certainly there are supporters, and we'll go across to speak to the supporters over here, the Samajwadi Party workers. किस तरीके से आप लोग आज मुलायम सिंह यादव को याद करते हैं? आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, आज नेताजी हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे।
हमें बहुत दुख है इस बात का, नेताजी नहीं हमारे बीच में रहे। हमारे नेता किसान थे, बहुत कुछ किया है नेताजी ने हमारे।
आप लोग किस तरीके से याद कर रहे हैं मुलायम सिंह यादव को आज हमारे बीच में?
वो हमारे दिल में बसे हुए हैं सर। हम नहीं, आज हमारी यूपी में बहुत शोक की लहर हो गई। हम उन्होंने वो काम किए हैं, शायद न कोई नेता हुआ यूपी में ना होगा उनके आगे। वो हमारे दिल में बसे हुए हैं सर। हम जिला फिरोजाबाद से हैं, उनको बहुत कुछ कह नहीं सकते सर।
कितनी बड़ी ये क्षति मानते हैं, न केवल उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए बल्कि देश के लिए भी?
ये बहुत बड़ी क्षति है और सर शब्दों में बयां नहीं की जा सकती है। मैं तो मैनपुरी से ही आया हूं और 2-3 दिन से पड़ा हूं, जबकि मेरी मां खुद यहां पर पीड़ित है। मैं उनको दिल्ली से छोड़ के आया हूं। नेताजी की जैसे ही ये खबर सुनी है, वैसे ये भरपाई नहीं हो पाएगी। मुझे लगता है दशकों तक ये भरपाई नेताजी की नहीं हो सकती, और मैं तो बहुत पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता भी हूं और उनके लिए जितना बोला जाए उतना कम है, और वो भरपाई
सर होना मुझे नजर नहीं आता। The emotions that have been shared of the people on ground as they looked up to Mulayam Singh Yadav, popularly known also as Netaji. We'll come back to you, Aishwarya, for those live updates there. Let's talk about the life and journey, especially the long-standing career that Mulayam Singh Yadav had with, even when it comes to politics concerned. The political journey of Mulayam Singh Yadav, popularly known as Netaji, spans for more than 5 decades and is also marred by various controversies. Let's take a look at this wave of controversies as well, because they have also haunted the active political career of Mulayam Singh Yadav. But right now we're getting the images of the Union Home Minister arriving there at the private hospital in Gurugram. Aishwarya, back to you for those live updates and pictures that we're getting.
Well, there you can see Union Home Minister Amit Shah, as we are mentioning, that Mulayam Singh Yadav is respected across the party lines, and therefore the reason perhaps few days before as well, we have seen that how Defence Minister Rajnath Singh arrived at Medanta Hospital here in Gurugram to meet Mulayam Singh Yadav and Akhilesh as well. But currently we can see in these visuals Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, have now arrived over here to pay his last respects. There you can see the family members of Mulayam Singh Yadav as well crying inside the car, and they are leaving from here. Certainly it's a sad moment and a tragic news just for the family, but also for the entire state of Uttar Pradesh. Clearly just now Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrived, and we've been also told that Lalu Prasad Yadav, who is currently in the national capital, can also arrive here at Medanta Hospital in a short while from now to pay his last respects and prayers as well. But there has been also a massive security. You can also now see in the visuals, if I can tell my camera person Arindit to just pan in and show that the security has also been beefed up now, as many VIP delegates as well as the political leaders will start arriving over here. Certainly, there have been tweets which have been pouring in, and there have been supporters which have also started gathering over here, outside Medanta Hospital here in Gurugram to pay the last respects and tributes to Netaji. But certainly, there will be also many more, as there have been different schedules which have been also decided by the Uttar Pradesh government, as a 3-day state mourning have already been announced by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. We have been told that today in the evening, after top leaders will pay tribute to Mulayam Singh Yadav, his body will be taken late in the evening to Sefai, and there would be state honor that will be given by the Uttar Pradesh government over here as well. Now more leaders arriving over here. If I can tell my camera person to just pan in and show what's happening over here, as more workers of Samajwadi Party started coming in. There has been security which have been also beefed over here as far as the stature of Mulayam Singh is concerned. But certainly just now we saw that how Union Home Minister Amit Shah came in, and he will be paying his last respects as far as Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Home Minister is just reached. We're getting those live pictures that are coming in, but as far as the reactions and the condolences that have been pouring in, that has been innumerable. Let's listen into more reactions.
यहाँ की जनता रो रही है नेताजी की, लेकिन प्रभु को यही मंजूर था, उनका साथ आज तक के लिए था हम लोगों के बीच में। वो हम लोगों को नसीहत है, और हम लोगों को क्या, पूरे प्रदेश पूरे देश की नसीहत है। गरीबों पिछड़ों के लिए उन्होंने सारा जीवन संघर्ष किया, और संघर्ष करते करते यहाँ तक पहुँचे। इसलिए आज पूरा देश उनकी याद कर करके रो रहा है।
क्या यादें जुड़ी थी आपसे कुछ?
उनका जीवन बहुत सरल था। वो गांव में जब भी कभी पहले अपनी कार से आते थे, तो बीच सड़क पर अगर उनका साथी मिल गया, किसान कोई मिल गया, तो रोक लेते थे, हालचाल पूछते थे, क्या हो रहा है, कैसी फसलें हैं, कैसा चल रहा है तुम्हारा। तो इन बातों से सारे लोग बहुत प्रभावित थे। बाकी नेता इस तरह से नहीं सुनते, वो सब हवाई रहते हैं, यादव मुड़ते हैं, कारों में चलते हैं, लेकिन गांव में या किसानों को, मजदूरों को रोक कर उनके हालचाल कोई नहीं पूछता, जो नेताजी पूछा करते थे। आज हम सब लोग अनाथ हैं, इसलिए बहुत दुखी हैं।
All right, so those are some of the reactions coming in from Sefai, but that is exactly the location where the last rites of Mulayam Singh Yadav will also be carried out. Now remember, the Uttar Pradesh government has also announced 3-day state mourning on the demise of the veteran politician. Akanksha also continues to stay on with us. Akanksha, we're seeing a lot of movement at the Medanta hospital in Gurugram. We saw the convoy of Union Home Minister also enter the hospital premises. What's going on there?
Well, absolutely, these are the visuals from
from outside the hospital where the mortal remains of Mulayam Singh Yadav been kept, and just moments ago we saw how convoy of Union Minister Amit Shah just went inside, and even political leaders across the party lines are tweeting, giving tribute to him, offering condolences on his death. But these are the visuals from outside the Medanta hospital. He was admitted here in August earlier this year, but on October 2nd his health was not good, and then he was shifted to ICU and then to ventilator. And over the last week we've been getting reports and health bulletin from the hospital stating
coming
that
in from the Union Minister Piyush Goyal. Let's listen in.
प्रिय थे, बहुत लंबा समय उन्होंने देश के लिए राजनीतिक और सामाजिक दोनों दृष्टिकोण से अपना जीवन समर्पित किया। उत्तर प्रदेश और वास्तव में तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। उनका सरल स्वभाव, काफी प्यार करते थे, मुझे भी उनका आशीर्वाद सानिध्य मिलता रहता था। उनके देहांत का हमें सबको बहुत दुख है। भगवान उनकी शांति को, उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, और परिवारजनों को, अखिलेश, डिम्पल, सबको मेरी तरफ से संवेदना कि वो इस बहुत बड़े दुखद घटना को सहन कर सकें। देश के लिए क्षति हुई है और मेरा विश्वास है कि उन्होंने जो काम किया वो वर्षों वर्षों तक याद रखा जाएगा। थैंक यू।
All right, so the reactions that have been pouring in, especially when it comes to spreading across political lines, as leaders from also the BJP, the Congress, the RJD, the JDU, as they have been fondly remembering, and especially the political acumen that had been given by Mulayam Singh Yadav in his long-standing and illustrious career in politics as well, even till date, Aishwarya, his contribution and his participation has been immense.
Oh well, that's right. You know, from the times of emergency, you know, many leaders have remembered him. In fact, you know, from across the party lines, what we are witnessing since the news came in after Akhilesh Yadav tweeted, you know, there were several leaders who have tweeted. In fact, there are very emotional supporters out there outside the Medanta hospital. If we'll go across to speak to them, yes. आप भावुक हैं, नेताजी नहीं रहे, किस तरीके से याद करते हैं आज आप अपने नेता को? देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति।
सर, हम लोग के लिए यार कुछ भी बोल पाना मुश्किल है। आज देश ने कैसे नेता को खोया, समाजवाद के एक युग का अंत हुआ है। आज हिंदुस्तान में शायद ही ऐसी शख्सियत फिर पैदा ले। नेताजी ने जिस तरह से दलितों, पिछड़ों, वंचितों, शोषितों, गरीबों, मजदूरों की लड़ाई लड़ने का काम किया था। नेताजी ने हमेशा गरीबों को, किसानों की आवाज उठाई थी। हमेशा आवाज बुलंद का वो बुलंद आवाज इस हिंदुस्तान में नहीं सुनाई देगी।
आप लोग कहाँ से हैं और कहाँ से आए हैं? यहाँ पर मेदांता अस्पताल के बाहर आप लोग यहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं, किस तरीके से याद कर रहे हैं मुलायम?
मैं लखनऊ से आया हूँ। आज 5-6 दिन हम लोगों को यहाँ हो गए। मेदांता हॉस्पिटल के बाहर बैठ करके हम लोग सुबह से शाम तक, शाम से सुबह तक अपने भगवान से प्रार्थना करते थे कि नेताजी ठीक हो जाए, ठीक हो जाए। आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी जब यहाँ से निकलते थे, उनके चेहरे को देख करके उनकी भावना को हम लोग पढ़ लेते थे। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी लगातार हम लोगों को इशारा करते थे कि ठीक हो जाएंगे, ठीक हो जाएंगे। नेताजी से, आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी से हम लोगों को दिल सा लगाव है। आज नेताजी की जब खबर सुनी तो मैं राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के आवास के पास भंडारा पे था। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी एकाएक वहां से भागे हम लोगों को कुछ आशंका हो गई कि कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ है। रास्ते में थे तब तक पता चला नेताजी दुनिया में नहीं रहे। हम लोग उस बात को सदमे की तरीके से लगता है कि ये झूठ है।
Believing that Netaji is no more with us, they have come all the way from Lucknow, true and loyal supporters of Mulayam Singh Yadav, clearly emotional over here outside Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where Mulayam Singh Yadav passed away today morning. There are several other supporters who are also just outside to pay their last respects, even from Uttar Pradesh, from different constituencies. Supporters have been gathering outside Akhilesh Yadav's residence here in Delhi as well from past few days when the news came in that Mulayam Singh Yadav's health is deteriorating and he is on a life-saving drugs. Yesterday in an official statement, remember, from Medanta Hospital, it has been said that he has been put on ventilator, and today morning when the news came in, certainly these supporters over here are very, very emotional. In fact, they were here from last 5 days. आप लोग से जानना चाहूँगा किस तरीके का कंट्रीब्यूशन देश के लिए जिस मुलायम सिंह यादव का आप याद करते हैं। तमाम नेता जो भी पार्टी के हों, आज सभी लोग उनको याद कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए खास तौर पर आप लोग उनके काम को कैसे याद करते हैं?
देखिए, नेताजी ने ही इस पूरे हिंदुस्तान में ये बताया था कि संघर्ष कैसे किया जाता है। समाजवादी पार्टी एक संघर्षों की पार्टी रही है। समाजवादी पार्टी का मतलब ये था कि संघर्ष के दम पर हम कैसे अपने अधिकारों को ले सकते। नेताजी समाज के दलित, पिछड़े, वंचित, शोषित अल्पसंख्यकों के लिए जो भी समाज में जिसके साथ
And what the supporter has been talking about remembering Netaji or Mulayam Singh Yadav has been also his long-standing political allies and friends that have also been going for very many years now, because they have been remembering the contributions of Mulayam Singh Yadav to politics, but also on a personal spaces where Sharad Yadav tweeting, he goes on to say कि मैं निशब्द हूँ, मेरे बड़े भाई नेताजी के निधन पर मुझे आघात लगा है, मेरे आधा जीवन उनके साथ बीता है, मैं जो कुछ भी हूँ आज इसमें मुलायम सिंह जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है, मैं हृदय की गहराइयों से उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ. So that is Sharad Yadav there remembering Mulayam Singh Yadav. Also, if we talk about political allies and friends, that has been also on a political and personal note where Lalu Prasad Yadav had also tweeted a short while back where he goes on to say कि समाजवादी पार्टी के वटवृक्ष सपा संरक्षण आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के निधन की खबर से मैं मर्माहत हूं. जहां तक देश की राजनीति में एवं वंचितों के अग्रिम पंक्ति में लाने के उनका अतुलनीय योगदान रहा है, उनकी यादें जुड़ी रहेंगी. ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है कि दिवंगत आत्मा को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे. विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि. बीरेंद्र जी इज ऑल्सो विद अस ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट टू गेट अस मोर इनसाइट्स. के बीरेंद्र जी, हम बहुत लोगों से बात कर रहे हैं, समर्थकों से बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग अभी अस्पताल के बाहर भी जुड़े हुए हैं और वो याद कर रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से जमीन से जुड़े हुए नेता थे नेताजी.
देखिए, मुलायम सिंह सच्चे अर्थों में कहा जाए तो भारतीय राजनीति का एक युग का अंत है. इसके कई कारण हैं. एक तो राम मनोहर लोहिया 60 के दशक में जब पहली बार कांग्रेस को धक्का लगा था, अब वो लगभग आधे दर्जन से ज्यादा राज्यों में वो राम मनोहर लोहिया जी का नेतृत्व था और उस लोहिया जी के नेतृत्व में कई नेता आते हैं भारतीय राजनीति में, जिसमें एक मुलायम सिंह है. बड़े ही नीचे के तबके से अपने बाहुबल पे, दल पे, दम पे उन्होंने राजनीति शुरू की. खास करके ये वो नेता है जो भारत में जो ओबीसी पॉलिटिक्स है, जो निचले दबे हुए लोग थे, जो गांव के लोग थे, जिनसे सीधा सीधा अपना उन्होंने तार जोड़ा हुआ था. अब देखिए ना, वो पहलवानी करते थे और वो एक तरह से सफाई के इलाके में इतने पॉपुलर थे कि आप चुनाव में देखिए सब कुछ होता था रहा है, लेकिन इनके चुनाव पर कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ा. तो मेरा मानना यह है कि सच्चे अर्थों में एक युग का अंत है. राम मनोहर लोहिया के बाद यदि समाजवादी नेताओं में आप हमसे पूछेंगे तो सबसे अग्रणी दर्जे का नेता मुलायम सिंह रहे हैं और जिनका आज अंत हो गया है।
जी धन्यवाद बीरेंद्र जी, आते रहेंगे हम आपके पास. Going back to Akanksha for the moment, Akanksha, so many now remembering him for his political acumen as well, the kind of support he enjoyed not just from within the Samajwadi party but across parties in the country, and that's what is being spoken of today, how he managed to make friends beyond party lines, and that's exactly what is being spoken of by his supporters as well, who are right now there mourning his demise outside Medanta hospital. If you could take us through more voices.
Well, absolutely. Let me straight away show you visuals from outside Medanta hospital where his mortal remains have been kept, and emotions are running quite high here. Let's speak to one of the Samajwadi party worker here. बहुत कुछ अच्छा काम किया था नेताजी ने, क्या कुछ आज आप याद करेंगे?
सबसे पहले तो जिस तरह से आज सुबह सुबह न्यूज़ मिली, मैं अपने होटल से सब बैग वहीं छोड़ के सीधे यहाँ आ चुका हूँ। मैं 4 दिन से यहाँ था, मैं कानपुर से हूँ। मैं रोज़ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी से पूछता था हालचाल, कहते ठीक है, मगर जिस तरह से इंफॉर्मेशन मिल रही थी हाँ वो सही नहीं थी। आज जिस तरह से ये न्यूज़ मिली है, हम सभी छोटे कार्यकर्ताओं की बहुत क्या कहें जान हम लोग की चली गई। जिस तरह से सम्मान वो नेताजी आते थे, जितना छोटे कार्यकर्ताओं को सम्मान देते थे उतना बड़ों को नहीं देते थे। मैं कैसे बताऊं, उनके जन्मदिन की एक किस्सा है। मैं सबसे आगे था, मेरी टोपी टेढ़ी हो गई थी। नेताजी मुझे 2 बार ऐसे इशारे में कहते हैं अपनी टोपी सीधी करो मुस्कुरा के। ये था एक छोटे कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए प्यार। वो प्यार हम लोग बहुत क्या कहें, किस तरह से उस प्यार को हम लोग मिस करेंगे, ये कहें शब्द ही नहीं है कुछ। बस क्या कहें, बस अब वेट किया जा रहा है, जल्द से जल्द नेताजी यहाँ निकल के उनके स्थान पर जाएंगे।
Absolutely, as you heard, people are fondly remembering him here outside the Medanta hospital. I will request my camera person to just show the scenes outside this private hospital here in Gurugram. There are a lot of Samajwadi party workers here, and his mortal remains will be taken to Safai later in the day. Also, state mourning has been announced. The Uttar Pradesh government has said that his last rites will be conducted with state honors. But this is the visuals from outside the Medanta hospital. He was here since August 21st earlier this year and was undergoing treatment here at the hospital. But on October 2nd, his health became unstable, after which he was taken to ICU, and since then he remained critical. Today at 8:16 a.m. in the morning, he passed away.
Absolutely, that news that came in on part of the health bulletins that regularly have been also updated on part of the hospital, the private hospital where he had been receiving treatment for over 2 months now. But Akhilesh Yadav, his son, has also penned a thoughtful tribute to his father. That is now coming about, as far as Akhilesh Yadav was the one who had earlier put out on the Samajwadi Party portal saying that my father is no more, and as far as Akhilesh Yadav is concerned, he and his entire family had been there at the Medanta hospital themselves, where he had been talking about leader of high esteem, who has been respected by all, an icon of the socialist movement and a giant of Indian politics. So the update that came in कि आदरणीय नेताजी का आज दिनांक 10/10/2022 को सुबह गुरुग्राम के मेदांता अस्पताल में निधन हो गया। उनका पार्थिव शरीर कल सैफई ले जाया जाएगा और कल दिनांक 11/10/2022 को दोपहर 3 बजे सैफई में ही अंतिम संस्कार होगा। That's another update coming on part of the Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh Yadav penning tributes to his father. Of course, in the recent time, as far as political changes that have been concerned in the political party of Samajwadi Party in UP have been, as far as taken to a split that has been talked about, father and son split that was talked about, the Samajwadi Party patriarch and now the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, both father and son, who have also served as former chief ministers of the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let me come back to Aishwarya for more on that, because Aishwarya, that is a very heartfelt note that has been also penned by Akhilesh Yadav. Of course, keeping differences aside, Akhilesh Yadav remembering his father Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Oh, well, that's right. And in the morning as well, it was Akhilesh Yadav who had tweeted it out and spread the news of Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise, and currently penning down his emotions towards his father that and stating him as a guru clearly in his political life. Remember, it was Mulayam Singh Yadav, who was the Samajwadi party chief in the state of Uttar Pradesh when it was given a charge to Akhilesh Yadav for the very first time when he was made the chief minister. It was nowhere and a sudden surprise to the people of Uttar Pradesh that Akhilesh, who is the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, will be the chief minister. In fact, the entire election campaign was on the shoulders of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and therefore the reason from there Akhilesh Yadav had been on a rise in his political career, and therefore the reason perhaps in his emotional tweet and his prayers.
Yes. Aishwarya, so of course he'd put out an emotional tweet. He'd confirmed the demise of his late father just this morning, and ever since we've seen the kind of reactions that have been coming in, extremely overwhelming to say the least. And one such reaction, the details of which we're putting out on our screens, is from Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister, who penned his tributes to Netaji, and he says, and I quote, it's a letter that he's written to Akhilesh Yadav. And I quote, I have learned with profound sorrow the demise of your beloved father, Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav ji today. He was a leader of high esteem who was respected by everybody, irrespective of party lines. An icon of socialist movement, and had been elected to Uttar Pradesh State Assembly and to the Lok Sabha several times. He served as Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, also as Union Minister several times. He was a great parliamentarian and a distinguished administrator who devoted his whole life to the service of the poor and other backward communities. Also saying that he along with his wife convey to him and the other family members their deepest condolences on this sad occasion. Aishwarya continues to stay on with us, and that's exactly what we've been talking about, Aishwarya. Across party lines, we see this kind of a reaction come in. Everyone really hailing the leader for his contribution to the socialist movement. Of course, he was the chief minister in the state thrice already, and his contribution has been immense. Let me quickly go across to the reaction that is coming in of Mr. Brajesh Pathak at the moment. Listen in.
हाँ, मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का जाना एक राजनीतिक रूप से बहुत बड़ी क्षति है, अपूर्णीय क्षति है। रिक्तता को भरना बहुत मुश्किल काम है और हम सब आज उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। आप देख रहे हैं कि पार्टी लाइन से हट करके लोग उनके साथ बड़े संजीदगी से लोग उन्हें दिल से याद कर रहे हैं और लोगों का मानना है कि आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने हमेशा कमज़ोर वर्गों की लड़ाई लड़ी।
All right, coming back to you, Akansha, we know that there are arrangements that are being now made so that the mortal remains can be now shifted out to the hospital there. Akansha? Aishwarya, if you can take that question. All right, as we are trying to get connected with our reporters there who are outside the private hospital where Mulayam Singh Yadav had been receiving treatment for over 2 months now, and this is also coming at a time we are told that his mortal remains will be shifted and will be taken to Saifai. The Mulayam Singh Yadav's mortal remains will be moved around noon, we are told, to Saifai via the Yamuna-Agra-Lucknow Expressway as well. We'll be also talking about a lot of his political journey as well, the popularity as well, as Mulayam Singh Yadav has been known also as Netaji.
So yes, his political career spans for more than 5 decades and is marred with various controversies. We take you through the details. Let's take a look at the sway of controversies that haunted Mulayam Singh Yadav's active political career on several occasions.
In more than 5 decades in public life, Mulayam Singh saw many memorable highs, punctured with some incredible lows. And like any long-serving politician, a string of controversies against his name. When he was sworn as Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for the first time, the Ayodhya movement was on the ascendant. Hundreds of car sevaks had descended near the site where the Babri Masjid stood. Mulayam had vowed to protect the Babri structure, but when car sevaks defied the curfew, police were ordered to use force. A brutal lathi charge was followed by firing. Several car sevaks were killed,
एक भाई दूसरे भाई का खून का प्यासा बनाने की साजिश चली जा रही है।
From that day, Mulayam had become an untouchable for the Hindutva camp. While the Babri side lauded him, many called him Maulana Mulayam.
ये सही है, मुझे अफसोस है कि मस्जिद बचाने में 16 लोगों की जानें मौके पे गई, मौके पे, और घायल बहुत हुए। उसका मुझे अफसोस है, दुख है, हमेशा रहेगा। सोचता हूँ कभी कभी, लेकिन देश की एकता के लिए हमको मस्जिद बचानी पड़ी, हमारे सच्चावनों को गोली चलानी पड़ी।
Being a savvy political player, Mulayam could strike a friendship if it pushed his power play. One such alliance was with the Bahujan Samaj Party in December 1993. It gave Netaji his second term as Chief Minister. But the SP-BSP alliance ran into rough weather in 18 months. When Mulayam sensed the BSP was considering breaking the alliance, Samajwadi Party hordes barged inside the state guest house where Mayawati was meeting her legislators. The SP goons ran riot, thrashing BSP workers and MLAs. Later, Mayawati said she was alive because she had locked herself.
2 जून 1995 की जो गेस्ट हाउस कांड जो हुआ था उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में, और उस समय श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे और मेरे ऊपर जो जानलेवा हमला कराया।
It was during his second tenure as Chief Minister that Uttarakhand statehood demand had gained traction. Protesters were heading to Delhi and Mulayam's government was bent on stopping them near Muzaffarnagar. Violent clashes followed and several people died in the police firing and lathi charge. The brutality of the police under Mulayam shocked the country. The anger against Mulayam echoed on the streets of Delhi. While the nation was numbed by the Nirbhaya rape case, there was also widespread public anger. He was in the house when the rape law was amended. But soon after, on the campaign trail, he sent out a disgusting message.
अब दोस्ती है लड़के लड़कियों, अब बाद में उनका मतभेद हो गया, और मतभेद जब हो गया तो लड़की जाके बयान देती कि मेरे साथ रेप किया। क्या रेप में फांसी दी जाएगी? 3 लड़के हैं, गलती हो जाती है तो 3 को भी फांसी दे दी बम्बई में।
Whether it was a poorly framed argument or outright misogyny, those words haunted Mulayam.
महिलाओं, स्पेशली दलित महिलाओं पे जब इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं तो क्यों देश में जनता में वो आक्रोश नहीं होता है? बिकॉज इट इज इक्वली द वायलेंस ऑन वुमेन विच इज अदरवाइज। जो 16 दिसंबर एंटी गैंग रेप में हमने देखा था, तो क्यों इन इंसिडेंट्स पे हमारा वो आउटरीच नहीं दिखता है?
He may have kept his ears to the ground, but his boys will be boys comment was revealing the politician in him was falling behind the times. Bureau Report, Times Now.
Well, that was Mulayam Singh Yadav's brush with controversy in the past, but he's also been a very tall leader in the House. He took the floor by surprise, especially when he had to wish Prime Minister Narendra Modi on becoming the Prime Minister for the second term on the last day of the Lok Sabha before the 2019 general elections happened. Take a look.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने भी सबसे मिलजुल करके और सबका काम किया। ये सही है कि हम जब मिले किसी काम के लिए कहा तो आपने उसी पर ऑर्डर किया। ये मैं आपका यहाँ पर आदर करता हूँ, सम्मान करता हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको लेके चलने का पूरा प्रयास किया। तो आपने जिससे सभा को चलाया है और सबको रखना बड़ा कठिन काम है, लेकिन फिर भी आपके खिलाफ कोई नहीं बोलता है, न आप पर कोई टिप्पणी करता है। इसे विशेष बधाई और धन्यवाद आपको देता हूँ। तो मैं चाहता हूँ, मेरी कामना है कि जितने माननीय सदस्य हैं दोबारा फिर जीत जाए। ये हमारी इच्छा है। तो ये सब करेंगे। तो ये भी चाहता हूँ, हम लोग इसका इतना बहुमत नहीं आ सकते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी आप फिर बने प्रधानमंत्री।
Well, Mr. Shahid Siddiqui is with us on the broadcast. Of course, we got the unfortunate news of the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav, but we were just listening to his past anecdotes and how exactly he established a reputation. His personality was such for not just partnering, not just with friends, but also with foes and rivals alike.
He was one of those leaders who translated Dr. Lohiya's ideas of socialism in reality on ground. And he was actually a Dharti Putra who had his ear to the ground, who knew what was happening in every village, every panchayat in Uttar Pradesh. And therefore, he was, Dr. Ambedkar or Dr. Lohiya were great intellectuals. But Mulayam Singh was not an intellectual. He was a man of action, and he was able to translate those ideas, those ideologies on ground. And he was a Samajwadi because he had full faith in that. But he realized that in India, class struggle doesn't work. It has to be caste struggle, which Dr. Lohiya also said. And that's why he became a great leader, one of the greatest leaders of modern India, especially of Uttar Pradesh. He was secular, not just because he wanted Muslim votes, because he had conviction that India can move forward, UP can develop only when everybody comes together. So he believed in inclusive India.
No, absolutely, because he had his brief allies and coalition, whether when it comes to the BJP, whether it comes to the BSP, however short-lived they have been, but changing the dynamics of the then undivided Uttar Pradesh, also emerging as a major political force. The contribution, sir, if you can tell us about Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, because we are getting the inside pictures also, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था, उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था, पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी, वही देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लपेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे। साथियों, इस बार मैं
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there himself remembering the times when Mulayam Singh Yadav, however, we've been talking about his personality as well and how he was a force to reckon with in the state of Uttar Pradesh. But when it comes to the inside pictures that are coming in from the hospital where he had been receiving treatment, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who had reached the private hospital a short while back, and he is now offering his condolences and prayers and also wishes to the family as they are at this point of grief and sadness, as shortly the mortal remains will be moved out of the hospital as well. So the kind of assurances we know that ever since Mulayam Singh Yadav was shifted to the Gurugram hospital, we know the assurances that came in, not just from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but leaders from political lines spread across from different political parties who kept themselves updated on his health, on his well-being, and they continuously were praying for his speedy recovery. And the Union Home Minister there, we're getting the inside pictures, paying his homage to Mulayam Singh Yadav. Shahid, sir, if I can come back to you on that, because we just played out what Mulayam Singh Yadav had said on the floor of the House while he was praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, being political rivals and foes does not stand when Mulayam Singh Yadav was there, when his continuous support was seen and witnessed by one and all.
I knew Mulayam Singh Yadav for last 4 decades, from 1980 onwards. I never saw him, condemning even his worst opponent. He differed very strongly, but he never made it into a personal enmity or personal opposition. So he had great respect for Modi ji, for even Yogi ji, despite his disagreements. I was responsible. He met Kashi Ramji, who is the biggest rival, at my house in Nizamuddin for the first time. And I could see that he was ready to compromise. He was ready to come down. He was a very pragmatic person. So he was not one of those who believed that, old world politicians who didn't believe that political differences meant political enmity. No, sir. You could work together, you could work very closely, you could agree on so many things, that's what he did. He openly did it. I mean, he didn't hide it. His differences with BJP were very, very open. He always fought BJP in Uttar Pradesh. But when it came to personal relationship, he had very good relationship with Atalji. Atalji, he was very, very close to Atalji. Atalji used to take his advice on so many things. He never had any differences with Atalji. And same with Modi ji or others. I mean, even with the Congress leaders. I know I was present when he met Rajiv Gandhi, and Rajiv Congress supported him after the BJP withdrew support in 1991. And he met Rajiv Gandhi. Despite his all life opposition to Congress party, his politics came into existence because of opposition to Congress. He was in emergency jails. But despite that...
Absolutely, because sir, you mentioned him as a Dharti Putra. And of course, he being a former wrestler also hit the headlines, especially when he chose the very ideas and beliefs of socialism and brought it into politics in the later 1980s and early 1990s as well. Let me go back to our reporter, sir, once again. We are reporting live outside the private hospital where his mortal remains are right now. And Aishwarya, we just got the inside pictures of Union Home Minister paying homage to late Mulayam Singh Yadav. Well, before we do that, Shahid sir, if I can come back to you on that, because of course also to listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, because it's very unusual and unbecoming of someone who is from the opposition and has been a long-standing, not an ally. Of course, there has been stand-ins and standoffs that continue to happen between the BJP and the BSP as well. They have been short-lived, but the kind of respect that continues as far as political opponents is concerned, you were talking about how Mulayam Singh Yadav stood up to that personality.
Yes, as I said, he belonged to the old world school of politics in India, where they did not believe in, personal opposition or enmity. I remember that, I mean, he was the man who proposed Dr. Abdul Kalam's name for president. There was a lot of confusion within BJP. And BJP agreed to that, Atalji agreed to that, and he became the president of India. Because Dr. Abdul Kalam had worked very closely with Mulayam Singh Ji when he was the defense minister. So, and Mulayam Singh Ji had great respect for Dr. Abdul Kalam. Let me also tell you that he was a great nationalist. I mean, above everything else, above being a socialist or a secularist, he was a nationalist. देश भक्ति उनके अंदर कूट-कूट के भरी हुई थी. He believed, and more than that, he believed in Hindi. I remember when Akhilesh was getting married, the cards were printed in Hindi. I suggested to him that let's print a few cards in English for the
Shahid sir, apologies. We are getting to know there is a lot of movement happening right outside the hospital. Aishwarya, over to you, please.
Rajiv Shukla and others have... well, after Home Minister Amit Shah paid last respects to Mulayam Singh Yadav at a private hospital in Gurugram, we have been now told that the mortal remains have been taken out from Medanta hospital and has been now taken from here towards Saifai. With the mortal remains of Mulayam Singh Yadav were Akhilesh Yadav, Dimple Yadav and all the senior leaders including Lalu Prasad Yadav as well. आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी नहीं रहे हमारे बीच में. क्या उनकी बॉडी यहाँ से अब लेके जा चुके हैं और किस तरीके से आप लोग यहाँ पर?
देखिए, आज एक ऐसा नेता खोया है कि शब्द नहीं है उनके लिए. नेताजी के लिए शब्द हमारे पास हैं नहीं. एक युग का अंत हुआ है. गरीबों का, मजलूमों का, किसानों की आवाज़ थे, दबे कुचलों की आवाज़ थे. उनका जाना इस देश के लिए क्षति है. और आज उनका पार्थिव शरीर सफाई उनके गांव पहुंच रहा है. हम सब लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, कार्यकर्ता पहुंच रहे हैं और एक बहुत आज दुख की घड़ी में है पूरा देश. और आज शब्द नहीं है. नेताजी की क्षति पूरे देश की क्षति है.
There you heard from the supporters as well, clearly stating that how, sad they are. But as far as the updates from the hospital is concerned, the body of Mulayam Singh Yadav have been now taken from the private hospital. The close ones of Mulayam Singh Yadav were there. किस तरीके से आज आप मुलायम सिंह यादव जी को याद कर रहे हैं, एक बड़े नेता को देश ने?
ये आज़ादी के बाद मुलायम सिंह एक ऐसे नेता थे कि सांप्रदायिकता राजनीति के, अगर कोई इस देश में आज़ादी के बाद लड़ा, अगर आज़ादी के समय मुलायम सिंह यादव होते तो हिंदुस्तान नहीं बट पाता, क्योंकि सांप्रदायिकता के खिलाफ कोई मजबूत जंग लड़ने वाला आज़ादी के बाद था तो केवल मुलायम सिंह यादव थे.
आप लोग यहाँ पर सब अस्पताल के बाहर आए हैं. यहाँ से क्या सैफई आप लोग जाएंगे पार्टी?
हाँ, निश्चित रूप से हम लोग यहाँ से सैफई जाएंगे. माननीय नेताजी के दर्शन करने के लिए लाखों लोग वहाँ पे एकत्र हो रहे हैं. एक राजनीतिक युग का अंत हो गया नेताजी के निधन से. गरीबों, किसानों, मजदूरों, शोषितों, वंचितों, पिछड़ों के रहनुमाई करने वाले एक नेता आज यहाँ से चले गए, बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
It's a huge loss for the state and also for the country. Clearly, emotional supporters of Samajwadi Party over here outside the private hospital, but they are clearly stating that the mortal remains have now been taken. All the top leaders of the Samajwadi Party reached here to pay the last respects, including Home Minister Amit Shah. There were Congress leader Rajiv Shukla and also KC Tyagi from the JDU who also reached, and still there are VIPs and political leaders who are still arriving as they wanted to pay their last respects, but the mortal remains officially have been told by the hospital administration has been taken out from the hospital, and they will be going via the Yamuna Expressway and the Lucknow Expressway towards Safeway today, and tomorrow we have been told
who all were present at the hospital. That included the immediate family members of Mulayam Singh Yadav, included his son, daughter-in-law. Even when it comes to leaders from the RJD, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tej Prasad Yadav were also said to be also with him during his last time. And on your screens is the picture that has also come in from inside, where paying his respects is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. The details that are also coming in that Raksha Mantri, the current Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, will be paying homage to the former Raksha Mantri Mulayam Singh Yadav, and that will also happen in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, we are told, will be leaving for Safeway, as the last rites, the cremation, will be happening tomorrow afternoon. And the details that are coming in as far as his supporters are also concerned, we are getting many of those leaders from across political lines, from across party lines there, Akansha, who have already been there at the hospital, but the mortal remains have now been taken out.
इस बार भी जब उनकी तबियत खराब रही तो कुछ दौरान डॉक्टरों को बच्चों को सलाह दी है कि स्वस्थ होकर मिलेंगे और लोगों को भी कार्यक्रमों के बीच जाएंगे, बातचीत करेंगे। इसमें यहाँ पर जो लगातार समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता अलग अलग पार्टी के नेता पहुँच रहे हैं और उनसे बात कर रहे हैं। और आशीर्वाद के साथ जैसे याद करना
We'll try and go across to Akanksha in just a bit, but yes, these are the latest developments we're tracking with regards to the last journey of Mulayam Singh Yadav. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be in Safai in Uttar Pradesh to attend the last rites tomorrow of Mulayam Singh Yadav. Apart from that, his mortal remains have been moved from the hospital in the latest.
Gathered outside this private hospital here in Gurugram.
Well, even as we have been hearing from political leaders there and the Karyakartas and party workers who have been fondly remembering Mulayam Singh Yadav, and including them is well Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a short while back while addressing the rally as he is in the state of Gujarat. This is how Prime Minister Narendra Modi remembered Mulayam Singh Yadav.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने भी सबसे मिलजुल करके और सबका काम किया। ये सही है कि हम जब मिले किसी काम के लिए कहा तो आपने उसी पर ऑर्डर किया। ये मैं आपका यहाँ पर आदर करता हूँ, सम्मान करता हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको लेके चलने का पूरा प्रयास किया और आपने जिससे सभा को चलाया है और सबको कैसा रखना बड़ा कठिन काम है, लेकिन फिर भी आपके खिलाफ कोई नहीं बोलता है, न आप पर कोई टिप्पणी करता है। इसे विशेषकर बधाई और धन्यवाद आपको देता हूँ। और मैं चाहता हूँ, मेरी कामना है कि जितने माननीय सदस्य हैं दोबारा फिर जीत गया। ये हमारी इच्छा है और ये सब करेंगे। और तो ये भी चाहता हूँ, हम लोग इतना बहुत नहीं आ सकते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी आप फिर बने प्रधानमंत्री।
मैं यहां आ रहा था तो एक दुखद खबर भी मिली। आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था, उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था, पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता, उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी, वो इस देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लपेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं, और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे।
We have Mr. Siddharthnath Singh joining us on the phone line. Now, Mr. Siddharthnath Singh, what do you make of, what's happened today? Because the entire nation is today mourning the demise of Netaji, a disciple of the socialist ideologue Ram Manohar Lohia. He's reaped rich electoral dividends by mobilizing the Yadavs, and we know what kind of a role he's had to play in politics in Uttar Pradesh. How do you remember the late Netaji today?
Certainly, it's not a loss for Uttar Pradesh, but a loss for the nation. And Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was always and will be regarded highly by BJP and many other political parties. We may have held different ideologies, but every political party have to follow a certain ideology, and based on that ideology, you have your own support base. But at the end of the day, if Mulayam Singh Yadav ji led the socialism movement in the country and in Uttar Pradesh, but he stood as a nationalist also. On many occasions, he took the lead and addressed the nation, addressed his own workers in the interest of the nation, and said this is important. And certainly, if one needs to give a true Shraddhanjali to Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, then we must recall what all he said for building of a strong nation. And at the same time, for the BJP workers like us, I had a few occasions to meet him. I do remember when I met him in Medanta last year. At that time, he was not keeping well. The amount of love and affection he showed to me, and he said to me that you were doing a good job as a health minister. So that's kind of a affection he showed for even the opposition, and for him I was like a younger son, a young son. But at the same time, there was a special bonding which I have always seen in my two leaders, which I would love to mention and like to mention, is between the Prime Minister and Amit Shah ji. They both had immense regard and respect for Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, and on many occasions, I do recall in 2014 when Amit Shah ji was leading the entire campaign of Uttar Pradesh for BJP, he so many times, despite we were fighting the Samajwadi party, the respect he gave in his words and direction for Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was immense, and certainly there has been a bonding between the Prime Minister and Mulayam Singh Yadav ji. So
yes,
it is not a loss for the Samajwadi party workers, but for the BJP workers also.
Absolutely, and we heard the Prime Minister very recently. We just played out that reaction as well. Thank you, Mr. Siddharthnath ji, for speaking to us here on Times. Now we have Professor Rita Bahugna Joshi also joining us. And to take it from where Mr. Siddharthnath left, Professor Joshi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also, for example, offered his condolences on the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav and hailed him as the leader who raised his voice for restoration of democracy during the emergency. Said he will always be remembered as a grassroots leader, and those are the reactions coming in from several BJP leaders, not just the Union Home Minister. We played out what the Prime Minister also had to say. So despite, political differences, ideological differences, that's the respect he's gathered from across party lines.
Yeah, it's true, because I think he was one of the great socialist leaders, and how he carried for the mantle of his predecessors, and he believed in the ideology of the poor, ideology of the service to the farmers, and I've been very closely following his political career for 4 decades. I've been watching him as coming out of a very humble origin and rising as a very tall leader who influenced Indian politics for 3 decades. So you see, I have personal meetings with him. I know he was very close to my father. They worked together in the political field. How many times we entertained him at our place. So I always found him a very simple person, but extremely dedicated to the Lohiya ideology of socialism, and with Jayaprakash Narayan ji. So it is true that he believed in democracy, he believed in nationalist politics, he had his ideology of secularism, he believed to carry along the depressed, the backwards, the poor, the farmers. So, and even though many people had ideological differences with him, but at the personal level, he had cordial relations with all. And for the good of the people, for issues, public issues, he would not deter from approaching leaders of the different parties or an opposition government as well. So I feel that it's a huge loss. And personally also I feel that since I knew him so closely for over 30, 40 years, I also feel very grieved today that a very tall leader has been lost to this country, a stark socialist and a great nationalist.
Absolutely. Now, ma'am, what would you really say about, the experiences you've had with him, the fondest memory perhaps that you can share with us, and also what you really think about his lineage? Because, he was credited with having the largest political clan in the country as well. Chose Akhilesh Yadav, the son from his first wife, as his political successor after the Samajwadi party won the assembly polls in UP in 2012. But what happens next to the party and to the lineage, essentially, that, the legacy that he leaves behind?
Two or three things I would like to say. The first is that he was very, very, very fondly remembered by his workers. He knew how to carry on. Very compassionate and very, very caring towards the workers. I remember there's not a single worker who needed medical aid and was not even if it paid. Never allowed his what I like about him is this. Second, he was industrious. He was very laborious in the kind of, personal effort he took him. Her experience is very, very satisfying, or rather to be remembered. In 1975, when the 74th Amendment came and Allahabad, the corporation became a women's seat, I decided to contest as an independent. And then I approached him. This seat for me and to support me. He wanted me to contest on his symbol, but I was not agreeing. And look at his large-heartedness, that he had already given away the symbol, party symbol, to another lady worker of his. He recalled it, he brought it back, and he announced support for me. Just because my father and they had worked together.
Ma'am, we don't have a very clear audio line with you, but of what we could make out, that's the sentiment that has been coming in from several who've worked very closely with him in the past. So I thank you for joining us here on Times Now. And yes, we keep up with the latest with regards to Mulayam Singh Yadav, Netaji's last rites. We also have a reaction coming in from Lalu Prasad Yadav, who was also at the hospital premises a while ago.
वो नेता के नाम से सारी दुनिया जानती है, नहीं रहे हम लोग के बीच में। वो देश भर में समाजवादी आंदोलन को काफ़ी आगे बढ़ाया। डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया, जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी, लोकनायक जयप्रकाश सिन्हा जी के विचारों से ओतप्रोत थे। और हमारे तो संबंधी थे, हमारी बेटी वहाँ घटना है। हमको ये घटना याद है कि जब हम लोग गए तिलक चढ़ाने, तो नेताजी बिहार भर के जितने लोग गए थे, सब के लिए अलग अलग इंतजाम करना, अतिथि सत्कार उनके मन में पूरा भरा हुआ था। हर लोग के लिए अलग अलग इंतजाम नेताजी ने किया था। सबको पूछना, खाए नहीं खाए, क्या तकलीफ है। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है, मैंने अखिलेश जी से बात किया, ड्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर जाएंगे, हम क्योंकि सिंगापुर जा रहे हैं, तो हम लोग भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, अखिलेश जी और उनके पूरे परिवार को ताकत दें घड़ी को सहने के लिए। वो बड़े भारी आदमी थे, बड़े आदमी।
आप भी काफी भावुक हो रहे हैं।
काफी मतलब सुबह से मैं बिल्कुल जा रहा हूँ। हम लोग का कॉन्फ्रेंस है, वहाँ कंडोलेंस तुरंत करके खत्म कर।
आप अपना स्वास्थ्य का ध्यान रखें और फिलहाल
Well, the political journey of Mulayam Singh Yadav, popularly known as Netaji, spans for more than 5 decades and is marred with various controversies as well. Let's quickly take a look at the sway of controversies that haunted Mulayam Singh Yadav's active political career on several occasions.
समाजवादी पार्टी ऐसा समाज बनाना चाहती है जो किसी की कृपा पर न रहे, अपने पैरों पर खड़ा हो, किसी के सामने उसको कभी सर और हाथ न फैलाना पड़े, न सिर झुकाना पड़े। ये समाजवादी पार्टी है।
Twice he came close to realize his prime ministerial ambitions. On both occasions, the last mile proved too long. Walking with his rustic swagger, Netaji betraying no sign of his disappointment.
हम लोग राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलके आए हैं और अपना दावा पेश कर दिया है और सभी लीडर्स ने दावा पेश कर दिया है और देवे गौड़ा हमारे लीडर हैं। बीजेपी को समर्थन नहीं कर सकते या बीजेपी द्वारा जो भी समर्थन होगा दल उसको नहीं करेंगे और सेक्युलर फोर्सेस जो गवर्नमेंट बने उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
The master politician playing in master class, even as H.D. Deve Gowda nudged past him to become the Prime Minister of the United Front government in 1996.
To all manner of people, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister.
But in just 10 months, Gowda was out.
The United Front has resolved once again not to lend support either to the Congress or to the BJP in forming the government.
Once again, Mulayam fancied his chances for the top prize.
Who will form the government is the big question. It depends if the leader, the United Front nominates, is acceptable to the Congress.
Yet again, another rank outsider, I.K. Gujral, stole a march over Mulayam.
I shall become known to me as Prime Minister of the Union, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister.
Three years later, in 1999, it was Mulayam's turn to scuttle Sonia Gandhi's plans.
I have given the President a list of my supporters, which numbers 233. Since the number does not add up to the requisite figure, I will continue to discuss the matter with those who voted in the motion of confidence.
इसके लिए कांग्रेस को यूनिलैटरली कोई डिसीजन सरकार बनाने के लिए नहीं लेना चाहिए। समाजवादी पार्टी से कांग्रेस ने कोई बात ही नहीं की।
Not just Sonia, it was a lesson for all not to ever take the Samajwadi Party founder for granted. The wrestler turned politician grew up worshipping the ideas of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia. Very clearly, he hitched his electoral fortunes with Chaudhry Charan Singh's party. In the late 1980s, he was with Janata Dal when VP Singh rode to power in Delhi.
Congratulations.
And in Lucknow, the man from Saifai landed in the Chief Minister's chair. But history repeated itself. Like the earlier non-Congress government of 1977, the National Front government didn't take long to collapse. By 1992, Mulayam had gone solo to form the Samajwadi Party. Ironically, the Babri demolition bolstered Mulayam. And in 1993, he was back as Chief Minister with Mayawati's support. The BSP-SP partnership soured in 18 months. Things turned very ugly when Mayawati was attacked inside the state guest house in Lucknow. Mulayam's government fell, and the very next day, Mayawati was sworn in as Chief Minister with BJP's backing. The bitter fallout made them sworn enemies for over 2 decades. It took the unstoppable march of this man to bring them together in 2019.
खासकर 2 जून 1995 के घटित हुए लखनऊ गेस्ट हाउस कांड से भी ऊपर रखते हुए, यानी कि देश व जनहित को इस कांड से भी ऊपर रखते हुए एक बार फिर हमने आपस में चुनावी समझौता करने का फैसला लिया है।
When he was turfed out in Lucknow, Mulayam moved to the national stage in 1996. He was the defense minister in the ragtag United Front government for 13 months. He returned to Lucknow as chief minister for the 3rd time after the 2002 UP elections. During the days of UPA 1, his party had 35 Lok Sabha MPs. He waited 4 years until the left committed harakiri by withdrawing support over Indo-US nuclear deal in 2008. Overnight, Mulayam became the UPA's savior.
हमने मुख्य बात रखी वर्तमान राजनीतिक स्थिति पर, न्यूक्लियर टीटी पर और सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों का खतरा। अब जब हम न्यूक्लियर का समर्थन कर रहे हैं तो हम समर्थन भी करेंगे, वोट भी डालेंगे।
His presence made his native village Saifai an island in the hinterland. It boasts of a medical college, a stadium and even an airstrip. Top film stars came to dance at the annual Saifai Mahotsav. Among his personal friendship, Amar Singh was his confidant for years and a link to the corporate world. Even as son Akhilesh took over the mantle, the patriarch served reminders on governance.
मैंने स्कूलों का कराया और पहले हमें एक महीना के अंदर पुल बनवाए। हम कह रहे हैं रात और दिन जोड़ करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा 8 महीना।
The 2014 Modi tsunami may have changed the political landscape, but Mulayam's stature ensured that even the Prime Minister showed up for a family wedding in Saifai. A man who relished old-style politics has finally slipped away. Bureau Report, Times Now.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
take you through the headlines at 12:30 this afternoon. The founder of the Samajwadi Party and a champion of Mandal politics who changed Indian politics forever, Mulayam Singh Yadav, passes away at the age of 82 in a Gurugram hospital. The Uttar Pradesh government announces 3-day state mourning for Netaji, as Mulayam Singh Yadav was fondly known. Last rites to be held in the hometown Saifai on Tuesday. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be attending the funeral.
बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recalls Mulayam Singh Yadav's prediction of Mr. Modi's return to power in 2019 owing to the Sabka Saath ideology, calls him a soldier of democracy during the emergency who worked for a stronger, more united India. Clash between two groups in Kolkata suburb. BJP claims mob took over a police station. Writes to Home Minister Shah seeking deployment of central forces.
बड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ. सी फॉर समझ लीजिएगा.
The Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief's 2019 video puts the AAP in the dock in the build-up to the state polls there. Gopal Italia can be seen abusing the Prime Minister. BJP slams this caste slur. Showdown over a video of Arvind Kejriwal travelling in a chartered jet. BJP slams Kejriwal over auto fast. The Aam Aadmi Party says that the BJP has been rattled in the state of Gujarat. Open provocation by BJP Member of Parliament Parvesh Verma. Neta calls to boycott one community. Police look into hate speech. Owaisi asked the BJP top brass to condemn this alleged hate speech. Chilling Sar Tan Se Juda chants raised in Madhya Pradesh as well as Rajasthan. Slogans raised on the Prophet's birth anniversary. One person has been arrested in Jodhpur in Rajasthan. Massive buzz ahead of the Mahakal corridor inauguration on Tuesday by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Expanded and newly constructed corridor in Ujjain has been designed on the basis of Shiv Leela. Times Now gets you a first-hand look. Nayantara Vignesh Shivan welcomes twin sons via surrogacy. And she puts out an endearing post. Turning our attention now to the battle between the two camps of the Shiv Sena over the claim for the symbol of bow and arrow. Uddhav Thackeray's petition before the Delhi High Court has in fact been submitted. The basis of the petition is that the Election Commission has not given enough time and opportunity to decide the symbol and the name for the Andheri East bypoll scheduled to be held very soon. The time also that was provided were both on non-working days. Let me go across to Arunil for more on this. Arunil, if you could just take us through the details of what the Uddhav Thackeray camp has spelt out in its petition before the Delhi High Court.
Well, the Uddhav Thackeray camp basically has moved the Delhi High Court, saying that this is injustice being meted towards them. They were not given appropriate time. Their side was not heard before the Election Commission decided to put a temporary freeze on the name Shiv Sena as well as on the party symbol, that is the renowned bow and arrow. The Uddhav Thackeray camp has also mentioned about the fact that it is the rebel camp that is led by CM Eknath Shinde. They have voluntarily left the Shiv Sena party to float their own organization. So how can they ask for the same party symbol, that is the bow and arrow, and how can they stake claim to the name Shiv Sena, which was started by Uddhav Thackeray's father himself, that is late Barasaheb Thackeray. Another development basically is that the CM Eknath Shinde camp has is about to submit their reply to the Election Commission, giving their three names as well as 3 party symbols as well. The party symbols namely are a sword, gada, that is mace, as well as a trumpet. A trumpet is been given by them. The trumpet is basically tutari in Maratha slang. That is what the Eknath Shinde camp has given. The names that have been given from both the factions include the names of the Thackeray family, particularly Balasaheb Thackeray's name has been mentioned by both the camp. And we are understanding from our sources that if both the factions of the Shiv Sena give the same name of Balasaheb Thackeray or the Thackeray family, then there is a big chance that neither of them will be able to use that as well. So yes, a similar ploy has been adopted by the CM Eknath Shinde camp. CM Eknath Shinde himself held a meeting with his party leaders and his legal team late last evening to discuss all these proceedings. When it comes to Uddhav Thackeray camp as well, today in the Samna editorial also we saw a scathing attack being taken out at CM Eknath Shinde, him being compared to a devil, also being said that this kind of a devil India has not seen in the last 5,000 years. He's also been compared to the Mughal Sardar Afzal Khan, basically saying that he has been used by the BJP in Delhi to finish off the Marathi pride which was started by Balasaheb Thackeray. So these are several battles in this big war that has been played out between the two factions of the Shiv Sena.
Right, stay with us, Arunil. The 3 symbols that had also been proposed by Uddhav Thackeray were the mashal, or the flaming torch, the rising sun, as well as the trishul. However, they don't find a mention in the list of proposed symbols on the part of the Election Commission. Now, Uddhav Thackeray also took potshots at Eknath Shinde, stating that the bow and arrow had been snatched from his camp, and further went on to call Shinde as a 10-headed Ravan. He also dared Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to not use Bala Saheb's name to name his faction.
आता पक्ष काढा, भाजपात जा, पण तुम्हाला प्रत्येक वेळेला ज्या बाळासाहेबांनी जपलं, आज सुद्धा तुम्हाला शिवसेना पाहिजे, बाळासाहेब पाहिजेत, पण बाळासाहेबांचा मुलगा नको. कारण तुम्हाला मुळामध्ये शिवसेना ठाकरे वगळून जी राहणार आहे ती तुम्हाला तुमच्या गोशाळेमध्ये बांधायची आहे. पण शिवसेना ही अशी नाही. शिवसेना वाघ आहे. वाघ म्हटल्यानंतर संकटाला घाबरणार नाही, संकटाच्या छाताडोतीत चालून जाणार आहे. मी आज आपल्यासमोर एवढ्यासाठी चालवलं आहे की काही काळासाठी आपलं चिन्ह गोठवलंय, आपलं नाव गोठवलेलं आहे. हरकत नाही म्हणजे हा अन्याय खरा म्हणजे. कारण पहिलं जे सर्वोच्च न्यायालयामध्ये प्रकरण आहे आपण दाखल केलेलं आहे, 16 जणांच्या अपात्रतेचा निकाल जोपर्यंत लागत नाही तोपर्यंत खरं म्हणजे मला निवडणूक आयोगाचा हा निकाल अपेक्षितच नव्हता. की शिवसैनिकांना आता दमदाट्या सुरू आहेत. शिवसैनिकांना दमदाट्या म्हणजे आणीबाणीच्या काळामध्ये जे इंदिरा गांधींनी केलं नव्हतं ते तुम्ही केलंत. शिवसेनेला तेव्हा इंदिरा गांधींकडे एक प्रस्ताव गेला होता. शिवसेना प्रमुखाने सांगितलेलीच आठवण आहे की शिवसेनेवरती बंदी घाला. ही मागणी त्यावेळेला इथल्या काही स्थानिक नेत्यांनी केली होती इंदिरा गांधींकडे पंतप्रधान असताना. पण इंदिरा गांधींनी ते बघितलं आणि शिवसेनेवरती बंदी घालायची नाही हे त्यांनी सांगितलं होतं. शिवसेनेचं धनुष्यबाण हे पवित्र निवडणूक चिन्ह गोठवलं. आनंदाने उकड्या फुटत असतील त्यांना. पण 40 डोक्याच्या रावणाने प्रभू श्री रामचंद्राचं धनुष्यबाणही गोठवलं.
Now, the Eknath Shinde camp continues to remain defiant. They say that they'll continue to fight for the logo of bow and arrow, as they claim that they are the real Shiv Sena and the true legatees of Balasaheb Thackeray.
Submitting to Election Commission is mandatory because Election Commission is a constitutional authority. We'll have to follow what they have said. However, we continue our claim on bow and arrow symbol, and we are the true Shiv Sena. We have maximum number of MPs, we have maximum number of MLAs, maximum number of votes are given to the people who are with us. Secondly, maximum number of Shiv Sena members are with us. So on that basis, we are the true claimant of that on the symbol.
Let me go back once again to Arunil. Arunil, how do you see this panning out now? Because there are a lot of unresolved issues, not just the matter of who gets the bow and arrow symbol, but also the matter of the disqualification of 16 MLAs, which dates back to the time that Uddhav Thackeray's camp was in fact left isolated following the rebellion by Eknath Shinde. So how does this now pan out from here on?
Well, the reaction that was been given by Uddhav Thackeray was very interesting, because he basically said that there was a proposal from several Congress leaders from the state of Maharashtra when Indira Gandhi was the PM of India to get a ban on the Shiv Sena, but she didn't do it at that time. What Indira Gandhi didn't do, the BJP has done it. The BJP were with us for 25 long years, but despite that they put a ban on the name Shiv Sena and on the symbol of the Shiv Sena as well. Now, basically coming to your question as well, the kind of rift that has developed between the two factions of the Shiv Sena. This is not only a fight about the CM post. The CM chair has gone to CM Eknath Shinde. However, now Uddhav Thackeray is saying that getting the CM post was okay, but now he wants to be the Shiv Sena Pramukh as well, and that we are not going to accept, that we are not going to relent as well. So a tough fight has been given by the Uddhav Thackeray camp. Till when the Uddhav Thackeray camp will be able to fight the joint combine of the BJP and CM Eknath Shinde, that also will be very interesting. The ball clearly is in the court of the Election Commission as well as the Supreme Court and now the High Court as well. He basically said that the matter of suspension of 16 MLAs was clearly pending with the Supreme Court. Then before that, how the Election Commission decided on the ban of Shiv Sena name and the party symbol, that was baffling for the Uddhav Thackeray camp.
Many thanks for all those updates coming in. Arunil, we'll see how this battle now takes up and shapes up in the Delhi High Court as well as the Supreme Court. We now turn our attention to something that's happened in both Rajasthan as well as Madhya Pradesh. Provocative chants during the procession on Prophet Muhammad's birth anniversary have been in fact raised in these two states as Sar Tan Se Juda slogans were heard in two different parts, one from Khandwa in MP and then another in Jodhpur in Rajasthan. The Ashok Gehlot government in Rajasthan has now managed to apprehend one of the accused responsible in Jodhpur. Meanwhile, Union Minister Gajendra Shekhawat has slammed the Gehlot government, saying that special treatment has been given to hate mongers in the state of Rajasthan.
आज मुस्लिम भाइयों द्वारा 12 वफात का त्यौहार पीपा सिटी में जुलूस के रूप में मनाया जा रहा था। पुलिस जाब्ता पर्याप्त मात्रा में था और हमारे अधिकारी थे, प्रशासनिक अधिकारी थे और जुलूस चल रहा था। इसी दरमियान सूचना मिली कि रोशन अली नाम के व्यक्ति द्वारा कुछ आपत्तिजनक नारे लगाए गए, जिस पर तुरंत कार्रवाई करते हुए प्रकरण दर्ज किया और आरोपी रोशन अली को दस्तयाब करके थाने में लाए, पूछताछ कर रहे हैं।
Let me go across to Mayank, who's joining us for all the updates about these slogans, provocative slogans that were raised in both Khandwa as well as Jodhpur. Mayank, what can you tell us about the follow-up action that's been initiated by the authorities there in Jodhpur? One person has now been apprehended.
Well, Siddharth, let me give you an update in this case. As far as our conversation with the rural SP of Jodhpur, Anil Kayal, is concerned, so one more person has been detained in this case, and the investigation, a full-blown investigation, is launched because the law enforcement agency in Rajasthan, and we are learning from police sources that they are not taking this sloganeering very lightly, because remember, there have been multiple instances of communal violence in the state of Rajasthan, and you will remember how ghastly was the murder of in Udaipur, and that that put the complete law and order situation regarding this Sir Tan Se Juda narrative, started in Rajasthan. So the law enforcement agencies and as well as police officers are not taking this lightly, and that's why 2 people have been arrested in this case. And what we are also learning is that this Roshan Ali, the main who is believed to be the chief conspirator behind this latest round of sloganeering in Jodhpur. So he has been a very influential businessman in the area of Jodhpur, and that he has also been reprehended earlier as well on this point, that he has been responsible for disturbing the communal harmony in the area of Jodhpur before as well. So that's why Roshan Ali is believed to be the chief conspirator, and earlier he was nabbed, and now one more person has been nabbed, as we are learning from our police sources in Jodhpur.
Right, many thanks. And it also happens to be that Sardarpura is a place in Jodhpur where Ashok Gehlot is also a member of the Legislative Assembly from. So something where he needs to also step in and take some action against something that's been happening in the city that he also represents. We'll slip into a short break. Thanks for that update, Mayank, and we'll come back with more updates on the other side.
how it was brought back home in a way to use it as a hate propaganda against the vulnerable youth. We have also seen that when it comes to the indoctrination.
Welcome back. There's been a major escalation in the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Blasts can be heard in Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, and several blasts have in fact been reported from Ukraine's capital. The blast took place just shortly after the explosion in Crimea, following the destruction of the bridge that connects Russia with Crimea. Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, in fact, came out very strongly and warned of retaliation. Those are just some visuals from the ongoing attack on the Ukrainian capital. Let me go across to Madhav Das Gopal Krishnan for more updates on this. Madhav, this represents a major escalation. It's the first time since the 26th of June that there's been a direct attack on the Ukrainian capital.
Well, absolutely, Siddharth. And even as you were discussing earlier, the fact is that even as Ukraine tries to push at the border areas with Russia and, of course, is trying to reclaim several of the areas that were earlier under Russian control, now comes this attack right in the heart of the capital of Ukraine. In fact, it's the Shevchenkivsky district of Kyiv, where a missile strike has reportedly killed 8 people. Now, this is the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Ukraine that is releasing this information, and very important because we've seen all sorts of reports that have emerged. Now, the Interior Minister himself had earlier come on record to say that 5 were dead and 12 were wounded after the attack in the center of Kyiv, and President Zelensky also coming out to condemn this attack by Russia, saying on the 229th day, Russia is trying to destroy us and wipe us off the face of the earth, kill people who are sleeping in Zaporizhzhia and killing people on their work in Dnipro and Kyiv. The air alarm is not stopping throughout Ukraine. Be strong is the message he's sending out to his citizens. But at the same time, we also have information coming in. The damage has been recorded in the energy infrastructure facilities of the Lviv region, and this is something that the regional military administration has reported. The authorities of the region have urged the residents to stay in shelters. So as you rightly said, this is a massive escalation, and of course one will have to see the fallout of this, whether there will be further pushback by Ukraine as far as Russia is concerned. And clearly, of course, the recent days announcement of Russia that it is annexing certain regions that were part of Ukraine earlier seems to have actually spiraled into an escalation as far as the violence on different fronts is concerned. So not only are we seeing an increased pushback by Ukraine as far as the border areas are concerned, but also now a fresh escalation, as you rightly put it, right in the heart of Kyiv, and of course remains to be seen what further happens from here on in terms of the responses to this strike here in Kyiv.
Many thanks for that update, Madhav. This is something that the Russian President Vladimir Putin had himself warned about following the destruction of the bridge that connects Crimea, a part of Ukraine that had been annexed by the Russians in the year 2014, and the rest of Russia, including the major port of Sevastopol, something of great strategic significance to the Russians and the trade of gas in that particular region. We'll slip into a short break. That was Madhav who briefed us about what's exactly happening in the Ukrainian capital now, and it remains to be seen whether or not the situation continues to escalate following a series of blasts that have been heard in the Ukrainian capital, the first such attack on the capital since the 26th of June. We'll slip into a short break. Amita and Prithween will take you through the updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times Now has accessed the telephonic conversation between the accused Pulkit Arya and Ankita's friend. This is a phone conversation that took place between the main accused Pulkit Arya and Ankita's close friend. Listen in.
हेलो
हेलो।
हाँ, पता लगा कुछ? हेलो,
बात करता हूँ बस आपको आधे घंटे में। हम यहीं बैठे हुए हैं अभी।
कहाँ बैठे हो आप?
सब यहाँ स्टेशन में, पुलिस स्टेशन में।
पुलिस स्टेशन में?
हाँ, वो इंस्पेक्टर से बात हो गई है, वो पहुँच रहे हैं अभी हमारे पास 10-15 मिनट में।
आप अभी पुलिस स्टेशन में हो, वो रिजॉर्ट में जाएंगे
क्या? हाँ, रिजॉर्ट में जाएंगे, पूरा सारा सब देखेंगे, सारी चीज सब देखेंगे, कहाँ है, किसके साथ बात किया, क्या नहीं किया, कॉल डिटेल पूरी निकालेंगे, हिस्ट्री सब निकालेंगे। भाई ये सब करना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए।
हाँ,
जब आपने मेरे को रात को फोन किया था कि इनको ले जाओ, है ना, कहीं और जॉब ढूंढो, तो उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद क्यों हुआ है? मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा।
भैया आपको सारी बात समझाएंगे, अभी आप आधा घंटा दीजिए, आधे घंटे बाद बात करते हैं।
चलो ये भी मानता हूँ, चलो जो भी है। मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा, आपने अपना पर्सनल फोन कैसे दे दिया पूरी रात के लिए?
भैया मेरा पर्सनल फोन क्या है, मेरे फोन में क्या है, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। जैसे मेरा कोई पर्सनल फोन है, मैं पूरी रात के लिए किसी को थोड़ी ना दूंगा।
हो सकता है कि शायद आपके पर्सनल फोन में कुछ ऐसी चीजें रहती हो कि आप किसी को नहीं दे सकते हो।
नहीं, जो मर्जी हो, मगर पर्सनल फोन है ना, बंदा कहीं पे भी फोन कर सकता है।
और दूसरी बात क्या है ना, ऐसा है, देखिए मैं अभी यहाँ बैठा हुआ हूँ, मैं आपको भी आधे घंटे में बात करता हूँ।
देखो जो मर्जी हो, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपकी, आपको ढूंढना पड़ेगा, जो मर्जी हो।
भाई साहब वही कर रहे हैं, और आप ना हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मत समझाइए पुष्प, समझ रहे हैं आप?
देखिए मैं आपको समझा नहीं रहा हूँ, मैं आपको याद दिला रहा हूँ।
बस आपको याद दिलाने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम जानते हैं हम कितने रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं।
हाँ, बिल्कुल, आप ढूंढिए।
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में?
नहीं, हेमा मालिनी।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कि राधे कल राखी सावंत का फिल्म देंगे। He will also become.
Being cut. Okay. Now, if you have reached a stage where you say an internet cut is more dangerous than the loss of human lives, then what can I say? So.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in. You're watching Newsroom 365. My name is Amita Vadba.
I'm Kritsween Valyan. Let's quickly get started with the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. Founder of Samajwadi Party and Mandal champion who changed Indian politics forever, Mulayam Singh Yadav passes away at 82 in a Gurugram hospital.
UP government announces a 3-day state mourning for Netaji. Last rites will be held in his hometown in Saifai on Tuesday. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will be attending his funeral.
दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे।
Prime Minister Modi recalls Mulayam Singh's prediction of Modi's return to power in 2019 owing to Sabka Saath ideology, calls him soldier of democracy during emergency who worked for stronger India.
Clashes between two groups reported in Kolkata suburbs where the BJP claims the mob took over a police station, writes to the Union Home Minister seeking deployment of central forces.
BJP leaders headed to center of clashes in Mominpur, arrested by Kolkata police. BJP says Mamata government can't stop BJP even if they try to.
प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ, सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा।
Gujarat AAP Chief's 2019 purported video puts the party in dock, where Gopal Italia, seen abusing the Prime Minister. BJP slams the casteist slur.
Showdown over video of Kejriwal travelling in chartered jet. BJP slams Arvind Kejriwal over auto farce. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP is rattled in Gujarat.
Open provocation by BJP MP Parvesh Verma, where the Neta calls to boycott one community. Police looks into the hate speech. Owaisi hits back, says the BJP top brass should condemn the alleged hate speech.
Big buzz ahead of Mahakal corridor inauguration tomorrow by the Prime Minister. Expanded and newly constructed corridor in Ujjain has been designed on the basis of Shiv Leela. Times Now gets you a first-hand look.
There have been multiple explosions that have been reported in Ukraine's capital of Kiev early Monday, with air raid sirens blaring. The escalation of conflict within hours of blowing up of the bridge linking Crimea, disrupting the Russian supplies.
And we start with the latest we're tracking from West Bengal. The communal cauldron has again been stirred in the state. In the capital city of Kolkata's Mominpur, two communities clashed, leaving behind a trail of destruction and dread.
So there are several videos that have been doing the rounds on social media and showing a mob on a rampage. The BJP alleging that this is a bamboo structure that was a pandal which was put up for Lakshmi Puja. There were apparently men with sticks who can be also seen pulling down the bamboo structure and vandalizing the pandal.
Another video, for example, shows massive flames razing shops and homes to the ground. Some men can be seen in these videos with bamboo sticks, with hockey sticks and wearing helmets as well. They rummage through the rubble as a huge fire blazes on, and those are all videos that are doing the rounds on social media now.
And they are being highlighted by the BJP because there is another video showing Iqbalpur police station being surrounded by a mob holding flags. The BJP is now alleging that it is Mamata Banerjee's orders that were given, where the police was seeing police fleeing the police station instead of trying to control the mob.
Now remember, Mamata Banerjee is both the Chief Minister and also the Home Minister of Bengal. The opposition has been alleging that the situation is completely spiraled out of control and have written to Union Home Minister to deploy central forces. Times Now first up, travel to Mominpur gets you these glimpses of the aftermath of the violence.
What really triggered this kind of a flare-up, it's still not clear. But you see, this is a taxi which was standing here on this very lane, which was completely vandalized. And if you walk in from that side, you would find bricks like this have been, kept accumulated. There are also glass shards. Beer bottles, a kind of a thing we have seen in the past as well. During such tension, you have people from the Hindu community on one side. You also have people from the Muslim community staying in this very same mixed neighborhood. Here, there you see a Durga Puja pandal, which means in this very neighborhood, Durga Puja used to happen, and Durga Puja happened at this very neighborhood. Yesterday was Lakshmi Puja as well, and Lakshmi Puja happened as well. So there are certain facts which need to be corrected and, of course, asserted. Here you have the Lakshmi idol, and the Lakshmi idol is perfectly fine. Nothing happened to the idol. So obviously there is an undercurrent of tension over here, but then there is deployment of people, there deployment of forces just to ensure nothing untoward happens.
हम तो ड्यूटी में थे सर, जब ड्यूटी से आ रहे देख रहे दंगा हो रहा सर, यहाँ ईटा पत्थर चल रहा, इधर में मेरा घर टूट गया, बगल में घर टूट गया, ये घर टूट गया, उधर में घर टूट गया सर, मालूम नहीं सर, हम तो ड्यूटी में से पत्थरबाजी देख रहे, पत्थरबाजी हो रहा है, दोनों तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हो रही है, हाँ दोनों तरफ से हो रहा है, नहीं सर उधर से ज्यादा ईटा मार रहे, बड़का ईटा मार रहा सर, हम लोग देखा, हम लोग डर से भाग गए सर, हम रहता है, मेरे वाइफ भी भाग गए थे, ईटा हम तो था नहीं, मेरे वाइफ थे, वो भाग गया, जब ये सर कम से कम 3 घंटा चला सर, 3 घंटा पुलिस था तब, हाँ पुलिस था, पुलिस आया नहीं सर, इधर हम लोग हाथ जोड़ के पुलिस को बुलाने गए, पुलिस आया नहीं, बाहर में बैठा हुआ था सर, पुलिस
गली के अंदर
The residents there and the people recounting the horror, what transpired when the clashes broke out, and there were stones that were being pelted, bombs that were being hurled, there were flags that were also put up near the Vaishno Devi temple, we are told, and such was the kind of situation, went out of control, especially what the BJP has been calling a mob attack at a police station.
पुलिस इधर आ ही नहीं रहा है, उन्हें सर ये पूरा उधर से चल रहा है, बम गोली चला रहा है, मतलब पूरा ऐसा आधा ईटा मार रहा है, अब बोतल में बड़े बोतल बियर है, मार छिलो सीसी बोतल मार रहा है, सब कुछ मार रहा है।
इन लोग का बराबर का झंडा लगाया था, तो जहाँ नहीं लगाने का वहाँ वैष्णो देवी का मंदिर है, तो वहाँ इन लोगों ने चीना बोल कर कोई लगाया था, तो वो बोला कि भाई देखो यहाँ मंदिर है, यहाँ तो नहीं लगाने का है, कभी लगता नहीं है, वही से उससे उधर में बवाल हुआ था, दो लड़का में बहावसी हुआ। फिर कल इन लोग प्रोग्राम बना करके, बम बना करके और ईटा जमा करके 5 तल्ला से ये जो है ईटा पत्थर 7 बजे चलाना शुरू कर दिया।
नुकसान हुआ हम लोग का, जात का औरत को घर लुटा गया, माथा फट गया, इतना टाका 8 टाका लगा है।
Well, we've been tracking the timeline of the violence as well. Tamal Saha has been getting us non-stop ground reports, and this is yet another report that he brings to us after the aftermath of clashes.
We are at the Mayurvanj area, which comes under the Iqbalpur police station, which is of course adjacent to Khidirpur, Mominpur area. Now this is the very lane which had erupted in massive tension. Now the presence of police right behind me is a telling sign of the tension, the undercurrent of attention which still exists here, because yesterday in the morning there was an alleged incident of a mischief by one said individual which was hurtful towards the religious sentiment of one particular community. After a lull in the afternoon, it once again flared up in the evening. Now in the evening, the videos which have now surfaced clearly indicate there was tension in this very neighborhood, and of course police had intervened to contain the situation, but before they could intervene, there had been situation of stone pelting, there had been situation of alleged bombing, and at the same time we have also seen after the intervention of police no less than 30 to 40 people have been taken into preventive custody. At the same time there was firing of tear gas shells. There was also mild lathi charge to ensure that the crowd can be dispersed. So this is the moment. This is the kind of deployment which is right here.
Well, Tamal and Tanushree both joining us live, but in the meantime, let's also play out exactly the reactions that have been coming in from the BJP side, because the BJP has been slamming Mamata Sarkar, saying that the law and order in the state has completely gone for a toss.
It's very strange that, these disturbing pictures were coming to us for the last 2 days. And especially last night, it was Lakshmi Puja. Police, administration and this government, especially Honorable Chief Minister, takes law and order action with 30% or without 30%. The books have changed. The police rule book, I think, have changed. And when these Dudhil Guru that we say, the milking cows, when they create this kind of destruction, rampaging, we don't see police taking action.
Right, Tamal, you were in Mominpur earlier on, and now you're in Iqbalpur, and that's, I believe, the location wherein the mob surrounded the police station. The BJP is now levelling charges, saying that upon Mamata Banerjee's orders, the police there fled the spot instead of taking note of the law and order situation and controlling the mob. What really went on all through these locations, and what is it that you witnessed on ground?
Well, this is the area. Now, there are many lanes, multiple lanes. Now, all these lanes put together as they form a neighborhood that comes under...
Unable to hear you clearly, Tamal. I think we've lost that connection with the mic of yours. But Tamal is right there in Iqbalpur as he is giving us an idea exactly what really transpired, because what has now been saying that said that the situation for now is under control, but there has been another point that has been raised on part of the BJP, as we'll quickly reconnect that line with Tamal, with BJP West Bengal Chief Shukanta Majumdar, along with other leaders, the state secretary, who have also been taken into custody while they were said to be on road Mominpur. They also wanted to go out and reach out to the people then in those areas where these clashes have been reported.
In fact, BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has also slammed the arrest of Shukanta Majumdar, has said this is a bid by the Mamata government to sweep the shameful Mominpur violence under the rug. Let me quickly go across to Tanushree and take in a word on the reactions coming in from the BJP. A big arrest that has taken place of BJP West Bengal chief. What can you tell us, Tanushree?
Well, yes, right now we are here in Lal Bazar. This is the police headquarters, and over here in we are here in Lal Bazar, and obviously over here what is happening is that hello.
Yes, Tanushree.
Yeah, here in Lal Bazar, and Lal Bazar is the spot where Sukanta Majumdar and the other BJP leaders have been arrested, and they have been kept in custody in the central lockup. Now, in the central lockup, we know Sukanta Majumdar and the other leaders were going towards Mominpur, but section 144 has been invoked over there, and which is why Sukanta Majumdar was stopped at Chingri Hata. Now, what we are getting to know from our sources is that the entire traffic was stopped in Chingri Hata because of Sukanta Majumdar, and he was asked not to go there. Since he refused, that is when the police have arrested him along with the other leaders, including Umesh Rai. But what we are also getting to know is that Agnimitra Paul, who is at Bengal MLA, and the leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari would be meeting with the governor.
We have Mr. Sukanta Majumdar with us on the phone line. Sir, आप बता सकते हैं आपके साथ क्या हुआ? What had happened?
देखिए, मैं जब वहाँ जा रहा था, मोमिनपुर में जा रहा था। हेलो।
हाँ जी, बोलिए।
हाँ, मैं जब मोमिनपुर इकबालपुर में जा रहा था, तब चिंगड़ी हाटा मोड़ के सामने, जो इकबालपुर मोमिनपुर से बहुत दूर है, वहाँ पे कॉन्वॉय को रोका गया। और आप सुन के हंसेंगे कि मेरे कॉन्वॉय को रुकवाने के लिए पूरा रोड दोनों तरफ का, लेफ्ट एंड राइट हैंड का, अप एंड डाउन का पूरा ब्लॉक कर दिया गया 15 मिनट के लिए। ऐसे लग रहा है कि पुलिस, पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस सुकांत मजुमदार को नहीं, जेम्स बॉन्ड को रोकने के लिए बैरिकेड कर रही है। मेरा गाड़ी है, मुझे आके बोलते ही पूरे रुकवा देता गाड़ी, लेकिन पूरे रोड को 10 से 15 मिनट तक रुकवाया गया। हजारों की संख्या में ट्रैफिक वहां पे जम गया, पूरे गाड़ी पूरा वहां पे खड़ी हो गई। और वहां से बाद में जब मैं वहां पे बैरिकेड के सामने पहुंचा, उसके समय एक तरफ का बैरिकेड खोल दिया गया और एक तरफ का रोड ब्लॉक करके रखा गया। और मैं जब पहुंचा वहां पे, तब पुलिस ने बोला कि मुझे वहां पे जाने नहीं दिया जाएगा। तो मैंने बोला कि यहाँ पे 144 नहीं है, जहाँ पे 144 हो वहां पे आप रोकिए। लेकिन पुलिस ने जो है वहाँ चिंगड़ी घाटा मोड़ से ही अरेस्ट करके लाल बाजार में लाई है। मैं लाल बाजार में अभी अरेस्टेड हूँ, मैं वहीं से आपके साथ बात कर रहा हूँ। मेरे साथ हमारे बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ता भी अरेस्ट हुए हैं।
जी, मजुमदार साहब, शुभेंदु अधिकारी बोल रहे हैं कि ये सब मोमीनपुर में जो हुआ है उसको छुपाने के लिए किया गया। आपके तरफ से आपको क्या लगता है क्या हुआ? काफी जगहों से बंगाल में ये तस्वीरें दिखी है कल।
देखिए, सच बोले तो बंगाल का अगर लास्ट 10 ईयर्स का हिस्ट्री थोड़ा स्टडी करेंगे कि नबी दिवस का हिस्ट्री, तो आपको मिलेगा हर कोई ना कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो रहा है। और ये पूरा एक इसमें लार्जर कॉन्स्पिरेसी है। पश्चिम बंगाल को पश्चिम बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए जो लार्जर कॉन्स्पिरेसी चल रही है, उसमें ये लोग ये कर रहे हैं। इसके कारण और मीडिया के सामने पूरी घटना ना आए, इसके लिए ये पूरा प्रयत्न किया गया और मीडिया को भी दबाया गया, मीडिया इसको खबर ना करे इसलिए। और हर साल कोई ना कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट में पश्चिम बंगाल में नबी दिवस के दिन ऐसा होता है। आप 3 साल पहले आपका जो हावड़ा ग्रामीण क्षेत्र है जिसे बोलते हैं उलूबेरिया, झूलागढ़, उस झूलागढ़ क्षेत्र में ऐसा इससे बहुत बड़ा दंगा हुआ था और वहां पे लोगों का घर लूटा गया, घर जला दिया गया। और ऐसे करके हिंदू जहां पे माइनॉरिटीज में है जो एरिया में, वहां से उनको भगा कर, जैसे कोयराना का घटना सामने आया था पूरे भारतवर्ष के सामने, ऐसे ही पश्चिम बंगाल में हजारों कैराना तैयार हो चुका है। लोगों को वहां से भगाकर, हिंदुओं को भगाकर उनके घर को वो हड़प ले रहे हैं और उनको बाध्य कर रहे हैं कि वो घर बेचने के लिए।
तो शुकांता जी, आप बोल रहे हैं आपको रोक लिया गया, आपके साथ और भी लोग हैं बीजेपी के साथ जो जुड़े हुए हैं, तो पुलिस की तरफ से आपको कोई जानकारी मिल रही है कि आप आगे जाना चाहेंगे मोमिनपुर?
मैं तो जाना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन पुलिस मुझे अलाउ नहीं कर रही है। मेरे साथ हमारे प्रदेश के जो सेक्रेटरी है उनको अरेस्ट कर दिया गया, उमेश राय को। मेरे साथ एक IPS ऑफिसर जो पश्चिम बंगाल में बहुत दिन पश्चिम बंगाल को सार्फ कर चुके हैं, एक्सीलेंट पुलिस ऑफिसर एज एन एक्सीलेंट पुलिस ऑफिसर आईपीएस रिटायर्ड आईपीएस आरके हड्डा साहब है, हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल के जो कार्यकर्ता है, इन सबको अरेस्ट करके अभी लाल बाजार में रखा गया पुलिस के लिए।
Thank you, Majumdar Saab, for speaking to us here on Times Now. He's currently at the Lal Bazar police station, has been detained by the West Bengal police. Tamal, if I could come back to you on that note, we heard from the BJP there, we heard from Mr. Majumdar, who has been detained by the police. What is it that you're picking up on ground? What really turned the situation violent and what really went out of hand? Who triggered this unrest in the state across several regions?
Well, specifically it happened in Kolkata's Mominpur area. It is Mominpur, Iqbalpur area where this tension happened. Now, I want to give you a sense of the lane. We are reporting from ground. This very road, now once you see the entire stretch of the road, this straight road has got several lanes bifurcating and going inside. Now, one such lane is here. Now, there are multiple such lanes where you would find police picketing now, and that's a reflection of a trouble that broke out in those lanes. I won't say the entire area had erupted in flames. I won't say the entire area had erupted in tension. There are specific lanes which had erupted in tension. Another thing, Christine, very important to understand, even though this is mostly a minority-dominated area, but you won't find a single lane which is completely dominated by the minorities. There are mixed, communities staying here. Now, once you enter to this lane, you have to watch the visuals very carefully. Once you enter in this lane, you would find people from all sides, people from all communities staying here, and over here you would find several such shops being gutted. Now, it seems like there had been a specific lane where people have come in with a specific target, and the specific target is now lying on the ground. Look here, it's a shutter of a shop which has now literally been uprooted from the ceiling and now lying on the floor. Now, somebody managing to literally take a shutter off a shop itself proves the mindset, the intent, the preparedness, and also the kind of mob mobility it had along with them. This is a shop, this is a grocery store. Now, the entire grocery store has been ransacked, vandalized, and as you see, the maida, the chawal, the dal, the pulses, everything lying scattered everywhere. Right. Now, the people are literally in shock and disbelief because there is no such incident. There is no such incident that has happened in the past year. Now, look here, this is a shop. This is a shop, Christine, which is completely vandalized. This is nothing a fancy shop. This is not a fancy shop. This was just a roadside tea stall. Now, this tea stall has been completely vandalized, and there are several other shops which have been completely vandalized in this very lane.
Is right now, there in the lane where this incident that has been reported, BJP is calling it conspiracy. They have been saying that everything that has been pre-planned and also attacking Mamata Banerjee government, calling it complete lawlessness that prevails in the state, and also writing to the Union Home Minister so that central forces to be deployed in and around that area. For the moment, Tamal, Tanushree will come back to you as and when the story further develops. We'll be back after a short break.
In a
मथुरा के जो सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त जंगल की राखी सावंत का भेज देंगे। He will also become. बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
तो मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। सो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
These were the Hawala route transactions that is being set through dubious NRI accounts. How the UPC is sending money back home so that they can be used as secret donations. Now, what exactly were these secret donations? Let's throw another round of graphics, tell you exactly how this modus operandi also worked. This is when it comes to the PFI functionaries there, how they were based abroad, how exactly when it comes to their Hawala transactions and routes, how the money was misused and how it was brought back home in a way to use it as a hate propaganda against the vulnerable youth. We have also seen that when it comes to the indoctrination, several incriminating materials that has also been recovered.
All right, we're back with the breaking news coming in, and this is with regards to the DCW chief, Swati Maliwal, who's written a letter to the INB minister now seeking removal of the alleged sexual offender Sajid Khan from Big Boss, the current season that is on. And this is DCW chief Swati Maliwal who's written this letter to Mr. Anurag Thakur seeking removal of the film producer, director Sajid Khan from the reality show Big Boss. In fact, the DCW has already taken cognizance of the fact that Sajid Khan, who's been accused of sexual harassment and obscene behavior by over 10 women, has been allowed to participate in the popular reality show.
So this is also coming in the backdrop of the Me Too movement. There were several of those women who were said to be alleging harassment on part of Sajid Khan, who is a director. He has now been made part of this popular reality TV show, Big Boss. Let me go across to Aishwarya now. Aishwarya, the DCW taking cognizance of Sajid Khan's participation in the reality TV show.
Well, that's right. DCW Chief Swati Maliwal has written a letter to the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur seeking the removal of film producer and director Sajid Khan from the reality Big Boss. Remember, during the Me Too movement, there were many female journalists and actors spoke against alleged sexual assault by Sajid Khan, and most of the complaints were similar in nature and revealed the mentality of Sajid Khan. That's what the DCW chief has clearly stated, and also she has stated in a letter that it is very unfortunate that just a few years later Sajid Khan is now participating as a housemate.
When he was facing fire of the Me Too movement, most of the complaints against him were of similar nature. The DCW taking cognizance, also writing to the INB minister, now seeking removal of him from the reality show. Thank you, Aishwarya, for that. It's time for us to head into a quick 2-minute break.
Big revelations have come in from the FIRs that NI has registered in the PFI case. It goes on to show PFI's link with Al-Qaeda and foreign entities from Afghanistan as well as Saudi Arabia, how youth used to be radicalized and then sent to Afghanistan for terrorist training. Now these FIRs that Time Now has access shows that how physical camps used to be organized by PFI in the name of karate camps, karate school, and through these they used to be provoked with hate speeches, and by imparting this information about the alleged violence against Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir. And after radicalizing them, they used to be sent to Khorasan province of Afghanistan, where they used to be given terrorist training there.
Welcome back. Now, well versed with the politics of the most populous state of India, Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. Popularly known as Netaji, the stalwart leader died at the Medanta hospital in Gurugram today. We'll be taking a look at his political journey of the wrestler's political grappling that almost made him the Prime Minister of the nation.
Well, following his death, Uttar Pradesh government in the latest has announced a 3-day state mourning. This on his demise, of course, but as far as his last rites are concerned, they will be performed with full state honors. They will be performed tomorrow in Sci-Fi, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will also be in attendance among several other top political leaders. But here's a quick look at his political journey so far.
समाजवादी पार्टी ऐसा समाज बनाना चाहती है जो किसी की कृपा पर न रहे, अपने पैरों पर खड़ा हो, किसी के सामने उसको कभी सर और हाथ न फैलाना पड़े, न सिर झुकाना पड़े। ये समाजवादी पार्टी है।
Twice he came close to realize his prime ministerial ambitions. On both occasions, the last mile proved too long. Walking with his rustic swagger, Netaji betraying no sign of his disappointment.
हम लोग राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलके आए हैं और अपना दावा पेश कर दिया है और सभी लीडर्स ने दावा पेश कर दिया है और देवे गौड़ा हमारे लीडर हैं। बीजेपी को समर्थन नहीं कर सकते या बीजेपी द्वारा जो भी समर्थन होगा दल उसको नहीं करेंगे और सेकुलर फोर्सेस जो गवर्नमेंट बने उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
The master politician playing in master class, even as H.D. Deve Gowda nudged past him to become the Prime Minister of the United Front government in 1996.
To all manner of people, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister.
But in just 10 months, Gowda was out.
The United Front has resolved once again not to lend support either to the Congress or to the BJP in forming the government.
Once again, Mulayam fancied his chances for the top prize.
Who will form the government is the big question. It depends if the leader, the United Front nominates, is acceptable to the Congress.
Yet again, another rank outsider, I.K. Gujral, stole a march over Mulayam.
Or shall become known to me as Prime Minister of the Union, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister.
Three years later, in 1999, it was Mulayam's turn to scuttle Sonia Gandhi's plans.
I have given the President a list of my supporters, which numbers 233. Since the number does not add up to the requisite figure, I will continue to discuss the matter with those who voted in the motion of confidence.
इसके लिए कांग्रेस को यूनिलैटरली कोई डिसीजन सरकार बनाने के लिए नहीं लेना चाहिए। समाजवादी पार्टी से कांग्रेस ने कोई बात ही नहीं की।
Not just Sonia, it was a lesson for all not to ever take the Samajwadi Party founder for granted. The wrestler turned politician grew up worshipping the ideas of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia. Very clearly, he hitched his electoral fortunes with Chaudhry Charan Singh's party. In the late 1980s, he was with Janata Dal when VP Singh rode to power in Delhi.
Congratulations.
And in Lucknow, the man from Saifai landed in the Chief Minister's chair. But history repeated itself. Like the earlier non-Congress government of 1977, the National Front government didn't take long to collapse. By 1992, Mulayam had gone solo to form the Samajwadi Party. Ironically, the Babri demolition bolstered Mulayam. And in 1993, he was back as Chief Minister with Mayawati's support. The BSP-SP partnership soured in 18 months. Things turned very ugly when Mayawati was attacked inside the state guest house in Lucknow. Mulayam's government fell, and the very next day, Mayawati was sworn in as Chief Minister with BJP's backing. The bitter fallout made them sworn enemies for over 2 decades. It took the unstoppable march of this man to bring them together in 2019.
खासकर 2 जून 1995 के घटित हुए लखनऊ गेस्ट हाउस कांड से भी ऊपर रखते हुए, यानी कि देश व जनहित को इस कांड से भी ऊपर रखते हुए एक बार फिर हमने आपस में चुनावी समझौता करने का फैसला लिया है।
When he was turfed out in Lucknow, Mulayam moved to the national stage in 1996. He was the defense minister in the ragtag United Front government for 13 months. He returned to Lucknow as chief minister for the third time after the 2002 UP elections. During the days of UPA 1, his party had 35 Lok Sabha MPs. He waited 4 years until the left committed harakiri by withdrawing support over Indo-US nuclear deal in 2008. Overnight, Mulayam became the UPA's savior.
हमने मुख्य बात रखी वर्तमान राजनीतिक स्थिति पर, न्यूक्लियर नीति पर और सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों का खतरा। अब जब हम न्यूक्लियर का समर्थन कर रहे हैं तो हम समर्थन भी करेंगे, वोट भी डालेंगे।
His presence made his native village Saifai an island in the hinterland. It boasts of a medical college, a stadium, and even an airstrip. Top film stars came to dance at the annual Saifai Mahotsav. Among his personal friendship, Amar Singh was his confidant for years and a link to the corporate world. Even as son Akhilesh took over the mantle, the patriarch served reminders on governance.
मैंने स्कूलों का कराया और पहले हमें एक महीना के अंदर पुल बनवाए। हम कह रहे हैं रात और दिन जोड़ करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा 8 महीना।
The 2014 Modi tsunami may have changed the political landscape. But Mulayam's stature ensured that even the Prime Minister showed up for a family wedding in Saifai. A man who relished old-style politics has finally slipped away. Bureau Report, Times Now.
So after the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav, leaders across the political spectrum, including Prime Minister Modi, have been remembering Mulayam Singh Yadav. Union Home Minister Amit Shah also visited the private hospital to pay his tribute and respects to the late Netaji.
मैं यहाँ आ रहा था तो एक दुखद खबर भी मिली। आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था, उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता, उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी, वो इस देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लपेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं, और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे।
And we shift our focus to the latest we're tracking from Ukraine. Days after the Crimea bridge blast, several blasts today rocked Kiev. In fact, Russia, remember, has launched a massive wave of strikes targeting cities across Ukraine in retaliation for the attack that took place on the bridge linking Russia and Crimea. And to talk about it in detail, joining us on this broadcast is a very special guest. We have an MP from Ukraine, Sofia Fedena, who's joining us on this broadcast. Sofia, thank you for taking out your time and speaking to us here on Times Now. Now, barely hours after the Russian president denounced the bridge attack as an act of terrorism, we've seen these kind of blasts take place in Ukraine. Kiev has been very peaceful the last couple of months. What can you tell us about what really happened there in the latest?
This morning, we had an attack of 75 rockets launched from different directions by Russian Federation and by the order of Putin. 41 of the rockets were caught by our anti-aircraft system. The rest of the rockets, unfortunately, were exploded in the cities of Ukraine. In Kiev, we have more than 10 different explosions. Unfortunately, already in Kiev, 8 people reported murdered and more than 20 people have been wounded. In my native city of Lviv, 70 kilometers from Polish border, we had approximately 10 explosions. We hope that at least 2 rockets were caught by anti-aircraft system, but unfortunately, these rocket attacks are all over Ukraine. When we were agreeing on my live at this moment, we've gotten information that 47 more rockets were launched from Astrakhan on the territory of Moscow Federation onto Ukraine. And unfortunately, we are expecting these rockets to reach Ukraine in a few next minutes. There is a question. I do not think that this is only the reaction on the explosion on the Crimean bridge. And we do not know exactly what happened there. And we do not know whether these were Ukrainian services or this was some kind of provocations by Moscow side. But I would like to remind that Crimea itself, it is the territory of Ukraine that has been drastically occupied and annexed by Moscow Federation. I would like to remind that almost 8 months ago, Moscow Federation invaded Ukrainian territory and started the full-scale aggression. And this is the question. When a country is just trying to erase another country because that was the decision of the dictator, whether the country has a right to exist. We know today the Russian Federation to be a terrorist country that should not only be punished, but it has no right for existence in the civilized world.
Right, but Sofia, this is also coming at a time after the annexation of 4 of the provinces there of Ukraine by Russia. But the Russian president had called the blowing up of the bridge as an act of terrorism and had squarely blamed the Ukraine secret services.
This is the hybrid approach that Ukraine experiences from the Russian Federation for the last 8 years. The terrorist country that is killing for 8 years in a row Ukrainian people and occupying Ukrainian territory is trying to name Ukrainians to be a terrorist just because we protect our lives. Just like a short example, today a rocket was launched on the children kindergarten in Kiev. Is that a terrorist place? Whether the children are the terrorists? They were trying to reach today the monument of Saint Volodymyr who baptized Ukraine many years ago. It was a response to the act of terrorism. How the Saint Volodymyr monument influences the future of Moscow Federation. That the aggressor is trying to blame a victim. And unfortunately, still many countries of the world think that the victim is also guilty that she or he provoked the aggressor. Ukraine has never provoked the Moscow Federation. We were the country that did not want to join any political or military bloc before the Moscow aggression. But we need to find a possibility to survive. And I do not understand those countries and people who still support Putin and Moscow Federation trying to find out some ways for the negotiations. You cannot negotiate or find a peace with the people of the country that just wants to kill you, regardless of any reasons.
Okay, fair enough. Sofia, now, this bridge is often seen as an imposing symbol of Moscow's annexation of the peninsula, of the Crimean Peninsula. And in that sense, what would you say to these kind of charges being made by President Putin now? Because this, remember, was also a key supply route for Moscow's forces in southern Ukraine.
Yes, this bridge is very important for the Moscow Federation to supply the military stuff to kill more Ukrainians, to impose its own rule on Ukrainian territory. But the small example, today one of the rockets almost reached the glass bridge in Kiev, the pedestrian bridge in Kiev. The rocket that exploded, and you can find a video, but the glass bridge survived. That the Moscow Crimean bridge, because of some reason, was ruined. So this is a question for Moscow Federation constructors, with what and with which materials they were constructing the bridge that was ruined by some fuel explosion. And this, I think this is an agony of Putin. This is symbolical that that bridge was ruined almost on Putin's birthday. But the question is, we are trying to find some symbolical places or some symbolical reason. The only symbol is that this is a terrorist country, and it should be finally punished for the first time in 80 years.
Sofia, please do stay on with us. We are just going to play out those videos full frame for a better understanding for our viewers who are joining in right now what has been transpiring for the last several months there. And there has been an escalation with the last attack on Kiev that happened in June and more attacks, explosions that have been reported today. Take a look.
Those are some of the visuals, Sofia. Now, Ukraine is claiming that Russia has launched as many as 75 missiles, and we've seen the impact on ground. What would you say essentially? Do you think that Russia can take cover fire behind the narrative that this was provocation from the Ukrainian side?
The greatest provocation for Russia is that Ukraine exists. So I think we do not have to react on these statements of provocation or not provocation. I think that Ukraine has to combine and join all the efforts itself and the efforts of the civilized country to strengthen Ukrainian anti-aircraft system, but also to say what the next step should be done to stop the Moscow Federation. Unfortunately, as the military say, the Moscow Federation does not feel the pain of what is going on in Ukraine, though they lost already more than 250,000 soldiers in Ukraine. And what should be the response from the Moscow Federation to stop everything?
But Sofia, unlike previous such attacks that have taken place, mostly have hit Kiev's outskirts. This has happened right in the center. Of course, we could hear in those visuals how sirens have been blaring, and they have targeted very central locations in the very heart of the city this time around.
Yes, unfortunately, this time it's the very heart of the city, and one of the first rockets targeted and exploded in the building of the former Ukrainian parliament at the beginning of the 20th century, and also the university area. These photos and videos are already spread out all over the world, so I'm not giving the coordinates for Moscow Federation Army. But the question is, I think that together with trying to undermine the infrastructure of Ukraine, they are also trying to undermine the official institutions, and they are trying to put on a question of whether Ukraine has as a legitimate and official powers to go on with this fight and to protect the country.
All right, Sofia, what about the action going forward here, and what is the country's plan now? Because there is, of course, fear now with this kind of an explosion that has been reported in several places across Ukraine, that the situation goes back to what we saw, let's say 2 months ago, wherein multiple explosions could be witnessed day in and out. Do you fear that kind of a situation taking place again, and what's your plan going forward?
I think the plan should have the military people, and our commander-in-chief already made a statement that they're getting ready for the response and for the protection of the country. But I think there should be several next steps. We, on the political arena, we have to raise a question for further sanctions against Moscow Federation and for the final recognition of the Russian Federation as a terrorist country, as we do have this with Iran and with North Korea and with some other countries. The next point, unfortunately, that part of the explosions were caused by the Iranian drones, Shaheeds. And there, Iran says that they have not given some drones to the Moscow Federation. We already caught several of them, and some of them made big relations in Ukraine as well, not far from Kyiv. I think that we should raise a question how these drones were constructed, whether from which countries they have taken the details, and to stop this cooperation as well. And the third point, on the political level, we should exclude the Moscow Federation from the United Nations and from the Security Council, and to find out how to block all the financial flows that Moscow Federation still has. Unfortunately, the OPEC recently lowered the oil digging up, and that was in the interest of the Moscow Federation. And unfortunately, Moscow has now more money to fight against Ukraine.
Mean a real push for Ukraine to be a part of NATO alliance? Will be also getting a reaction shortly coming in from President Zelensky himself. In the meantime, Sofia, thank you very much for joining in. Sofia Vedana, who is a Ukrainian MP with us, are talking about the latest explosions that have hit the capital Kiev in Ukraine. We'll be back after a short break.
Hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Breaking Ground here on Times Now with me, Meghna Deka. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. We'll get you a ground report from the Mahakaleshwar corridor, which is going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister very shortly. But first up, here are the headlines. Founder of Samajwadi Party and a Mandal champion who changed Indian politics forever, Mulayam Singh Yadav, Netaji, passes away at the age of 82 years in a Gurugram hospital. Funeral will be held in Saifei.
बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे.
Prime Minister recalls Mulayam Singh's prediction of Modi's return to power in 2019 owing to Lok Sabha ideology. Calls him a soldier of democracy during emergency who worked for a stronger India. BJP Suvendu Adhikari asked Home Minister Amit Shah for Central Forces deployment, alleging Islamists' involvement in communal clashes. Protesting BJP leaders are now taken in preventive custody.
वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ. सी फॉर समझ लीजिएगा.
Gujarat Up Chief's 2019 video shows Gopal Italia abusing the Prime Minister. BJP slams the caster's slur. Italia, however, will not apologize but claims circulation of this old video proves that BJP is scared of the Aam Aadmi Party winning Gujarat polls. Open provocation by BJP MP Parvesh Verma. Neta calls to boycott one community. Police look into the hate speech. Owaisi asked BJP top brass to condemn the alleged hate speech. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin warns of another language war down south. Claims that Hindi was being imposed by the centre to destroy diversity for one nation, one religion, one culture and one food. Says that it will impact India's unity. Robin Bonipalli becomes the third man to be arrested in Delhi liquor gate. He is the director of Hyderabad firm raided earlier in the case and is suspected to be very close to a prominent political party as well. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde submits an alternative party symbols and names. Sources tell Times Now that Talwar, trumpet and mace are the three symbols suggested by him. Big buzz ahead of the Mahakal corridor inauguration on Tuesday by the Prime Minister. Expanded and newly constructed corridor in Ujjain has been designed on the basis of Shiv Leela. Times Now gets you a first-hand look in a few minutes. Multiple explosions in Ukraine's capital Kiev. Early on Monday with air raid sirens blaring, escalation of the conflict within hours of blowing up of a bridge linking Crimea, disrupting Russian supplies. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to launch the first phase of the 850 crore Mahakaleshwar corridor project tomorrow. This is being dubbed as Sri Mahakal Lok, which is set to give a big facelift for the Jyotirlinga in Ujjain. As the countdown begins for the mega inauguration, Times Now is reporting from the Mahakaleshwar Jyotirlinga in Ujjain. Here's a complete report.
An architectural marvel built in the 18th century, one of the 12 Jyotirlings across the country. The Mahakaleshwar Jyotirling is finally getting the facelift it always deserved. At 6 p.m. on Tuesday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the first phase of Sri Mahakal Lok, a mammoth project that is expected to double the annual footfall at the holy shrine.
Mahakal corridor is being developed in a very graceful way, and number of pictures around me are really so attractive. Behind me, I want to show you that this is called Kamal Tala. When the water will fill up in this pond, it will be quite a graceful look, and definitely this is still looking quite attractive. There you see the statue of Lord Shiva sitting there on that height, and here you see the loin also in front of him. 4 loins actually set up there around inside this pond. And behind me, I want to show you that one more attractive picture, Saptarishi, who are sitting on lotus 7 these sands who are called Saptarishi. So this is quite an attractive picture of this corridor.
When fully completed, this project will increase the area of temple premises by nearly 15 times, from 2.5 acres to 47 acres.
देखिए, महाकाल परिसर विस्तार का कार्य माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जो एक विजन लिया था और जो उन्होंने हम लोगों को निर्देश प्रदान किए थे, जैसे उनकी परिकल्पना थी, उसके आधार पर फेज़ 1 का काम लगभग कंप्लीट है। दोनों फेज मिलाकर 750 करोड़ रुपए का पूरा कार्य है, जिसमें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के द्वारा अधिकांश पैसा राज्य सरकार से दिया गया है। और इस परियोजना के क्रियान्वयन के बाद में जो हमारा मंदिर का परिसर था, जो केवल 2 हेक्टेयर का हुआ करता था, वो बढ़कर 47 हेक्टेयर का होने वाला है।
A 900-meter pedestrian corridor has also been constructed, dotted with 108 murals and 93 scriptures depicting stories of Lord Shiva.
देखिए, मेन अट्रैक्शन यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा यही है कि जितनी शिव गाथाएं हैं जो म्यूरल और स्कल्पचर के फॉर्म में दी हैं, वही मेन अट्रैक्शन है यहाँ पर। अच्छा, तो म्यूरल वॉल जो हमारा कॉरिडोर पूरा बन रहा है, हाँ। उसके अंदर पूरे कॉरिडोर के अंदर हमने म्यूरल वॉल अपनी बनाई हुई है। अच्छा,
ये म्यूरल वॉल क्या है?
म्यूरल वॉल आसान भाषा में बोले तो ये वृत्ति चित्र है। वृत्ति चित्र का मतलब ये हुआ कि दीवार के ऊपर पत्थर को लगा करके आकृतियां उकेरना। अच्छा, तो उसके अंदर वो एक 3 डायमेंशनल फोटोग्राफ है। अच्छा, तो ये मंदिर का मेन रास्ता है। मेन रास्ता यहाँ से जो मेन रास्ते को हमने इस तरह से बाइफर्केट करा हुआ है कि ये 6 मीटर का हमारा ई रिक्शा का लाइन रहेगी। अच्छा। तो जो भी बुजुर्ग लोग हैं, हाँ, या प्रेग्नेंट महिलाएं हैं या विकलांग हैं, वो लोग बहुत आसानी से अपना रास्ता तय कर पाएंगे।
The Mahakal corridor also includes a grand walkway for pilgrims centered around the Saptarishi.
So right now I am at the center around Saptarishi. Let me just take you directly to these statues. Saptarishi, in fact, who are sitting on lotus. You can see this is one of the Saptarishi, and likewise 7 such statues you can see around here. You can see one by one. These are those statues of Saptarishi. So this is one of the attraction points here in this premises of Mahakal corridor, and the sculpture and the stonework so gracefully. There you can see the Nataraj picture on this pole. You can clearly see, and also Sheshnag. You can see the picture of Sheshnag, and also some description and inscription also there. Om Nagrajay Vidmahe and Padmaste Dharmaste, and this is slok has been depicted there on the stone.
With carvings inspired by the Shiv Leela, the Mahakal corridor would have 2 new gates for the pilgrims to decongest the temple premises.
2 गेट हैं, नंदी द्वार और पिनाकी द्वार। इनके माध्यम से श्रद्धालु यहाँ पर प्रवेश करेंगे। आप देख सकते हैं कि जो म्यूरल्स की एक पूरी की पूरी श्रृंखला है, 900 मीटर का जो हमारा कॉरिडोर है, उस पे एक म्यूरल्स की श्रृंखला है, जिसपे शिव पुराण से संबंधित जो स्टोरीज हैं उनको उकेरा गया है। रात में भी अच्छी तरीके से वो हाईलाइट हो सके, इसके लिए लाइटिंग भी इसमें लगाई गई है, और इनके बारे में दर्शक अच्छे तरीके से जान सके, इस हेतु ऑडियो गाइड की सुविधा भी QR कोड के माध्यम से यहाँ पर उपलब्ध रहेगी।
The stage is set for one of the mega inaugurations of Colossal Mahakal Corridor, a project that would revolutionize spiritual tourism in the region. Bureau Report, Times Now.
Well, let me go across to Mohit, but he's joining us live from Ujjain. Give us a sense about the preparations which must be underway ahead of the big inauguration by the Prime Minister tomorrow. What's the mood like on the ground?
Well, Meghna, stage is all set and Times Now is reporting from inside the Mahakal corridor as of now. And tomorrow, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating this Mahakal corridor and will be dedicating it to the people of the country. Now, the interesting part and the part that differentiates this particular corridor from the other Shiv temples as of now is that it depicts all the stories, all the lessons that are being associated with the life of Lord Shiva. Now you can see all these scriptures, all these statues are being made over here. Now we generally have an image of Lord Shiva as somebody when he gets angry, then he will always go for a rampage. But if you see this particular statue over here, this is of Shiv Barat. When Lord Shiva got married, this is how he went, or sitting on Nandi towards his Barat. So clearly everything that is associated with Lord Shiva, the Shiv Katha, Shiv Chalisa is being depicted over here in form of scriptures, in form of statues and in form of murals. Now one interesting part, Meghna, over here is that we know for a fact that how many youngsters are also attracted to all these corridors these days, and hence to attract them the technology is also being used. Like for example, these are the blocks that have been put over here throughout this particular corridor. Now in these blocks there are various stories written, like for example, Mahadev giving Mars to the earth, Mahadev handing over Mars to goddess earth, and earth accepting him as her son. Now if you come over here, then you scan this QR code. There is a QR code over here. If you scan it with your phone, you will hear the audio story of this particular topic, that how Mahadev gave Mars to the earth. Now if you move towards that side, I'll show you around. These are the walls, these are the scriptures over here that have been put up, and the scriptures, the murals, everywhere you'll see the depiction of life of Lord Shiva. Now if you come towards this side, now there's another block over here which is being put over here. Now it says that Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu having dispute while proving supremacy over each other, and Mahadev cutting one of the 5 heads of Lord Brahma. Now again, if you will scan through your phone this QR code, you will hear that particular story. So this is the way the technology is being used in this particular corridor, and hence everything that is being related to the life of Lord Shiva is being depicted over here. Now when I came over here, I got to see various statues, various scriptures that I have never heard of regarding the life of Lord Shiva, and it's very mesmerizing over here. Now look at this statue over here. Lord Shiva is sitting on the Kailash Parvat, and Ravana is holding Kailash Parvat on his head. So look at this, how beautifully all these incidents have been described in all these scriptures over here. And it's also been written over here that Ravan ka Kailash Parvat uthana, and then the details are being given in Hindi, English and in Sanskrit. So first you have the information given in Sanskrit, then you have the information given in Hindi, then you have information given in English. And look at this. Now many of the people, many of our viewers in fact would not be aware of the fact that how Ravana put this particular Mount Kailash on his head while Lord Shiva was still there with Parvati sitting on Mount Kailash. So this is being depicted over here, and every single story, every single incident is being shown through all these murals, scriptures and these particular statues. I'll ask my camera person to move towards this side, because it's around 2 kilometers of the corridor that is being made when you enter from the Nandi gate. And look at this, another, and this is the scene of when Lord Shiva drank vish, and it is said to be very important part in our mythology. And the Samundar Manthan was going on between Asuras and the gods. Lord Shiva came over there and he drank all the vish. You can see this all being depicted over here through all these scriptures over here. Now, the family of Lord Shiva, Parvati, Ganesha, and everybody is being depicted in various forms over here. And tomorrow at 6 p.m, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating this particular corridor. I'll ask my camera person to come with me and I'll show you one interesting thing. Now, this particular lake over here used to be a drain over here. Now it has been completely revamped, and look at this, the water is completely clean. Earlier when you used to come over here, this area was a barren land, it was a congested area, and this particular water was filthy, it was filled with dirt. Now it has also been completely converted and revamped over here, this particular lake. Now what we are also being told by the people over here, that on that particular side, on the other side of this particular lake, the phase two of the revamping of the Mahakal corridor will start. So this is just the phase 1 of the Mahakal corridor, and on the other side you will have the phase 2 of Mahakal corridor, and just in front of it is the Bharat Mata Mandir, and a few meters away from here is the Mahakal temple. So look at all these scriptures, all these pillars, all these carvings on all those pillars. It has taken months, years by craftsmen, by artists, by architects, many years, and now tomorrow is the big day when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating this particular Mahakal corridor at around 6 p.m. He will also be addressing a public rally over there, and what we are being told is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take an around 20 to 30 minute tour of this particular area, while he will be briefed about every single aspect.
We will just come back and get you more
Mahakal
details of what the Prime Minister is expected to do today, tomorrow when he comes in to inaugurate. But what's beautiful is the way that they have bridged architectural as well as the historic significance of this Mahakaleshwar corridor and have linked it together with technology. On your phone app, you can simply scan, and all the stories are going to be available to anyone who visits there. In fact, with this, India, of course, is all set to witness the spectacular exhibition of India's cultural diversity and musical as well as the dance art forms, which are going to be performed tomorrow as the Prime Minister inaugurates this entire phase 1 of the Mahakaleshwar corridor. In fact, ahead of the inauguration, Times Now also shows you how artists from across India have been preparing for this grand event.
Ahead of the grand inauguration of Sri Mahakal Lok, preparations are underway for the mega event when the Prime Minister will inaugurate the first phase of around 850 crore rupee temple redevelopment project.
तो महाकाल लोक में जब यहाँ पर उद्घाटन होगा तो यहाँ की तस्वीरें अपने आप में बहुत अलौकिक होंगी। अलौकिक सिर्फ यहाँ की खूबसूरती से नहीं, बल्कि यहाँ पर आए उन कलाकारों से भी जो देश भर की अलग अलग जो नृत्य प्रस्तुतियां हैं उसका फॉर्म यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। जब प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे तो उनके स्वागत के लिए और उद्घाटन अवसर पर आपको यहाँ पर गोवा की भी तस्वीर, वहाँ के लोक नृत्य की तस्वीर नजर आएगी, कथक की तस्वीर नजर आएगी, अलग अलग प्रादेशिक जो डांस हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट की भी यहाँ पर आपको डांस की झलक देखने को मिलेगी। और जो कलाकार हैं आखिर उनकी प्रैक्टिस किस तरह से अभी भी चल रही है वो भी है। मैम, आप लोग कहाँ से आए, क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम क्षमा मालवीय है, मैं कथक डांसर हूँ और भोपाल से आई हूँ।
अच्छा,
तो ये सभी मेरी स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं।
क्या परफॉर्मेंस देने वाले हैं आप?
ये एक म्यूजिक है शिव के ऊपर, जिसमें सारे जो ग्रुप्स आए हैं सभी उसी म्यूजिक पे परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं और ये लड़कियां भी उसी पे परफॉर्म कर रही हैं।
On Tuesday, when the nation witnesses the inauguration, one will see a cultural extravaganza. The essence of India's cultural diversity.
यहाँ पर सांस्कृतिक प्रस्तुतियां जो हैं वो भी की जाएंगी और यहाँ जो अलग अलग छतरी बनाई गई हैं वहाँ पर अलग अलग राज्यों की आपको झलक नजर आएगी, जिसको लेकर प्रैक्टिस सेशंस अभी भी किए जा रहे हैं। आपको बता दें कि चाहे बात कश्मीर की हो या कन्याकुमारी की, यानी कि हर राज्य की एक अलग तस्वीर आप लोगों को नजर आने वाली। मैम, क्या परफॉर्म करेंगे आप लोग?
हम लोग को 2 टीम है, एक तो मोहिनीअट्टम के लिए 30 स्टूडेंट्स है और 10 स्टूडेंट्स कुचिपुड़ी के लिए।
From musical performances to dance events, here's a glimpse of what you will see on Tuesday at 6 p.m.
कृष्णा और राधा और गोपियों के साथ वो वन में खेल नाच गाना ऐसा होता है ना, वही खेल हम दिखाएंगे।
तो आप लोग स्पेशली इस परफॉर्मेंस के लिए मणिपुर से आए हैं?
मणिपुर से आए हैं।
कितने लोगों का ग्रुप है आप लोगों का?
हम लोगों का 10 ग्रुप है, 10 आदमी।
अच्छा, ये तो आप लोगों की और भी टीम है या यहीं पर ही है?
यही ये वाला डांस का टीम है और संकीर्तन का टीम भी आया है, वो लड़का लोग है।
बेहद खूबसूरत तस्वीर आपको नजर आएगी महाकाल लोक में, जहां पर एक तरफ आपको शिव की मुद्राएं कथक के रूप में नजर आएंगी। आपको ये कहा जाए कि शिव का जो नृत्य है वो नजर आएगा, चाहे बात हम कथक की करें या फिर भरतनाट्यम की करें। मणिपुर की भी झलक यहाँ पर नजर आएगी, जिसमें कृष्ण लीलाओं का वर्णन किया गया है। 700 से ज्यादा कलाकार 11 तारीख को परफॉर्म करेंगे, जिसमें अलग अलग राज्यों की एक एक तस्वीर देखने को मिलेगी। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट देवेंद्र बिश्ट के साथ नैना यादव, टाइम्स ऑफ भारत, उज्जैन।
Well, with that, we are moving on. There is some breaking news which is coming in ahead of the Mahakal Corridor's inauguration. Kamal Nath has reacted in a massive credit war which is already coming up. He said, what I did, and BJP wants to wrongfully take the credit for what I had done during the Congress regime. So there's a massive credit wall which has already broken out ahead of the ahead of the Prime Minister's inauguration tomorrow. In fact, let's listen in to former Chief Minister Kamal Nath.
जो मैंने किया था महाकाल के लिए, ये रिकॉर्ड पर है। मैं कोई इस पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता, पर आज ये उसका श्रेय लेना चाहें। ये तो सब चीज़ का श्रेय लेंगे। अभी तक तो उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा, शायद अगले 10 महीने में कहें कि जो कर्जा माफ़ हुआ वो भी हमने किया था। ये हर चीज़ में श्रेय लेना चाहते हैं, पर आम जनता बहुत समझदार है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जनता इनको का जवाब देगी। ये बौखलाए हुए हैं, इसीलिए कभी प्रधानमंत्री को बनाओ कि ये कार्यक्रम करो, धार्मिक कार्यक्रम करो। जनता समझदार है और ये सब भावनाओं से कुछ नहीं होता।
Well, in fact, let me go across to Mohit. Mohit, ahead of the inauguration, the politics and the credit war has already begun. Congress saying we are the ones who made this possible.
Well, yes, Meghna, and we have seen that since the news of the inauguration of Mahakal Corridor has come, the Congress party is coming out. And in fact, the MP Congress handle on Twitter also tweeted that it was former Chief Minister Kamal Nath, the Congress leader, who proposed the construction of Mahakal Corridor. And in fact, he sanctioned 300 crore rupees for this particular corridor. While to that, the BJP has said that Kamal Nath only sanctioned the money, but he put the whole program on the hold, and it was the Shivraj Singh government under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi who has gone ahead with construction of the Mahakal Corridor. In fact, the amount that is being spent on this is double the amount, is more than double the amount which was being sanctioned by the Kamal Nath government, is what the BJP says. And now what the BJP also says is that the BJP is making all these corridors, be it Kashi Vishwanath or in Mahakal over here in Ujjain, but the Congress party is just doing the appeasement politics, and when the BJP government or Prime Minister goes for any such inauguration, their leaders come out to take the credit, but that should not be the case. And they have hit out at Kamal Nath saying that he only proposed the corridor, he sanctioned the money, but the money was not being given and the project did not start. It started during the BJP's rule. Back to you.
Well, that's very interesting. The war of words, the politics, the credit war, all of that has already begun, but the focus is also on the restoration of something which is not just of great religious but cultural and artistic heritage of India as well. Thank you so much, Mohit, for getting us those live inputs from Ujjain. With that, a short break. This continues to be one of our top focus stories there.
there was a big song and dance about internet being cut. Okay. Now, if you have reached a stage where you say an internet cut is more dangerous than the loss of human lives, then what can I say?
India's illegal and unilateral actions of 5th August 2019 to change the internationally recognized disputed status of Jammu and Kashmir and to alter the demographic structure of the occupied territory further undermined the prospects of peace.
There was a big song and dance about internet being cut. Okay. Now, if you have reached a stage where you say an internet cut is more dangerous than the loss of human lives, then what can I say? So the fact is, if you look at the whole 370 issue, I mean, it's a fundamental, maybe I should not be looking in your direction. I ask you all to just a very basic part. What was a temporary provision of the Constitution was finally put to rest. This was supposed to be act of majority. Wait. This was supposed to be majoritarian. Now tell me, what was happening in Kashmir was not majoritarian. So, I think the way facts are slanted, things are played up, what is right, what is wrong is confused. This is actually politics at work.
Good afternoon. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Kritsween Walia. We start with the ongoing controversy between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, a fresh controversy that has erupted in poll-bound state of Gujarat after this video of the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has gone viral. In the video, the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat president was seen making derogatory remarks on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The date of the video is not confirmed, but it is apparently a video that goes back to 2019 during the run-up to the general elections. First up, listen into the shocking remark made by the AAP Neta.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आप नीच किस्म के आदमी मुख्य बड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी बड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए। ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। मैं बात करता हूँ डिजिटल इंडिया की और खुद दिल्ली से दौड़ा दौड़ा यहाँ पे वोट देने आता हूँ। देखिए मैं आप लोगों को कैसे सी बनाता हूँ। तो ये नीच किस्म का आदमी हमें ये संदेश दे रहा है कि मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
Well, the BJP has condemned the slur made on Prime Minister Modi, saying the comments reflect the real mindset of Arvind Kejriwal and his team members.
all limits have been crossed. The Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief, Gopal Italia, has used the most objectionable language for the Prime Minister when he said that the Prime Minister is niche. This is not only an abuse to the Prime Minister and to the position of the Prime Minister and the constitutional position, but is also a casteist slur that is being made at the Prime Minister who comes from the OBC community. This kind of language only reflects the true character, chal, charitra, chehra of the Aam Aadmi Party. And it is not just the Prime Minister and his position that has been abused or the personage of the Prime Minister, but Mr. Gopal Italia has also used a very objectionable derogatory word for those who go to kathas. The Hindu faithfuls who go to kathas have been abused by him and have been called as eunuchs by him in another video.
Well, a first Aam Aadmi Party reaction has come in on this very video that has gone viral. This is of the Aam Aadmi Party Neta Gopal Italia, to which now Raghav Chadda of the Aam Aadmi Party has responded, though he's played down the speech and has said this is from an old video and has called it dirty tricks being played by the BJP.
2022 का विधानसभा चुनाव भाजपा बनाम आम आदमी पार्टी बन गया है, जिसमें आम आदमी पार्टी भाजपा से रेस में आगे निकलती नजर आ रही है, जिसे देख भाजपा के लोग घबरा गए हैं, डर गए हैं। हम पे हमले किए जा रहे हैं, हमारे नेताओं को गालियां दी जा रही हैं, हमारे लोगों के पुराने वीडियो निकालकर उसका बखेड़ा खड़ा किया जा रहा है। ये सारी चीजें ये दिखाता है कि भाजपा डरी हुई है, घबराई हुई है।
Let me quickly go across to my colleague Aishwarya joining us with more details. Aishwarya, the fact of the matter is that though this Aam Aadmi Party Neta had nothing to do with the party back in 2019, it's a speech that was made by him. The date of the speech is not known exactly. Many say this goes back to 2019, as is being claimed by the BJP as well. But how conveniently the Aam Aadmi Party is saying this is a video which goes back to 2019 perhaps, and you can't question the Aam Aadmi Party or ask answers of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, certainly another controversy has erupted between Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party in the poll-bound state of Gujarat, and this time none other than Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief Gopal Italia is under the fire. Remember, this is a video of 2019 that the BJP is claiming, but on the other side, you know, he's the same person who has made such statements. He is saying that, you know, this video was shot before 2019 when he was not even in the Aam Aadmi Party, but he's the same leader who is using these remarks, and therefore the reason perhaps now NCW has taken cognizance into this matter and has summoned Gopal Italia, and certainly the NCW has called the entire statement by him as misogynistic, and therefore the reason he has to appear before the NCW as well. The Aam Aadmi Party on the other side has been calling this as the diversion tactics and also blaming the BJP IT cell for coming out of the old videos and pulling out the issue. They say that on one side in Gujarat there has been a massive you know support for Arvind Kejriwal in his rallies, and Aam Aadmi Party is going to win it, and therefore the reason the BJP is trying to divert the attention of people. Today in fact Gopal Italia, while addressing the press conference, stated that you know the BJP should talk about corruption. The BJP should talk
Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadda reiterating once again that it's the Aam Aadmi Party that is way ahead of the BJP as far as the Gujarat poll campaign goes, and that's exactly what has rattled the BJP, is why they're resorting to what they call our dirty tricks. Let me once again now quickly put out this reaction that has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party Neta Gopal Italia himself, who won't apologize. Instead, once again has played down the old video and has said that the Aam Aadmi Party is being targeted unnecessarily. Listen in.
पार्टी की स्थिति को देखते हुए बीजेपी पूरी तरह से बौखलाई हुई है और कई ऐसे रास्ते ढूंढ रही है जिससे वो आम आदमी पार्टी को खराब दिखा सके, नीचा दिखा सके, या आम आदमी पार्टी को रोकने की साजिश हो रही है। इसी अनुक्रम में वो बार बार कहीं से ये वीडियो आ गया, कहीं से वो वीडियो आ गया, आज ये आ गया, वो आ गया। इनके पास अब मुद्दों की बात नहीं बची है, इसीलिए कल से ये लोग कोई पुराना, कोई फर्जी, सच्चा झूठा, पता नहीं क्या क्या वीडियो लेकर के आ गए और ये जनता को बता रहे हैं कि 4-5 साल पहले किसी ने ये बोल दिया था, इसलिए 2022 के चुनाव में आप हमें वोट दे दो।
Going back to Aishwarya once again, Aishwarya, interestingly, this is the same narrative that the Aam Aadmi Party resorts to, building against the BJP, even with regards to how some of the mantris of the Aam Aadmi Party are currently facing investigations by central agencies. That's what they say. Even while investigations are being carried out by those agencies, that this is just BJP's response to what the Aam Aadmi Party is doing in Gujarat, for example.
Well, in fact, the BJP leaders have been clearly stating that whenever they ask about liquor policy scam or education scam or different scams happening under the Aam Aadmi Party ruling government, then they clearly blame it to the central agencies, and they diverge the entire issue, and Aam Aadmi Party never give the correct answers. On the other side, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been saying that there has been nothing concrete into it. In fact, we heard from Gopal Italia himself today addressing a press conference that if I am guilty, hang me. But on the other side, answer the right questions that we are asking on the terms of education, on the terms of development in the state of Gujarat, and what they are going to do for the people. So yes, there have been attacks after attacks, both from the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. But this is to be, this is
so
to be
while all
noted.
this is being said, no apology on ground has been issued so far. The BJP has been sending out non-stop reactions on this big story. BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra has once again said that we're talking about the Prime Minister of the country, and this in fact is an insult to the democratic and parliamentary process of our nation.
लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री देश के होते हैं। उस प्रधानमंत्री को नीच कहना ये देश के लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाओं का अपमान है। इट इज एन इंसल्ट टू द डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस ऑफ इंडिया, टू द पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसेस ऑफ इंडिया। एक ओबीसी प्रधानमंत्री को, जो पिछड़े वर्ग से आते, जो एक गरीब और साधारण परिवार से आते, उनको बार बार नीच कहना, यह गाली किसको है? क्या आप पिछड़े वर्ग के लोगों को नीच कहना चाहते हैं? क्या एक साधारण गरीब परिवार से अगर व्यक्ति उठ करके प्रधानमंत्री बनता है लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया में, तो वो नीच होता है?
And shifting our focus to more breaking news coming in, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has written to Prime Minister Modi over the language war controversy that has once again erupted in the state. In his letter, he has hit out at the BJP over its bid to impose one nation, one religion and one culture theory. He says that all languages must be declared official in India, as non-Hindi speakers outnumber Hindi speakers in the country. Further questioned Prime Minister to stop Hindi imposition in order to save India's unity. Let me go across to Prapanch joining us with more details. Prapanch, now with regards to what M.K. Stalin has written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, put this in context for us. What is this controversy all about? Because once again, he's indirectly blaming the centre for imposing one language, that is Hindi, on the entire nation.
Now, after the Parliamentary Committee for Languages had given recommendations to the President of India, this committee is headed by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, that committee has given several recommendations, one of which is, in fact, in category A states, which are predominantly Hindi-speaking states, the medium of instruction should be Hindi, and Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has said that after that this will also be extended to the states where the Hindi is spoken to some extent, and thereafter it will be made as a common language throughout India, is his statement. And he also said that in fact there are 22 languages in the 8th schedule, and he has asked why those 22 languages are not made official languages. He has asked and urged the Prime Minister and the government, stating that in fact do not force another language war on us by imposing Hindi, is what the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has said. It is a detailed letter which he has been questioning that each language has its own cultural identity, has its own uniqueness, and why in fact only Hindi was given prominence is what...
All right, I'll come back to you, Prapanch. We have Mr. Govai Satyam joining us from the AIDMK on the phone line. Mr. Satyam, what do you make of this? Fresh allegations being levelled by the Chief Minister himself. He's written a letter to the Prime Minister, has urged that this kind of a Hindi imposition must not take place, essentially reigniting the language debate once again.
Yeah, being a Dravidian party, we ourselves will not stand if there were any impositions upon the Tamil language. We are very clear on it. But however, AIDMK doesn't use language as a shield to camouflage people. If at all, if there were to be imposition, AIDMK will be the first party to up its hand and raise a protest on the same. But wherein DMK uses language as a tool to shield its inefficiencies, we don't do in that.
Mr. Satyan, I believe the proposal that has been put forward in front of the centre is with regards to 11 Hindi-speaking states, as the BJP is claiming at the moment.
Every rich heritage, identity, and it has been regarded high in the minds of the people. So any attempt to impose another language by forceful means or by any other backdoors is definitely not acceptable. BJP might...
All right. Thank you, Mr. Satyan, for joining us on the phone line here on Times Now. Let me go across to a Congress perspective and a Congress voice. We have Mr. Amerikai Narayanan joining us on the phone line. Mr. Amerikai Narayanan, what would you say? Because, you know, there is a war of words that clearly has broken out once again. The BJP says this is only restricted to some of the Hindi-speaking states and only with regards to certain advertisements which were predominantly in English. So just to take off that pattern, this is why this kind of a proposal has been put forward.
From what I understand, I think they can just let BJP should concentrate on developing this country and economically. Instead, they are trying to keep the pot boiling on issues that's not relevant. In Tamil Nadu also it's happening in terms of the religion. The problem is that Hindi cannot be imposed. The way I understand is in the Institute of Higher Learning, including IITs and IIMs, BJP is also trying to bring in Hindi. There's no reason to do that. If they want to do that, today, the Institute of Higher Learning, I think it's very important people learn in their mother language, basic education. English has become a mode of communication and a link language, and it should stay like that. To impose any language on the other is quite inappropriate, or to give a predominant liking to one language alone is not right in India. We are a people of different languages, different culture, and that's what brings us to strength. And India has grown this fast mainly because of our ability to move from one place to the other because of the English as a language of thing. Now, in order for us to put this thing back, technology is already out there. People want to learn. The technology can help us to translate anything quickly. So
okay, so in your view, no one language should be imposed forcefully on the people of the country. The BJP of the opinion that this is being done to give preference to their own regional language in Hindi-dominated states, in Hindi-speaking states. I thank you for that, joining us with that perspective. Let's put out that reaction coming in from Mr. Narayan Tirupati of the BJP.
I think he has mistaken as usual, or he has been misled by anyone, because the statement or the recommendations which released in part, which has come out in part, should be read out very carefully. It very clearly states that only for the Hindi-speaking states, that is the 11 states, it is compulsory that Hindi should be there, because in all these states, English is used more than Hindi. That's what they have said. Even in advertisements, they have very clearly said that Hindi plus the regional languages, not English. So this is in order to abolish English, in order to get away with the English, we are trying to give preference to our regional languages. That's what this recommendation very clearly says.
With that, it's time for us to head into a quick break. News and updates continue. Don't go anywhere.
Kashmir situation is often misrepresented or misunderstood in Washington. What is the current understanding of US lawmakers about Kashmir and terrorism there?
If there is a terrorist incident, and it doesn't matter of what faith the person, who's killed. If there are Indian soldiers or Indian policemen who are abducted or killed, if there are people working for the government or citizens going about their business who lose their lives, how often do you hear people talking about it, pronouncing on it?
And I'm also constrained to respond to one delegation that has chosen yet again to misuse this forum and make false allegations against my country. It is therefore important for me to set the record straight. It is ironic that Pakistan is speaking about the rights of minorities. For a country that has even stopped publishing its data to hide its same shameful record, it is amazing that they have even brought up this subject. It has a long history of having committed the gravest violations of minority rights that the world has ever seen. We know that what Pakistan has done to its minorities. It has decimated them.
picking up in the Kerala gold smuggling case. This is with regards to the Supreme Court issuing a notice to the Kerala government on the Enforcement Directorate plea for transfer of trial to Bengaluru. Now, the next date of hearing, we are being told, has been placed for the 20th of October, but sensational claims have been made by the Enforcement Directorate. The Solicitor General says Swapna Suresh is getting threats after divulging name of the Chief Minister. And also goes on to talk about how Suresh is also apprehensive of physical and mental torture as per the Enforcement Directorate. Let me go across to Harish joining us with more details. Harish, now remember earlier on the Kerala government did oppose the idea of the Enforcement Directorate moving the trial from Kerala to Karnataka, and these are serious claims being made by the Enforcement Directorate that a riot-like situation existed after Swapna Suresh named certain bigwigs, including the Chief Minister.
Yes, that's right. And as of now, Supreme Court has issued notice to Kerala government on the Enforcement Directorate plea for transfer of the trial to Bangalore. And the next date of hearing is October 20th. And as rightly said, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, made very startling allegations that Swapna Suresh was getting threats after divulging the name of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And so Suresh was also apprehensive of physical and mental torture, and a riot-like situation existed after she named the bigwigs,
So the
including
next
the
date
Chief
of hearing
Minister.
is going to be on the 20th of October. Whether or not the trial be moved to another state will be something that remains to be seen. Thank you, Harish, for that. Shifting our focus, well, provocative chants could be heard during a procession on Prophet's birth anniversary. Sar Tan Se Juda chants were raised during this procession, and the incident was reported from Khandwa in Madhya Pradesh and Jodhpur in Rajasthan. The Gehlot police has arrested one accused in the same, and in the meanwhile, reactions have been coming in. For example, Union Minister Gajendra Shekhawat has slammed the Gehlot government, saying that special treatment is being given to hate mongers.
सुलेमान अशोक गहलोत जी के राज के अंदर प्रदेश के अंदर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति चरम के ऊपर है। कल मुख्यमंत्री जी के गृह जिले पिपाड़ के अंदर भी सिर तन से जुदा करने वाले नारे लगे और उसके बावजूद भी कठोरता की कार्रवाई नहीं, यानी कि लोगों के अपराध करने के बाद जो सजा मिलती है उसका डर उन लोगों के अंदर नहीं है। आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि आज राजस्थान की कानून व्यवस्था पूर्ण रूप से बिगड़ चुकी है। बिगड़ती हुई कानून व्यवस्था को ठीक करना राज्य सरकार की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी है। इसलिए मुख्यमंत्री जी, कम से कम आप प्रदेश के मुखिया होने के नाते राजनीति सियासत आप करते रहे, लेकिन राजनीति सियासत के साथ साथ आम जन सुरक्षा के साथ अपना जीवन यापन कर सके, उसकी भी माकूल व्यवस्था करने का।
Let me go across to Mayank joining us with more details. Mayank, सर तन से जुदा की नारेबाजी हमें दिखी इस प्रोसेशन में, ये प्रॉफिट के बर्थ एनिवर्सरी पे हुआ। गहलोत सरकार से भाजपा सवाल उठा रही है, वो पर गहलोत सरकार बोल रही है कि उन्होंने गिरफ्तारी कर ली है एंड लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स।
Well, absolutely, and this is the version coming from the district police administration. We had a word with the rural Jodhpur SP, and he said that we have nabbed two person responsible for this chanting. But the bigger question that remains is that how come police allow these assembly where people come and chant these sloganeering, because we saw that a gruesome beheading of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur, and still the law enforcement agency in Rajasthan have not been able to completely crack down on these sort of assemblies where these provocative sloganeering happens. We saw multiple episode of these sort of sloganeering across the country that followed that preempted the violence across the country, and some murders in Rajasthan and also in across the country as well. But nothing has been done on the administrative level by the government, that those assemblies have not been prevented even now. Yes, police have started a crackdown.
It's not just happened in Rajasthan but also in Khandwa and Madhya Pradesh, so remains to be seen what the official response is going to be on this kind of hate speeches, hate chants that were raised once again in both the states. I'll leave it at that with you, Umang. Thank you for joining us. With that, it's time for us to head into a quick 2-minute break.
for decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
Hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. We'll get you the very latest coming in on the clashes in the suburbs of Kolkata. But first up, let's get you the headlines. Founder of Samajwadi Party and a Mandal champion who changed Indian politics forever, Mulayam Singh Yadav, Netaji, he passes away at the age of 82 years in a Gurugram hospital. The funeral will be held in his backyard of Saifai.
दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे.
Prime Minister recalls Mulayam Singh's prediction of Modi's return to power in 2019 owing to Sabka Saath ideology. Calls him a soldier of democracy during the emergency he worked for a stronger India. Big buzz ahead of Mahakal Corridor's inauguration on Tuesday by the Prime Minister. Expanded and newly constructed corridor in Ujjain has been designed on the basis of Shiv Leela. Times Now gets you a first-hand look. BJP Suvendu Adhikari asked Home Minister Amit Shah for Central Forces deployment, alleging Islamists' involvement in communal clashes. Protesting BJP leaders are now arrested by the Bengal police.
बड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ, सी फॉर समझ लीजिएगा.
Gujarat Up Chief's 2019 video shows Gopal Italia abusing the Prime Minister. BJP slams the caste slur. Italia, however, will not apologize but claims that the circulation of the old video shows that BJP is scared of Up winning Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi unveils series of infra projects in pole-bound Gujarat, slams urban naxals over installing Sardar Patel's dream to dam Narmada, says that the BJP realized Patel's dream after fighting for 40 to 50 years. Open provocation by BJP MP Parvesh Verma. Netha calls to boycott one community. The police now look into this hate speech. Owaisi asked BJP's top brass to condemn this. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin warns of another language war down south, claims that Hindi was being imposed by the centre to destroy diversity for one nation, one religion, one culture and one food. He says it will impact India's unity. Robin Bonipalli becomes the third man to be arrested in Delhi's liquor gate. He is the director of Hyderabad firm raided earlier in the case and is suspected to be close to a prominent political party in Hyderabad. Multiple explosions in Ukraine's capital Kiev early Monday, with air raid sirens blaring. The escalation of the conflict within hours of blowing up of the bridge linking Crimea, disrupting Russian supplies. Well, in fact, the communal cauldron has again been stirred in Bengal in the capital city of Kolkata's Mominpur. Two communities clashed late last night, leaving behind a trail of destruction and dread. Videos that you can see on your screens of are doing the rounds on social media of the mob on rampage. Meanwhile, there's breaking news which is coming in. BJP has escalated the matter. In fact, BJP's Swapan Das Gupta, who's a national executive member, has written to the Prime Minister on the attacks on Hindu minorities in Kolkata. He's spoken about the ineffectiveness of the state police. So let's go across live to BJP's national executive member. Swapan Das Gupta joins us live on Times Now. Mr. Swapan Das Gupta, if you can tell us what exactly it is that you've written in the letter to the Prime Minister and what have you urged him to do?
Well, the letter to the Prime Minister is in the context of what took place in the Mominpur, Iqbalpur, Kidarpur belt of Kolkata last night. It was Lakshmi Puja Day, yes, and it was, I believe, Shab-e Barat also. But what we saw was not a communal riot. We saw one community rampaging, and the videos are complete testimony to that, they don't lie, of wanton destruction of property, of motorbikes, of cars, of shops, and destruction of anything they could get hold of, and culminating in the takeover of a police station. And you can imagine the helplessness, the ineffectiveness, and the political apathy shown by the police in dealing with a situation like that. These have become, these areas, this is in particular context, as I keep saying. The context is that there are certain parts of the city of Kolkata, as well as elsewhere in the state, which have become virtual no-go areas for the administration.
Right.
Where the police doesn't go in, where there's a complete anarchy, where some other rule prevails, and the vulnerable Hindu minorities in that region are fearful of their future. What they saw yesterday on the day of the Lakshmi Puja is just a small indication. Now, what I've written to the Prime Minister is that this should, more than seeing it as a communal incident, This is a part of a sort of distorted empowerment which leads to a certain form of swagger, a form of dadagiri. I haven't used those words with the Prime Minister, but I'm saying it to you. It's a form of dadagiri which exists. And that dadagiri manifests itself in things like this. The belief that there are some people who are above the law, who can do anything they want, who don't have to abide by normal codes of social behavior and civic responsibility. And this is that. So it is time that the center, Shubhendu Adhikari has already written to Amit Shah urging for central forces. Yes. What I've said is that certain advisories need to be given. There has to be certain, maybe a fact-finding tour of the PMO, of the central government, and the entire weight of the central government should be thrown in actually ensure that a semblance of social harmony prevails in West Bengal. It's very unfortunate, but I don't think that social harmony exists today.
What really destroyed, and circling back to what you had said, Sapan Dasgupta, you said it's distorted empowerment of a certain community. Are you then alleging that this is appeasement? Because we can see the police were there and it doesn't seem that they could stop these rampaging mobs.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting you.
I was saying, what do you mean when you say that there is distorted empowerment of one community? Are you alleging that this is appeasement?
Well, you can call it appeasement, but what I'm saying is that a community has been empowered to believe
by who?
That by the government, by the ruling political dispensation in the state, into believing that it is above the law, that there is a different type of norms which exists as far as they are concerned. And when Mamata Banerjee, in one of her political speeches, used the analogy and says, if a cow which gives milk kicks you, you have to take that. What she meant, in effect, was that this is a reliable vote bank. They constitute about 30% of the vote bank of West Bengal, and they voted solidly in the 21 elections for the Trinamool Congress. And therefore, they need to be indulged. That was what the subtext of what was there. So I'm not using the word appeasement. What I'm using the word is indulgence. And indulgence to the worst sections. Now, there are certain areas of Kolkata where, normal laws do not prevail. And then there are other places where there are silly but very provocative assertions of people driving around, 50 youths in motorbikes, none of them wearing helmets, intimidating people, and believing that, it doesn't matter. We are not governed by the normal laws of the country, of the state.
Right.
So it's that environment which you create. And then from there, it goes into rampaging of houses, or breaking up. Just see the videos. Can you imagine a police station coming under this form of attack? And being virtually taken over. It's a form of helplessness which the normal citizens feel as to what exactly is happening. And it's that, the ineffectiveness of the police, the very selective nature of the whole law and order machinery. And, it's time someone calls that out. What we are talking about is that, you cannot get social harmony. There are real problems.
And that's very important because you say it's selective action by the law and order machinery. Remember, at a time in a state rather where the chief minister is also the home minister and the police are directly answering to her and accountable for her. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Swapan Dasgupta, for speaking to us. These are very scathing allegations coming in from the BJP. However, what's the situation like on the ground? Well, Times Now has been reporting from the ground, from the area where you have seen residents recounting the kind of ordeal, the horror that they witnessed last night. Listen into some of these voices.
नहीं रहा है। हम लोग सर ये पूरा उधर से चल रहा है, बम गोली चला रहा है, मतलब पूरा ऐसा आधा ईटा मार रहा है। और बोतल में बड़ो बोतल बियर है, मार छिलो सीसी बोतल मार रहा है, सब कुछ मार रहा है।
लोग का बराबर का झंडा लगाया था। हाँ। तो जहाँ नहीं लगाने का वहाँ वैष्णो देवी का मंदिर है, तो वहाँ इन लोगों ने चीना बोल कर कोई लगाया था। तो वो बोला कि भाई देखो यहाँ मंदिर है, यहाँ तो नहीं लगाने का है, कभी लगता नहीं है। वही से उससे उधर में बवाल हुआ था, 2 लड़का में बहावत से हुआ। फिर कल इन लोग प्रोग्राम बना करके, बम बना करके और ईटा जमा करके 5 तल्ला से ये जो है ईटा पत्थर 7 बजे चलाना शुरू कर दिया।
नुकसान हुआ हम लोग का जात का औरत को घर लुटा गया, माथा फट गया, इतना 8 टाका लगा है।
In fact, Times Now has been getting you minute-by-minute updates from the ground after the communal clashes in Kolkata suburb. Times Now gets you this ground reality check as to what really happened.
पूरा सब हमारे टीवी घर सब एकदम ही है सर। हम लोग नहीं थे सर, भागा भागी होने लगा, हम लोग चले गए, घर में ताला भी नहीं मारा, ऐसे चिटकी मार के चले गए जान बचाने का।
कितना बजे हुआ ये?
ये तो 11:30 बजे रात से स्टार्ट हुआ और हम लोग 2 बजे आके देख रहे, मेरा पूरा घर में धान है। फिर बस्ती का लड़का लोग को ला के सब आग बुझाए, अगल बगल से पानी मार के पूरा दीवार देखिए, पूरा दीवार बम से पूरा फटा हुआ है मेरा। देखिए ये वाला दीवार पूरा देखिए, कुछ नहीं सर मेरा घर में कुछ देखिए, अलमारी पलमारी सब टूटा हुआ, जो कुछ पैसा कौड़ी सामान पत्ता था सब मेरा लुटा लिया। पुलिस लोग को कल से बुला रहे, आज भी बोले देखने के लिए, नहीं देखा सर।
This is BK Road, right adjacent to Mayurvanj lane, where the tension had erupted. But then it seems like the flames of the tension had also engulfed this very lane. You have these kind of shops in this entire row completely ransacked, vandalized and set ablaze. This is rice. As you see, the food grain completely scattered on the road because you know they have been literally vandalized. The shops have been vandalized, and the reason why they are now scattered on the road. It seems like it was a grocery store. Look behind. This seems like a grocery store which have been completely ransacked. The shutter of this very shop has been completely broken. So imagine the kind of mindset these people had, the mob had. This one shop has been completely gutted. It has been also allegedly looted. So yes, people are quite anguished as what happened, why it all happened. What really triggered this kind of a flare-up, it's still not clear. But you see, this is you know, taxi which was standing here on this very lane, which was completely vandalized. And if you walk in from that side, you would find bricks like this have been you know, kept accumulated. There are also glass shards, beer bottles, a kind of a thing we have seen in the past as well. During such tension, you have people from the Hindu community on one side. You also have people from the Muslim community staying in this very same mixed neighborhood. Here, there you see a Durga Puja pandal, which means in this very neighborhood, Durga Puja used to happen, and Durga Puja happened at this very neighborhood. Yesterday was Lakshmi Puja as well, and Lakshmi Puja happened as well. So there are certain facts which need to be corrected and of course asserted. Here you have the Lakshmi idol, and the Lakshmi idol is perfectly fine. Nothing happened to the idol. So obviously there is an undercurrent of tension over here, but then there is deployment of people, there deployment of forces just to ensure nothing untoward happens.
हम तो ड्यूटी में थे सर, जब ड्यूटी से आ रहे देख रहे दंगा हो रहा सर, यहाँ ईटा पत्थर चल रहा, इधर में मेरा घर टूट गया, बगल में घर टूट गया, ये घर टूट गया, उधर में घर टूट गया सर। मालूम नहीं सर, हम तो ड्यूटी में से पत्थरबाजी देख रहे, पत्थरबाजी हो रहा है, दोनों तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हो रही है। हाँ, दोनों तरफ से हो रहा नहीं सर, उधर से ज्यादा ईटा मार रहे, बड़का बड़का ईटा मार रहा सर। हम लोग देखा, हम लोग डर से भाग गए सर। हम रहता है, मेरे वाइफ भी भाग गए थे, ईटा हम तो था नहीं, मेरे वाइफ थे, वो भाग गया। जब ये सर कम से कम 3 घंटा चला सर। 3 घंटा पुलिस था तब? हाँ पुलिस था, पुलिस आया नहीं सर। इधर हम लोग हाथ जोड़ के पुलिस को बुलाने गया, पुलिस आया नहीं, बाहर में बैठा हुआ था सर। पुलिस गली के अंदर नहीं आया सर।
With that, breaking news which is coming in, BJP staging protests outside the Lal Bazaar after the communal clashes which happened in the suburbs of Kolkata. We'll get you the visuals as well. BJP staged the protest, following which there were several more detentions as well. Let me go across to Tanushri. Tanushri, earlier in the day, some of the top senior leaders of the BJP were also arrested to ensure that they don't reach Mominpur, where the clashes had happened yesterday, and now the protests are happening.
Well, yes, if you see, in the morning, Shukanta Majumdar was arrested. He is the BJP state president and an MP, and he was arrested in Chingri Hata because he was supposed to go to Mominpur. But the police have stated that Mominpur has section 144, therefore he cannot go. And since he refused to listen to it, he was arrested. He's currently in Lal Bazar. But right now, we are on ground zero. We are at the BJP party office, and if you see, there is a huge deployment of police force over here. Now, what we have got to know from BJP sources is that they would be holding a protest, and the protest is not only for arresting Shukanta Majumdar and the other leaders, but also that why can no individual go into Mominpur? A leader, an individual has the freedom to move in any place he wants in and around India. That is what the BJP is stating, and which is why they are stating that why can Shukanta Majumdar not go to Mominpur, because there are several party workers who live there. They have been injured, their family members have been injured. So therefore, in order to look at their well-being, Shukanta Majumdar had planned to go to Mominpur, but he was not allowed to, which is why the BJP Yuva Morcha would be taking out a protest in some time. But before that, we see that right outside the BJP state headquarters, there is a huge amount of police force which has been deployed. We are also seeing that there have been 5 prison vans that have been brought over here. But the BJP say that they will not be scared. They will not stop any protest. They would be going towards Lal Bazar. They would be heading right out from over here with the leadership would be taken by Sajal Ghosh. He's a BJP leader, and he would be leading this protest rally. On the other hand, we know that leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari and BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul, they are headed towards the governor house. They would be meeting with the governor.
Okay,
and
so 2 parallel
the
protests
governor
being organized by the BJP, one towards the governor house, the other of course at Lal Bazar police headquarters, where we have our reporters giving us live from. Thank you so much for getting us those details. This continues to be our top focus for the time being. However, a short break. Stay tuned. coming in from the courts. This regarding the film Adi Purush. Now, there is a hearing on the plea which is seeking a ban on the film Adi Purush that is underway. And it's interesting to see the kind of contentions which are being made by the petitioner who wants the film banned because allegedly it is atrocious in nature and Hindu gods are being maligned. So let me go across to Akanksha, a legal reporter, for more details. I believe, Akanksha, the judge there is asking, are you sure that the gods seen wearing leather pants, or is this your perception? Because for us, maintainability is the first step.
Well, absolutely. The movie is in legal trouble. A plea has been filed seeking ban on its release before the Delhi court. Now, the plea states that the Hindu gods have been depicted in an unwarranted and inaccurate way in the promotional video. Now, the court will hear the plea on the point of its maintainability on November 5th. The judge has also allowed the lawyers of the movie makers to argue before the court on this next date. Now, let me take you through what actually happened in the court today. During the course of hearing, the petitioner called the movie atrocious and said that it needs to be banned for hurting Hindu sentiments. The judge said that he will only consider the law and not the sentiments. The lawyer for the movie makers called this plea a publicity stunt. The petitioner then rebutted, maintaining that he does not want any publicity, and if he did, he would have filed the plea against Saif Ali Khan too. So this is what happened in the court today. This plea will now be heard on the point of maintainability on November 5th.
We'll keep trying the developments on that front. Till November 5th, we will hear or get some legal updates on this as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Akanksha. With that, a short break. Indian Times now has accessed the telephonic conversation between the accused Pulkit Arya and Ankita's friend. This is a phone conversation that took place between the main accused Pulkit Arya and Ankita's close friend. Listen in.
हेलो
हेलो
हाँ पता लगा कुछ?
हेलो बात करता हूँ बस आपको आधे घंटे में। हम यहीं बैठे हुए हैं अभी।
कहाँ बैठे हो आप?
यहाँ स्टेशन में, पुलिस स्टेशन में।
पुलिस स्टेशन में?
हाँ, वो इंस्पेक्टर से बात हो गई है, वो पहुँच रहे हैं अभी हमारे पास 10-15 मिनट में।
आप अभी पुलिस स्टेशन में हो, वो रिजॉर्ट में जाएंगे।
All right, we're back with the breaking news update with regards to the violence that broke out in West Bengal. The BJP has taken to streets to protest against the TMC government. Remember, it was the BJP that is now urged that central forces be brought in to bring the law and order situation under control in Bengal. And on your screens are those visuals of protest as is being staged by the BJP. Let me go across to Tanushri, joining us live with more details on these protests. Tanushri. We'll go across to Tanushri in just a bit, but viewers, these are protests, the result of the violence that was witnessed in several parts of West Bengal, in Kolkata particularly, wherein several videos have been doing the rounds of social media, wherein you can clearly see how a mob is on rampage and protesting the law and order situation, the deterioration over the same. The BJP is taken to streets. Tanushri is back with us. Yes, Tanushri. So these are videos, what you see on the left side of your screen, these are visuals that we are picking up from, for example, the Kojagari, for example, Iqbalpur, several parts of Kolkata, wherein by-lanes witnessed a lot of violence between members of two communities. Tanushri is back with us. Yes, Tanushri.
Now in Raj Bhavan, so therefore... Well, yes, if you see, we are at the BJP headquarters and there's a huge deployment of police force. On the other hand, what we are getting to know is that Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, along with Agnimitra Paul, has reached the governor house, but the governor is not there. He is in Chennai, so whether they would be able to meet with anybody over there, that is to be seen, but certainly there is a huge deployment of police force over here. We are also seeing that the barricades have been readied, the barricades have been put with strings. So what we are getting to understand is that the moment the BJP workers, they try to come out of this area, they would be barricaded off. Also, we are getting to see that there's a huge deployment of police. There are 5 to 6 police vans that have been put in place, and these police vans would be detaining all the other the BJP karyakartas who are going to protest. Now, what we are getting to hear is that Shukanta Majumdar is still arrested in Lal Bazar along with the other leaders who had gone with him. Agnimitra Paul and Shubhendu Adhikari are in Raj Bhavan, and right now strategy meeting is going on inside the BJP party office onto how they would be protesting, because we know that this protest is not just because that Shubhendu Adhikari has been arrested and he is in Lal Bazar, but the protest is that...
So while the BJP has been alleging clear TMC conspiracy, saying that the cops stood there, did nothing, absolutely nothing to bring the situation under control, here's what the TMC is maintaining. Let's cut across live.
He has written letters to the Home Minister, to the Prime Minister, saying it's a complete collapse of law and order. Saying that Hindus are under attack.
There is no question of failure of any law and order situation. There is no question of any insecurity of any community. That incident occurred, that was unfortunate, but that kind of incidents in some area that can be between two clubs, two organizations, and the citizens of that particular area, They are very much responsible. They came down and took the control of the whole thing. Police went, administration was there. Now, all the situation, the total situation is under control and normal. BJP is trying with their politics of vulture, because there may be a clash between two clubs. There between maybe a clash between two groups, but they are trying to project the issue in a particular their style with some religious color. But that is not fair. The situation is under control, and BJP should concentrate in their own states. What is going on in UP, gang rape, murder, etc. What is going on in Tripura. Here in Bengal, things are under control, peaceful state, and they are writing to letters to Home Ministry or etc. That is their habit, and they have huge time. They have no work. They have only the task for their infighting, internal competition. So they can write wherever they want.
सर जितने सारे वीडियोस आए सर.
All right, Tanushree also continues to stay on with us. You heard the TMC leader Kunal Ghosh there, Tanushree. The TMC has been maintaining that these are baseless allegations being leveled by the BJP, and the situation is now normalized. But as far as the BJP is concerned, they're saying that an deliberate attempt was made to hamper with the Lakshmi Puja celebrations that were underway.
Well, certainly the BJP has made this allegation that, you know, there was there were Lakshmi Puja being hampered, and this is not the first time that the BJP alleges this has been happening. We know that, you know, 2-3 years back also, few years back, the BJP had to move to court because they wanted the Durga Pratima Visarjan, and that is when BJP had stated that, you know, over here in Bengal, you do not have the right to do Durga Puja Visarjan on time because there might be some other communities, some other rally that is coming out, which is why the Hindu pujas, they are being stopped. Also, we've seen that BJP time and again has made allegations that, you know, in certain districts, Saraswati Puja, that is the goddess of education, her puja was hampered in many schools, in government schools. These are certain allegations that the BJP has been making time and again. And yesterday, being the Kojakuri Lakshmi Puja, that is that happens in the evening, that is the time these clashes had broken. So BJP is alleging that, you know, this was done purposely and that there are other reasons for it, and the chief minister, also the state administration and the police, they have not yet released any statement. So indirectly the BJP is saying that the chief minister is supporting this. That is an indirect allegation that the BJP is saying, because the BJP says that the chief minister, who's also the home minister of the state, she should have come out and taken cognizance of the matter, looked into the matter, but till now no steps have been taken. The people over there, according to the BJP, they are still in fear. The Hindu community, the Hindu families, they are in fear. So therefore, that is what the BJP is hitting out, that, you know, they are, a certain community is trying to bulldoze into the houses, break the houses and capture those houses. That is what the BJP is alleging now.
Well, the BJP is alleging there is enough evidence of destruction and mob rampage that can clearly be seen in these videos that have gone viral on social media across. So that's the BJP's version, to which they have now written to the Prime Minister as well, seeking intervention of central forces in the state of West Bengal. We have multiple ground reports filed by our colleagues on ground to get you a reality check of what really transpired all through the evening. Take a look.
पूरा सब हमारा टीवी घर सब एकदम ही रहेगा सर. हम लोग नहीं थे सर, भागा भागी होने लगा, हम लोग चले गए, घर में ताला भी नहीं मारा, ऐसे चिटकी मार के चले गए जान बचाने का.
कितना बजे हुआ ये
तो 11:30 बजे रात से स्टार्ट हुआ, और हम लोग 2 बजे आके देख रहे, मेरा पूरा घर में धाए ना, फिर बस्ती का लड़का लोग को लाके सब आग उग बुझाए, अगल बगल से पानी मार के पूरा दीवार देखिए, पूरा दीवार बम से पूरा फटा हुआ है मेरा. देखिए ये वाला दीवार पूरा, देखिए कुछ नहीं सर, मेरा घर में कुछ देखिए, अलमारी पलमारी सब टूटा हुआ जो कुछ पैसा कौड़ी सामान पड़ता था सब मेरा लुटा लिया। पुलिस लोग को कल से बुला रहे, आज भी बोले देखने के लिए, नहीं देखा सर।
This is BK Road, right adjacent to Mayurvanj lane, where the tension had erupted. But then it seems like the flames of the tension had also engulfed this very lane. You have these kind of shops in this entire row completely ransacked, vandalized and set ablaze. This is rice. As you see, the food grain completely scattered on the road because they have been literally vandalized. The shops have been vandalized, and the reason why they are now scattered on the road. It seems like it was a grocery store. Look behind. This seems like a grocery store which have been completely ransacked. The shutter of this very shop has been completely broken. So imagine the kind of mindset these people had, the mob had. This one shop has been completely gutted. It has been also allegedly looted. So yes, people are quite anguished as what happened, why it all happened. What really triggered this kind of a flare-up, it's still not clear. But you see, this is a taxi which was standing here on this very lane, which was completely vandalized. And if you walk in from that side, you would find bricks like this have been, kept accumulated. There are also glass shards. Beer bottles, a kind of a thing we have seen in the past as well. During such tension, you have people from the Hindu community on one side. You also have people from the Muslim community staying in this very same mixed neighborhood. Here, there you see a Durga Puja pandal, which means in this very neighborhood, Durga Puja used to happen, and Durga Puja happened at this very neighborhood. Yesterday was Lakshmi Puja as well, and Lakshmi Puja happened as well. So there are certain facts which need to be corrected and, of course, asserted. Here you have the Lakshmi idol, and the Lakshmi idol is perfectly fine. Nothing happened to the idol. So obviously there is an undercurrent of tension over here, but then there is deployment of people, there deployment of forces just to ensure nothing untoward happens.
हम तो ड्यूटी में थे सर, जब ड्यूटी से आ रहे देख रहे दंगा हो रहा सर, यहाँ ईटा पत्थर चल रहा, इधर में मेरा घर टूट गया, बगल में घर टूट गया, ये घर टूट गया, उधर में घर टूट गया सर। मालूम नहीं सर, हम तो ड्यूटी में से पत्थरबाजी देख रहे, पत्थरबाजी हो रहा है।
दोनों तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हो रही है।
हाँ, दोनों तरफ से हो रहा नहीं सर, उधर से ज्यादा ईटा मार रहे, बड़का बड़का ईटा मार रहा सर। हम लोग देखा, हम लोग डर से भाग गए सर। हम रहता है, मेरे वाइफ भी भाग गए थे, ईटा हम तो था नहीं, मेरे वाइफ थे, वो भाग गया। जब ये सर कम से कम 3 घंटा चला सर।
3 घंटा पुलिस था तब?
हाँ, पुलिस था, पुलिस आया नहीं सर। इधर हम लोग हाथ जोड़ के पुलिस को बुलाने गया, पुलिस आया नहीं, बाहर में बैठा हुआ था सर। पुलिस
गली के अंदर
नहीं आया सर।
We'll continue to get you more such ground reports and political voices on the ongoing war of words. For the time, it's time for us to slip in a very short break.
क्या? हाँ, रिजॉर्ट में जाएंगे, पूरा सारा सब देखेंगे, सारी चीज सब देखेंगे, कहाँ है, किसके साथ बात किया, क्या नहीं किया, कॉल डिटेल पूरी निकालेंगे, हिस्ट्री सब निकालेंगे भाई, ये सब करना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए।
हाँ,
जब आपने मेरे को रात को फोन किया था कि इनको ले जाओ, है ना, कहीं और जॉब ढूंढो, तो उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद क्यों हुआ है? मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा।
भैया आपको सारी बात समझाएंगे, अभी आप आधा घंटा दीजिए, आधे घंटे बाद बात करते हैं।
चलो ये भी मानता हूँ, चलो जो भी है, मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा, आपने अपना पर्सनल फोन कैसे दे दिया पूरी रात के लिए?
भैया मेरा पर्सनल फोन क्या है, मेरे फोन में क्या है, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। जैसे मेरा कोई पर्सनल फोन है, मैं पूरी रात के लिए किसी को थोड़ी ना दूंगा।
हो सकता है कि शायद आपके पर्सनल फोन में कुछ ऐसी चीजें रहती हो कि आप किसी को नहीं दे सकते हो।
नहीं, जो मर्जी हो, मगर पर्सनल फोन है ना, बंदा कहीं पे भी फोन कर सकता है।
और दूसरी बात क्या है ना, ऐसा है, देखिए मैं अभी यहाँ बैठा हुआ हूँ, मैं आपको भी आधे घंटे
देखो जो मर्जी हो, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपकी, आपको ढूंढना पड़ेगा, जो मर्जी हो।
भाई साहब वही कर रहे हैं, और आप ना हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मत समझाइए, पुष्प, समझ रहे हैं आप?
देखिए मैं आपको समझा नहीं रहा हूँ, मैं आपको याद दिला रहा हूँ।
बस आपको याद दिलाने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम जानते हैं हम कितने रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं।
हाँ, बिल्कुल, आप ढूंढिए।
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में?
नहीं, हेमा मालिनी।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त जैन जी राधे राधे कल राखी सावंत का ऑल्सो बिकम बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त जैन जी कल राखी सावन का देंगे। बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
तो मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Welcome back. Well, there's no end to the Sena versus Sena war in Maharashtra. Now, the Uddhav camp has moved the Delhi High Court against the Election Commission decision to freeze the bow and arrow symbol. In the petition, Team Uddhav has cited that the Election Commission is not given ample time and opportunity to choose a new symbol and a new name. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray's team has also slammed the BJP for conspiring against the faction by using Chief Minister Shinde as a pawn.
The Honorable Bench of the Supreme Court gave a directive, let it go to the Election Commission. We have submitted the papers without verification, without having oral discussion. The Honorable Election Commission gave a decision that your symbol and the name of the party has been freeze. Now, for the very reason we have moved to the High Court. Let us see what we get from the High Court now. Not to, people should not go from one party to other, or the horse trading should not take place. For the very reason they increased the number to 2/3. And when even in that case they said if the 2/3 people leave the party, they can leave, but they cannot form a group. They will have to merge with someone. And that is being ignored deliberately.
Well, to begin with, the bow and arrow has been a symbol for more than 30 years. And this is not just a symbol for us, it is our identity. And somebody trying to snatch away our identity, trying to finish the Shiv Sena, and it is our own people sometimes, the Shinde fraction, which has broken up from us. See, they are not yet a political identity. They are no party. It is just a fraction of the Shiv Sena, which is broken and join hands with the BJP. So these are nothing but monkey tactics.
So on one hand, the Uddhav Sena is essentially also slamming the BJP, saying that they are in fact using Chief Minister Shinde as a pawn, but the team Shinde has also slammed Uddhav Thackeray and his team over their application in the Delhi High Court, saying that this is just delay tactics by Uddhav Thackeray.
Submitting to Election Commission is mandatory because Election Commission is a constitutional authority. We'll have to follow what they have said. However, we continue our claim on bow and arrow symbol. And we are the true Shiv Sena. We have maximum number of MPs, we have maximum number of MLAs, maximum number of votes are given to the people who are with us. Secondly, maximum number of Shiv Sena members are with us. So on that basis, we are the true claimant of that on the symbol.
So both the factions have submitted symbols and name alternatives to the Election Commission. The Uddhav faction has submitted 3 alternatives for the party name, Shiv Sena Bala Sahib Thackeray being the first one, then Shiv Sena Uddhav Bala Sahib Thackeray, and thirdly Shiv Sena Bala Sahib Prabodhankar Thackeray. Those are the 3 options that have been cited by the Uddhav team. As for the party symbol is concerned, they've submitted Trishul, Rising Sun and Torch as the alternatives. On the other hand, the Eknath Shinde camp has also submitted 2 alternatives for the party name which sound similar to that submitted by Uddhav Thackeray, that is Shiv Sena Bala Sahib Thackeray and Shiv Sena Prabodhankar Thackeray. They have also submitted sword and trumpet as their party symbol options. Now all eyes are really on the Election Commission's decision and also if Shinde camp will move the court as well, just like the Uddhav camp has decided to bring in the Delhi High Court and has sought its intervention.
প্রিন্সিপাল অপোজিশন তার স্টেট প্রেসিডেন্ট তো 144 ধারার অনেক বাইরে ছিল। ডিমান্ড নম্বর 1 ডিপ্লয়মেন্ট অফ সেন্ট্রাল আর্ম পুলিশ ফোর্সেস, ডিমান্ড নম্বর 2 ইমিডিয়েট ড্যামেজ অ্যাসেসমেন্ট করে 100% ক্ষতিপূরণ স্টেট গভর্নমেন্টকে দিতে হবে। ডিমান্ড নাম্বার 3 নবান্ন অভিযানের পরে 20 দিন ধরে ভিডিও ফুটেজ চালিয়ে যদি গোটা বাংলা থেকে বিজেপি কর্মীদের গ্রেফতার করে আনতে পারেন তাহলে ইকবালপুর থানা দখল করা এই জিহাদিদের তার ভিডিও ফুটেজ আপনাদের কাছে নেই, আমার কাছে আছে, আমি দিয়ে দেব। সেই ভিডিও ফুটেজ দেখে যারা আপনার থানা দখল করলো, যারা এইভাবে তাণ্ডব চালালো গোটা দিন ধরে কালকে মিডনাইট,
those who had unleashed this kind of violence and terror almost a day yesterday,
গ্রেফতার করতে হবে। এর পিছনে
they should be arrested under UFPA Act.
এর পিছনে আল কায়দা আছে, এর পিছনে ISIS রা আছে,
Al Qaeda and ISIS are there behind this.
যারা কাশ্মীরে আজাদি চায় সেই শক্তি
Those who
আছে,
ask for Azadi in Kashmir are the people behind this.
আমাদের অভিযোগ নয়, তৃণমূলের যুব নেতা টুইট করে সিপি কলকাতাকে বলছেন যে কাউন্সিলর নিজামুদ্দিন, কাউন্সিলর শামস ইকবাল, ফিরাদ হাকিম মেয়রের ক্লোজ এইডরা, ওই ওয়ার্ডের কংগ্রেসের সভাপতি, তারা ডাইরেক্ট দাঁড়িয়ে থেকে লিডারশিপ দিয়ে
Firad Hakim, Shamsuddin, councillor, mayor, they have seen through this by standing at the locality during the time of detention.
হিউজ বোম এক্সপ্লোশন হয়েছে 2 ঘন্টা ধরে,
Bomb explosion has happened. NIA should be handed over this case.
Investigating agency is the only agency যারা এই অ্যান্টি ন্যাশনাল ফোর্সকে,
Central agencies are the only agencies
এটা আপনাকে করতে হবে,
who can teach a lesson to these anti-social elements.
আজকেই কোর্টে বিজেপি লিগ্যাল সেল থেকে প্রিয়াঙ্কা টেবরিয়াল, লোকনাথ চ্যাটার্জিরা সেম
All right, so that was BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari flashing all of those pictures, claiming proof to the violence that was witnessed in Kolkata. Thank you, Tamal, for translating that voice for us. It's time for us to head into a quick break for now.
These were the Hawala route transactions that is being set through dubious NRI accounts, how they are busy sending money back home so that they can be used as secret donations. Now, what exactly were these secret donations? Let's throw another round of graphics, tell you exactly how this modus operandi also worked. This is when it comes to the PFI functionaries there, how they were based abroad, how exactly when it comes to their Hawala transactions and routes, how the money was misused and how it was brought back home in a way to use it as a hate propaganda against the vulnerable youth. We have also seen that when it comes to the indoctrination, several incriminating materials that has also been recovered.
Big revelations have come in from the FIRs that NI has registered in the PFI case. It goes on to show PFI's link with Al-Qaeda and foreign entities from Afghanistan as well as Saudi Arabia, how youth used to be radicalized and then sent to Afghanistan for terrorist training. Now these FIRs that time now has access shows that how physical camps used to be organized by PFI in the name of karate camps, karate school, and through these they used to be provoked with hate speeches, and by imparting this information about the alleged violence against Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir. And after radicalizing them, they used to be sent to Khorasan province of Afghanistan, where they used to be given terrorist training there. A very good evening. You're watching Times Now Live Wire. I'm Kritsween Valyan. Well, MK Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has once again reignited the language debate. We take you through more details. First up, before that, a quick check of the top headlines. Big buzz ahead of Mahakal corridor inauguration tomorrow by the Prime Minister. Expanded and newly constructed corridor in Ujjain has been designed on the basis of Shiv Leela. Times Now gets you a first-hand look. BJP's Suvendu Adhikari asks Home Minister Amit Shah for Central Forces deployment, alleging Islamist involvement in communal clashes in Bengal, protesting BJP leaders in preventive custody. Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief's 2019 video shows Gopal Italia abused the Prime Minister. BJP slams caste slur. Italia won't apologize but claims circulation of old video proves BJP is scared of AAP winning Gujarat polls. Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveils series of infra projects in Polban, Gujarat, slams urban Naxals over stalling Sardar Patel's dream to dam Narmada, says BJP realized Patel's dream after fighting for 40 to 50 years. Open provocation by BJP MP Parvesh Verma. Neta calls to boycott one community. Police look into the hate speech. Owaisi asks BJP top brass to condemn alleged hate speech. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin warns of another language war down south, claims Hindi was being imposed by centre to destroy diversity for one nation, one religion, one culture and one food, says it will impact India's unity. Robin Bonepalli becomes the third man to be arrested in Delhi liquor gate. He is the director of Hyderabad firm raided earlier in the case and is suspected to be close to a prominent political party. Founder of Samajwadi Party and Mandal champion who changed Indian politics forever, Mulayam Singh Yadav, passes away at 82 in a Gurugram hospital. Funeral to be held in Sefai. Prime Minister recalls Mulayam Singh's prediction of Modi's return to power in 2019, owing to Sabka Saath ideology, calls him soldier of democracy during emergency who worked for stronger India. Multiple explosions in Ukraine's capital Kiev early Monday with air raid sirens blaring. Escalation of conflict within hours of blowing up of bridge linking Crimea, disrupting Russian supplies. Well, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has written to the centre warning against the imposition of Hindi language. The remarks come hours after Parliamentary Committee recommended that the medium of instruction in technical and non-technical higher education institutes such as IIT should be Hindi and in Hindi-speaking states to begin with, and the respective local languages in other parts of India as well. Stalin questioned the report and asked what was the need for such a report when people are insisting on adding more languages to the 22 official languages. Why has it been recommended to remove English from comparative exams for central government posts? He also said that such a move would be opposed by any state that appreciated its mother tongue, not just Tamil Nadu. He also referred to the report that the Committee of Parliament on Official Language headed by Home Minister Amit Shah had presented to President Draupadi Murmu last month.
He has been misled by anyone because the statement or the recommendations which released in part, which has come out in part, should be read out very carefully. It very clearly states that only for the Hindi-speaking states, that is the 11 states, it is compulsory that Hindi should be there, because in all these states, English is used more than Hindi. That's what they have said. Even in advertisements, they have very clearly said that Hindi plus the regional languages, not English. So this is in order to abolish English, in order to get away with the English, we are trying to give preference to our regional languages. That's what this recommendation very clearly says.
You heard Narayan Tirupati there claiming that the statement has been misread and this is only about giving preference to regional language in Hindi-speaking states, to which now the AIDMK has also responded. The AIDMK has jumped into the controversy, saying any other language entering the state is not acceptable.
AIDMK stand is also clear that we are always in support of a two-language policy, English and Tamil. Any other language finding its means and ways to inroad into TN is not acceptable. But however, the difference between AIDMK and DMK is we never use language and livelihood to instigate people to cover up the inefficiencies. And yesterday in his party meet, he cried out loud, saying that his people, his peers, are causing him larger trouble by their irresponsible statements. So to cover up their inefficiencies, now he has triggered this language rope. It is usual for DMK to take the stand of language and livelihood to instigate people and use it as a diversion policy.
So the AIDMK pretty much of the same opinion, but says we do not misuse these kind of statements, these kind of developments just to garner votes. Let me go across to Prapanch. Prapanch, now it's important to put this in perspective. Tell us about, what really prompted this kind of a remark by the Chief Minister. This is, of course, after the Parliamentary Committee recommended that the medium of instruction in technical and non-technical higher education institutes should be Hindi in Hindi-speaking states only. That's what the BJP has said, that this is not extended to all states across the country.
Language has been a very emotive issue with regards to Tamil Nadu. Even earlier, there were several instances that DMK and many other regional parties have questioned the imposition of Hindi. Now, in this regard, the Parliamentary Committee on Official Languages had submitted a report recommending various issues in terms of Hindi. Institute of Higher Education's there, in fact, in category A states, the medium of instructions will be Hindi. And now in that, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had added that that will be gradually extended to the states where the Hindi is speaking to an extent, and thereby it will be made as a common language across India, is what he was making a statement and questioning. He also stated that there are 22 languages in the 8th schedule. He also questioned why those 22 languages are not made, in fact, official language. And he also said that why Hindi was given a prominence and why other languages were not given that much of importance is what he was questioning. He also questioned why in the competitive exam it was recommended that English be replaced with Hindi. So these are the various questions that he had raised in his, in fact, statement. He also urged the Prime Minister and, in fact, the government is stating that please don't force another language war by imposing Hindi. So this actually is the statement of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and DMK in the past has been known saying that they will not accept a Hindi imposition, and that has been their stand for them for quite some time. In fact, they also pointed out how in fact, in the past also there was a revolution against Hindi, and also people had taken bullets.
In fact, several DMK leaders, Prapanch, in the past have gone ahead with nasty anti-Hindu remarks as well. So the BJP certainly is going to be looking at it from that perspective. The DMK has once again slammed this panel report, and its DMK leader TKS Elangovan, who has now said that the role of the government is to maintain the economy properly and the country, make sure that it's in order, but these parties are now doing politics, busy doing politics over language and over religion. Listen in.
See, there are 22 officially accepted languages in India, and each state has a language. The states are also divided into linguistic states, which means the earlier governments want to preserve the languages, and each language has a separate culture, and everybody knows that. Why Hindi? See, there are many important issues which has to be dealt by this government. Today, this morning I heard the news that the Sensex had fallen by 819 rupees and the dollar rate is increasing like anything. The economy is not good. This government does not care about all these things. They care about language and religion, which is not the role of the government.
Going back to Prapanch once again, Prapanch, interesting that this comment is coming from Mr. TKS Elangovan, because in the past on multiple occasions he's made several controversial remarks against the Hindi language. Remember how he said that Sanskrit and Hindi are the languages that have spoilt this land. So interesting that this comment is coming in from him in defense of the DMK.
There are several leaders in the DMK, in fact almost all leaders who accept the ideology of the DMK, they have been stating that they are against the imposition of Hindi in the state. But they are okay with, if at all people want to learn Hindi, is what they have said, that if at all people want to learn Hindi, they can go and learn Hindi. Because there is also Hindi Prachar Sabha very much in Chennai, and lots of people, in lakhs people come here and learn Hindi in the Hindi Prachar Sabha. And the people in DMK are okay with. They say that if at all Hindi is being imposed, only then we are against it. And now we could see that DMK leader Mr. TKS Elangovan has been saying that Hindi as an imposition would not be taken, because they have been questioning that if at all it is in the category A states, that can also be extended to other states. And CM had pointed out that the whole country may have to in fact speak the Hindi language may be made as a common language across India, is what
and more or less we've seen the Chief Minister remain relatively silent with regards to any sort of comments against the Hindu religion or the language that have been made by his very own leaders. But this time it's him leading the campaign, personally writing to the Prime Minister as far as this panel report goes. Thank you, Prapanch, for joining us with those details. Let's quickly shift our focus to what's happening in Ukraine. Upping the ante against Ukraine, Russian rockets hit Kiev and other Ukrainian cities this morning. For the first time, the capital has been targeted since the month of June. Footages shared widely on social media show rockets raining down on the Ukrainian capital, causing smoke to rise above the city and leaving debris and craters. Early reports by local police also suggest that at least 8 people had been killed and 24 sustained injuries, with the toll expected to rise further. Lethal airstrikes left thousands of people running for shelter and hiding in railway stations. Not just this, a pedestrian bridge in the capital, remember, was made the target. Fortunately, the pedestrians managed to escape the deadly missile. The impact of missile left locals stunned. So that's the latest. We're picking up several videos that are doing the rounds on social media. Let's play them out first up.
Українці, українки, ранок важкий, маємо справу з терористами, десятки ракет, іранські шахіди. У них 2 мішені – енергооб'єкти по всій нашій державі. Київщина і Хмельниччина, Львів і Дніпро, Вінниця, Франківщина, Запоріжжя, Сумщина, Харківщина, Житомирщина, Кіровоградщина, Південь держави. Вони прагнуть паніки і хаосу, хочуть знищити нашу енергосистему, вони безнадійні. Друга мішень – це люди. Спеціально обрали такий час і такі цілі, щоб завдати якнайбільше шкоди. Але ми, українці, допомагаємо одне одному, віримо в себе, відновлюємо усе зруйновано. Зараз можуть бути тимчасові перебої з електрикою, але ніколи не буде перебоїв з нашою впевненістю у перемозі. Чому саме такі удари? Ворог хоче, щоб ми злякалися, щоб люди побігли, але бігти ми можемо тільки вперед і демонструємо це на полі бою. Так буде і надалі. Працюють зараз рятувальники, працюють наші ППО. Вже на зараз 38 повітряних цілей збито. Сьогодні будьте, будь ласка, в укриттях. Завдяки допомозі наших військових все буде нормально. Завжди дотримуйтесь правил безпеки. Завжди пам'ятайте, Україна була до того, як з'явився цей ворог. Україна буде і після нього. Слава Україні!
So that's President Zelensky accusing Russia of attempting to destroy and wipe his countrymen off the face of the earth following several airstrikes that took place just this morning. In the meanwhile, earlier Times Now also spoke to Ukrainian MP Sofia Fedena, who narrated the ordeal of Ukrainians. Listen in.
An attack of 75 rockets launched from different directions by Russian Federation and by the order of Putin. 41 of the rockets were caught by our anti-aircraft system. The rest of the rockets, unfortunately, were exploded in the cities of Ukraine. In Kiev, we have more than 10 different explosions. Unfortunately, already in Kiev, 8 people reported murdered and more than 20 people have been wounded. I do not think that this is only the reaction on the explosion on the Crimean bridge. And we do not know exactly what happened there. And we do not know whether these were Ukrainian services or this was some kind of provocations by Moscow side. It is the territory of Ukraine that has been drastically occupied and annexed by Moscow Federation. The country has a right to exist. We name today the Russian Federation to be a terrorist country that should not only be punished, but it has no right for existence in the civilized world.
Well, joining us on this broadcast is Mr. Yuri Sak, advisor to Defense Minister of Ukraine. Thank you for taking out your time and speaking to us here on Times Now. Mr. Sak, first up, I want you to tell us about the prevailing situation in Kiev following the repeated attacks.
Good day. Today we have seen an unprecedented missile attack on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. The enemy has launched 83 missiles in total. The Ukrainian air defense forces have been able to shoot down 43 of these missiles. As a result of this missile terror, these missile strikes, 11 important infrastructural objects have been killed. In Kiev, there are reports that 8 civilians have been killed. In Kiev, the enemy struck a playground, child's playground, a museum. So we have evidence that Russia is a terrorist state, and it continues to do what it's been doing for the last 8 months, to kill civilian people and destroy Ukrainian civilian infrastructure.
Yes, you've been telling us about the number of people who've sustained injuries. You're telling us that more than 80 missile attacks have taken place. Do you also believe this will now escalate further? Because there are reports that also are suggesting that the German embassy in Kiev has also been hit.
Well, it was not the German embassy. It was the Department of German Consulate that is issuing visas. But look, we don't know if it will escalate. What we know that is we will continue to fight and we will continue to rely on the military support of our international allies, because everybody sees what is happening. Everybody sees that Russia is an evil terrorist state. It's an army of war criminals, which is unable to achieve military success on the battlefield. So they try to compensate of their impotence on the battlefield by conducting missile strikes. We will not have any fear. We will not cave in. We will continue liberating Ukraine from this evil empire.
How do you respond to the charges that have been made by President Putin? He's called this an act of terrorism. I'm talking about his claim that Ukraine was responsible for destroying the bridge connecting Crimea with Russia.
We respond to this by saying that you just have to look at the facts that the driver of that vehicle, of that truck, was Russian. The truck was registered in Russia, and the truck arrived from the Russian territory. Russia has been saying for a long time that this Kerch bridge is very secure, that they have anti-air defense systems there and everything. But, you know, if we want to understand what happened there, we need to ask Russia, not Ukraine.
Yes, so well, we've also not seen NATO so far intervene apart from supplying weapons. But do you see this changing? Do you see NATO boots on the ground in the near future?
This is a very speculative question, and this is not being discussed right now. What is being discussed, and on October 12th, in just 2 days, there will be another meeting in the Ramstein format, and our allies, our international partners, continue to support Ukraine. And at this stage of our counteroffensive, we need, of course, more ammunition, we need more artillery. But of course, what today has shown to everyone is that Ukraine needs modern air defense systems and modern anti-missile systems, because we need to be able to protect our cities from these cowardly terrorist missile strikes.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Yuri Sak, for taking out your time and speaking to us here on Times Now. We did discuss what President Putin has said, so let's quickly play out that reaction. Russian President Putin has accused Ukraine of orchestrating the powerful blast that damaged a bridge linking Russia and Crimea, describing the explosion as an act of terrorism. The Russian president also accused Ukraine of attempting to blow up the Stream pipeline, the Turkish Stream pipeline, further warned the Ukrainians that if attacks continue against Russia, the response will be harsh.
Здесь, как вы только что доложили, сомнений нет. Это теракт, направленный на разрушение критически важной гражданской инфраструктуры Российской Федерации.
Совершенно верно.
И авторы, исполнители, заказчики, спецслужбы Украины.
And shifting our focus back to the situation in West Bengal, the BJP continues to protest against the TMC government. They are maintaining that it is upon the orders of the Mamata Sarkar that the police waited and watched while the violence was unleashed by a mob that went on a rampage. So that's what the BJP is claiming, and that's the BJP taking to streets to protest against the TMC as far as the last evening Bengal violence clashes go. Now, if we talk about the tensions in several pockets of Kolkata, it was witnessed in around 2 to 3 areas, and we could see how a mob could also be seen ransacking a police station. Vandalism, arson, pelting was seen all through these regions in Kolkata itself. Though 40 arrests have been made, security has been heightened. The TMC has been claiming that the situation has gone back to normal. The BJP has, though, sought intervention from the centre, has been maintaining that more central forces must be deployed given the law and order situation on ground. Tanushree is joining us live as she's tracking those BJP protests for us. Yes, Tanushree.
Well, yes, right now we are here at the BJP protest, and the BJP has blocked, if you see, this is the main MG road, and they are sitting all across MG road and they are protesting about Sukanta Majumdar being arrested because Sukanta Majumdar wanted to go to Mominpur, and we are seeing that the police are trying to block all the Karyakartas, and there are prison vans kept ready so that they can be detained, but the BJP workers are not listening at all. They have blocked, and their only demand is that the police has to answer as to why Sukanta Majumdar was arrested while going to Mominpur to meet with the families of those who have been affected. We know that several BJP families have also been affected, which is why Sukanta Majumdar was going. We also know that Agnimitra Paul and leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari had gone to meet with the governor at Raj Bhavan, though the governor is in Chennai, but certainly they would be submitting a letter. But right now we are seeing there are chants going on over here of the protest, and they are saying TMC shame shame. आप लोगों का प्रोटेस्ट किस लिए है? प्रोटेस्ट क्यों?
हम लोगों का लीडर सुकांतो मजूमदार को अरेस्ट किया गया है, और मोमिनपुर पे जिस तरह से हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार किया जा रहा है, हिंदुओं का घर जला दिया गया है, हिंदुओं का दुकान लूट लिया गया है, इसके लिए प्रशासन कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, उल्टा उन लोगों को सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है.
So we are seeing, they are saying that the main protest is because Hindu houses are being vandalized. Everybody sitting over here, the main traffic has been blocked, and they are saying that until they get a reply, they would be blocking the traffic and they would not be budging from over here. So therefore, if you see the entire MG road, this is central Kolkata, and MG road plays a very crucial road. It's a lifeline. Offices are on, and it is going to be 5 p.m. very soon, and the office hour rush will start. At that point in time, such a huge rush, such a huge rally which is blocking the entire MG road would certainly create a huge traffic congestion that is there. But also we are seeing that, you know, women supporters are also in the same demand, that they are protesting for one reason, and that is that this government is not required, because as we see that neither the police nor the state government has released any statement on this other than just saying that section 144